All right. All right, I clicked the live button, but it takes a second to go live, so let's just wait and see here. All right, looks like we're rolling. What's going on, everybody? We're about to kick it off with our intro song by Ty2048, and we got a Double Trouble debate review stream today. So thank y'all so much for being here. Please remember to share the stream, like the stream, comment on the stream, do all that stuff, and I will see y'all in a second. All right, all right. I might give it a little bit more time just because this is not our usual start time. I want to kind of give some people some time to roll in. So let's kick it off with one more song from our friend Amid the Ruins, an old school Chad nerd. Let's get into his new release here. We're going to roll this out. I'm just going to give it a little bit more time to introduce the stream. This is going to start halfway through. Let me mute it. All right, let's go on back. Okay.
Message to all the Chad nerds requesting access. Access granted. Attention to all Chad nerds. This is not a drill. Get prepared.
Shout out to Jethro.
We are noticing a vast number of gobbledygook slowboy soy ships approaching the mother base.
Shout out to Moldy.
I'm out.
All right, all right. Let's just start this off now. What's up, everybody? Let me get myself on screen. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to Exposing Powerful Lies. Glad to be here. Hope you guys are having a good day. Oh, snap, dude. We got a double trouble debate review stream. Kicking it back old school, going back to the old school EPL roots with our debate reviews. Now, if memory serves me correctly, the last debate review we did was with the Posh Redneck and I almost wanted to call him Al Green. Adam Green, that Wookiee guy. So that one did pretty good, and these are always really fun. Shouts out to everybody in the chat. Shouts out to Jethro, Moldy Apple, Slowboy Whiteboard. What's going on, y'all? What's going on? These debates were amazing, and I was kind of tossing it up whether or not we were going to be reviewing them, but I kind of cannot help but review them for the interest of watching them, showing them to you guys because they were so good, and also every time I watch our homies debate, it always acts as a springboard for me to talk about the subjects that they cover. So, to lay the groundwork for the new people who are inevitably going to be coming in to watch it, I've been in this sort of circle of internet personalities for a while. Shouts out to our homie David Patrick Harry, who is doing a celebration stream today. He just got his PhD finished, so we're so proud of him, and just so much love to Church of the Eternal Logos. Please go and subscribe to that channel. Dude is just such a wealth of value and information. He is one of those few channels that, I've known DPH now, I think, going on about 6 years, 5 years around that time. And it's just crazy when I was at his stream, thinking like, holy crap, it's been almost half a decade that we all have been sitting here watching. I mean, Slowboy Whiteboard, Moldy, Jethro, we've all been doing this now for a long time, dude. It's crazy. So that's part of the reason why I'm here doing the debate reviews, because I'm familiar with these guys. I'm friends with Jimbob, friends with Jay, and been seeing them do their thing for so long. And you already know Jay Dyer's going to kick it out the park. We already have seen, watching Jay Dyer debate, I've said many times, is like watching a master surgeon at work. I mean, it's just something to behold. It's like, wow. But Jimbob, I got to say that out of both of these reviews, Jimbob really did a good job. And I remember, Jimbob first sort of entering into this realm of the internet, entering into the crucible and all these things, and seeing him from these humble beginnings to now, like, watching the debate he did, I had to give a tip of the hat, man. I mean, just he's come so far, and he did such a good job. And I don't want to say he did better than Jay, but I do want to say that the debate was more entertaining to watch, And so and that's not a knock on Jay. That's just a compliment to Jimbob. I mean, he just really is he's good at what he does, Everybody is sort of influencing each other. You could see, Andy, I'm sure, has been influenced by Jay. Jay's been influenced by Andy. And Jimbob's been influenced by all of them. And all of them are growing in their skills, and it's just so great to see. So, Screwed Up Nevsky 07's to you, brother. DPH said he is unleashed now. He was concealing his power level. Dude, he's done some really, really good shows lately. Guys, this is a porch stream. I live by the airport, so please bear with the sounds and all that stuff coming at you live from the porch. My umbrella's all ripped up, but we're going to get right into the debates because this is going to be a long one. We're doing 2 debates. I think the Jay Dyer one, we're probably going to end it at the point of super chats. That's where I stopped watching it, and we are going to watch these in the order in which they came out. So we're going to watch Jay Dyer versus NotsoErudite first, and then we're going to be watching the MadebyJimbob Erudite debate afterwards. I remember seeing NotsoErudite on the Crucible years ago. Not super familiar with her, but I do want to tip my hat to her as well, because it's clear that she's been debating for a while, and at least, even though her position might be silly and stupid, she at least was competent enough to, and you can tell there's some intelligence there. So it's fun. It's a fun watch. So let's just kick it off right now with Jay Dyer versus NotsoErudite. This was released on the Whatever YouTube channel, sitting at 4.45 million subscribers. My word, holy mackerel, big time, big time. What else did I want to say about that? Whatever, I first discovered them through our friends Andy and Rachel. when they first went on there, and I know that whatever was doing these like ultra long streams, like 9-hour streams and stuff. So I never really watched much of their stuff. But every once in a while, when our friends pop on their channels, I end up watching them. And so shouts out to whatever. We do have the videos linked in the chat description, and the channel is also linked in the description. So let's kick this back. Thankfully, we got chapter segments here, so we're just going to start it off right at the opening statements, as I think we all know who is who. All right, let's get going. Thank y'all so much for being here. Please smash that like. Please share the stream if you can out on the social medias, on your secret Fedboy Telegram chats and Signal chats. Please send it to the president via Signal. And if you guys want to support the channel, you can do so via Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo. And all tips and super chats will be read live. We don't have a minimum here. And so you can support the channel that way. I'm just going to pin that into the live chat, and then we're going to kick it off.
And Jay, we're going to have you give your opening statement first. Go ahead. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it. Yeah, so I take the position that feminism is absolutely destructive to society. The only healthy society that we can have is a patriarchal society. If you look at the history of the world, the history of civilizations, we notice that the natural formation, the natural structure that all societies, almost across the board, maybe a few tribal societies have had a matriarchy, but most societies fall into some form of natural hierarchy. Hierarchy is found in nature. We see it in the animal kingdom. We see it in the manimal kingdom that we inhabit. And when we look through history, we find certain civilizations have flourished, particularly with a worldview or a philosophy that gives it its social cohesion. The longest running civilization in history, the most successful, the most prosperous, was Byzantium. Byzantium was an Orthodox Christian imperium dating back to the time of Constantine all the way up into the 1400s, when it fell to Islam due to liberalization, due to forms of modernization, certain economic open borders policy, shall we say, that led to the decline of Byzantium. So even in the most successful civilization in history, in Byzantium, we begin to notice that the liberalization of that society is what led to its decline and its eventual collapse, and even falling to Islam. If we fast forward to modernity, if we look at women's rights, or the idea of the first wave of feminism, feminism finds its origins in French revolutionary philosophy, which led to the first wave, I should say. French revolutionary philosophy with Mary Wollstonecraft and others posited the idea of absolute equality in society based around the principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity, all of which were revolutionary at the time and sought to overthrow not just the church and not just the state or the monarchy or a patriarchal society, but all society, all areas of life had to be revolutionized. Since that time, we've had second wave feminism, we've had third wave feminism. Third wave feminism, interestingly, which not many people know, was actually funded by very wealthy, powerful oligarchical elites. In fact, in the Rockefellers' authorized biography, there's an entire chapter on Abby Rockefeller's funding of third wave feminism and Cell 16, which was the most radical form of this. This is really what prepared the way for the absolute insane degeneracy that we see in today's society. Western civilization, in other words, could not have gotten to the point that we're at.
Snap! We got a Cotel Crew raid coming up. What's going on, y'all? What's going on? Crispy Johnson, good to see you, homie. And Alexandra, good to see you, OBG, our Orthodox boomer grandma. We got Emmanuel up in the house. We got Mela, Clontarf. What's going on, y'all? What's going on? We were just sending out so much love to our homie, David Patrick Harry. And once again, so proud of him. Much love to him. I mean, just one of the best channels on YouTube. Certainly one of the best in the Orthodox and Christian YouTube sphere. I mean, the guy has just consistently done great things. Now, what I want to say about Jay's opening statement here, and a lot of the things that people were saying in the chat, is chatterer, sophist. Well, we got Screwed Up Nevsky here, who says she's a chatterer, for real, for real. And we had, who else was mentioning the chatter? I think it was Jethro said... sophist, and oh yeah, she's clearly acting Sophist blatherer. Well, if one thing we've learned from watching many of these debates with women, and certainly from our friend Rachel Wilson, is that prattling is a common thing with women, right? I don't know if she's acting, but one of the interesting things about watching these kinds of debates is when the feminist, just gets shown to be in the wrong, right? They don't change their opinions. It's always sort of sad to see. If you talk to the average woman, in real life who espouses more feminist viewpoints, it's like they have this very basic understanding of like, no, it's just like women, equality good, right? And it's just like we see with communism. It's these on the surface, right? The ostensible definition is something that pretty much anybody can agree with. Super vague. Anybody can agree with it, and that's how it's insidious, right? I mean, like who would be against, equality, right? As a Christian, we believe that women are equal in value, that women are, a full human being, just like men are a full human being. And so these things really do need to be laid out, and they really do benefit from having these debates, so you can get down into the meat, get down into the historical facts of feminism, which, again, if you guys haven't read Rachel Wilson's book, The Occult Roots of Feminism, super, super important to see the kinds of figures that were involved, or as Jay is just saying here, right, the money that's involved behind it. Super important.
Had we not had first, second, and third wave feminism preparing the way for the absolute and total revolution against all natural order, all biological order, and the notion of patriarchy itself. In fact, many of the famous feminists over the last several decades have openly said that in order to destroy Western civilization, they would have to destroy the masculine archetype, the patriarch. That is, God the Father had to be destroyed to make way for the rise of the goddess, etc. All the various things that we see attending to or accompanying the revolution that is feminism. If you look on my wall on X right now, you'll notice at the very top is an interview that the famous director Aaron Russo did with a friend of mine, Alex Jones. And in that interview, they discuss Aaron Russo's interview with Nick Rockefeller. And Nick Rockefeller said that the greatest...
Jay just had to get that name drop in there, didn't he? Yeah, well, okay, all right, we get it, bro. He's not bragging, all right? Jay's not bragging. He's just besties with Alex.
Tool to revolutionize and control society was feminism. Modern feminism changed the landscape of getting women out of the house, into the workforce, quote, so that they could be taxed and that there would be less children, less families. So we have from one of the key elites from the Rockefeller family admitting that the purpose of this was to change society, reduce population, tie it into neoliberal economics, taxation on a mass scale for the population, and thus it has been an absolute disaster, and it has nothing to do with equality. It has to do with control. It has to do with social control. It's dystopian. It has to do with social dystopian control, putting us into a utilitarian technocratic society. And I would say that this is all an attempt, admittedly, if you go back to people like early feminists like Wollstonecraft or others throughout history, Alexander Kollontai of the Bolshevik Revolution, they all speak about this as intimately tied into not just sexual revolution, but the overthrow of masculinity, ultimately the overthrow of the idea of God the Father, the ultimate patriarch. And that's where we are today, is in a society that has adopted revolutionary philosophy that is ultimately anti-male, anti-biology, anti-reality, because they all go together. In other words, feminism cannot be divorced from the revolution against biology, the revolution against masculinity, the revolution against every area of life that is healthy, wholesome, and based around patriarchy.
All right, thank you for that, Jay. Kyla, would you like to give your opening statement now?
Sure. Mine isn't going to be nearly as long. But that was really interesting, and I basically would grant you lots of that.
Nice little jab there by Erudite. That's another thing too, as we see throughout this debate, is she's got this thing with brevity. She wants everything to be in a nice little treat-sized, bite-sized thing.
Stuff. I would essentially argue that feminism is not only a necessity; it's unavoidable. I think that's where society tends to go. I think women joining the workforce, while there's lots of cons with it, one of the biggest pros is the massive boost to GDP. Where
society tends to go, after Jay mentions about the funding and about the very specific and purposeful, what's the word, like injection into society of this feminism, it's like, yeah, we had, thousands of years of patriarchal history, but then we've had about 100, 200 years of like, them purposefully shoving it down our throats. So naturally, that's where society tends to go, is we've got, I don't know, kind of silly.
And just the competitiveness of every nation that includes women. And overall, I think feminism is broadly good for society, but I am sure that I would be happy to talk with you about a number of areas that I think have been harmful for society. I think feminism has been co-opted and often twisted. I think particularly in the third wave, we saw this by what I would call gender opportunists. And so when I think about feminism, I'm more interested in a feminism that is centralized around empowering women and promoting femininity.
Right. Right. Gotta distance yourself from the very obviously fallacious, obviously destructive forms of feminism, which I would argue is the more pure and actual, right, closer to the actual definition of what feminism really is. Much like we see with Protestants, right? Well, you might have Protestant family members that you try to talk to, and they're like, no, I'm not a Baptist anymore. I'm a Christian, Bible-believing Christian, because you got to separate yourself from the group, which is super obviously, got all sorts of issues there.
I think when you talk about egalitarianism, I think it's a really interesting concept, but I think we need to be precise in what we talk about. So I guess to open, I'd maybe start with a question. With your philosophy background, I'm sure you're familiar with Heidegger's concept of chatter.
No.
Okay. So,
JBTFO.
Heidegger is an interesting philosopher from the 40s, but he has this idea of chatter that I think is really interesting for discussion, which is essentially how...
Oh, snap, dude. We got to stop her chattering real quick. Happy birthday to Alexandria. We got our neighbor mowing his lawn right now, so I'm trying to mute as much as possible, but I will stop for just a moment and say, happy birthday to Orthodox Boomer Grandma. Happy birthday to Orthodox Boomer Grandma. Happy birthday. May God grant you many years. OBG, thank you for being here, and happy birthday.
How a lot of times when people have like philosophical and idea wrestling conversations, they use the same word, but they have different meanings for those words. And so then the whole conversation is just essentially garbage. That's what he calls like idle chatter. And so I'm curious if what you'd be willing to do for this conversation is if we could make sure that we agree on what we mean by certain words so that we can actually talk about the ideas
As long as you promise not to prattle.
underneath them and hopefully come to a better understanding of everything.
What are the words you would like specified or
Probably for
clarified on?
this conversation, we should
Like the and is, that.
talk about patriarchy and feminism. Those seem like the most obvious things to define. And then after that, just if we come to a word that we keep both using, it would probably just be useful to define it and make sure that we agree to what we're talking about, if that works.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you like to start with your definitions and then Jay can give his?
Sure. So,
see where you guys agree.
yeah, I'm curious. So, patriarchy, I would define it as a hierarchical structure where men monopolize soft and hard power.
I think that they have authority. I wouldn't say it's a monopoly on power, because women can have a degree of influence and power in society, but it's under the headship of a man. So, for example, a job, right? As an example, Proverbs 31 talks about women being able to work, but it's sort of under the purview of the husband. So it's not independence, it's not doing their own thing, it's a family unit working together. So there's roles.
Sure. So when we're thinking about like a job, so when I think about a monopoly of hard and soft power, in my mind I'm thinking law, like kind of like men are mostly monopolizing positions in law, but also soft power like media and kind of able to kind of set the tone culturally as well. So they kind of have these areas of power mostly fully occupied by men, particularly systems where men force it to be the case that it's only men in those positions.
Yeah,
Do you
it's just
feel like that's
monopoly is a difficult term because it suggests totality, and again, there can be a shared situation here that's not a total monopoly. But
okay.
fine, I'll go with it. It's fine.
Sure.
I'd just like to agree on definitions first. Patriarchy is like super bad and evil. Would you agree with that definition?
We can say like a soft monopoly or something like that. But
Okay.
essentially, a hierarchical structure where
That's fine.
men tend to mostly occupy positions
That's
of
fine.
power.
Sure.
Feminism, I define it as the empowerment of women and promotion of femininity. Do you agree with that, or do you have a very different definition?
I think of it
Yeah, feminism, I define it as super good. It's like puppy dog, sunshine, and rainbow. Would you agree?
as something necessarily tied to revolution. And I think when you say the word empowerment, it's also ambiguous because that could be a lot of things in different contexts. So I don't know what you think empowerment is.
Okay, so by empowerment, what I mean is typically going to be, I'm a very big freedom of opportunity person, liberal, guilty as charged. So empowerment
We
would
know.
be eroding any obstacles to disadvantages or inabilities to take opportunities that other people would have. That would be one way of empowering someone.
KF,
So-
good question. No, we're probably going to be watching. So the Dyer debate, the full video is 2 hours and 33 minutes long. So in general, we're looking at about 4 hours if we watch the entire videos, but we're not going to. We're probably going to end it at the super chat point. So we're going to end the Dyer debate about an hour and 5 minutes in. I might give the super chats a little bit time to cook, but by the time we get to super chats, we've pretty much seen what we need to see, and then we'll go right into the Jimbob debate. So this will probably be a 3 to 4 hour stream. So we're not going to be watching 7 hours of it, but I did get my Meowdy Partner coffee mug. I'm all ready to go. Let's see if I can get this on the. Yeah, I got my coffee mug ready to go. So we are locking in for the long haul. But I'm really excited to get to the Jimbob debate. As like I said, I thought that one was a little bit more entertaining to watch. But the Dyer one, I think, is a little bit more bloodier. I think the bloodshed level gets a little high in the J debate. So both of them are good for different reasons. But yeah, good question.
For example, there was a TED Talk about 10 years ago, and one of the ladies who was a diehard sort of CEO out of the academic world, she went into academia and then became a CEO. She was bragging that most CEOs now, this was again about 10 years ago, are now women. That we're reaching some tipping point, that there's a large majority of women that are now CEOs. Do you think that's good? Is that fair? Because I would see that as a revolution against male authority.
I see it. I am very dubious of her claim. B, I see it as like neutral. I don't really care who trickles up to the top, so long as the people.
How about the birth rate? Is the birth rate neutral? The fact that we're not replacing ourselves, is that a neutral effect of
who
feminism?
trickle to the top did so because there was free opportunity to do so, right? So like in our society, I'm sure here's something we probably agree on. Most of the positions of power in our society are occupied men because men tend to be more extreme, like they're just more extreme in bell curve, like genetically. And they don't often take time away from work with kids, so they have a little bit more time to dedicate. So we see at the highest levels of trickling to the top, men typically occupy those roles. I'm sure you and I would agree.
Yeah, but when you say extreme, again, this is a very ambiguous term. Extreme in their views, extreme on the bell curve.
Sorry,
those
I
are
meant
two different
genetically.
things.
Like, so because of the Y-axis specifically, so I don't know if you know anything about IQ research, for
I
example.
know some about that. Yeah.
So men, while like obviously the average IQ for men and women is 100 because it's normalized, men tend to occupy a bit more of those extreme spaces. They're both the lowest and the highest IQ. And we see men doing that all the time. They tend to just have more extreme genetic traits, both for success and for struggling, right? That's why we tend to see men overrepresented on both sides of most things. So that's why men often will trickle to the top of most workspaces, for example.
And you think that's because of extremes of IQ?
Well, not just IQ. That would be extremes of multiple things. And also, I think I
You
said,
said IQ a minute ago.
yeah, IQ would be one thing. I just don't
Okay.
think IQ is the only thing that would predict you trickling to the
So
top.
what are the things that led men to be in those positions other than IQ?
Probably just the ability to work. Like they don't take time away from work for children. Their wife typically does
Could
that.
there be anything biological?
Well, IQ
Would that be biological?
IQ would be something
It's
biological, right?
partly biological, but I'm saying like in terms of what a man is biologically, is that anything to do with what might be roles in society, hierarchy?
I don't think there's super good evidence that like testosterone predicts like anything other than like aggression towards those like equal or lower and like muscle distribution. I think it's a lot more going to be
muscle distribution is part of biology, right?
Sure, I just don't think like muscles get you to the top of a Fortune 500
What about
company.
like being a soldier? Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why men are significantly better soldiers than women.
But what about that high IQ, that group of high IQ? Does that help get them to the top of the CEO ladder?
That would definitely help. I think it's like a 45% to 60%
And you admit
predictor.
that that's partly genetic?
Yeah.
This feminist narrative that basically, men are at the top and they enforce themselves at the top, and it's just, it's they basically are forcing women to stay in lesser roles, basically, via violence. Whereas, and Jimbob highlights this in his debate really well, that, if you go back into history, women had power in their roles, and it was largely by choice, just because the system actually worked. It's like being a mother was a very highly respected position, role, and job in society. It wasn't this constant tension between men and women vying for the quote-unquote the top spot. You know what I'm saying? I think that that's one thing that you get twisted with a lot of feminists, is that they basically have this view of the battle of the sexes. It's men versus women, and it's just not reality.
Of course.
Okay. So it seems like, naturally speaking, when I appealed in my opening statement to what's natural and biological, men are just sort of fitted to those things. Their very constitution
They often
is
trickle.
for those things.
Yeah, it's just with in 2025 with women having birth control and tampons, there's less obstacles to that, so they might trickle to the top too. And I just want a society that would allow them to do so.
But why? That's what I'm getting at is, if this is biological and thus, quote, natural to a degree, according to what you're arguing, what's the need for women to do what is then perhaps not natural for them to do in society?
Because there are lots of women that are still in the high IQ realm that are very capable, that make excellent bosses.
So exceptions make the rule?
No, more like freedom of our opportunity, right? That's my premise. Is I
So the
want.
okay.
It's like the innovator scale, right? I don't want to arbitrarily just say 50% of our society cannot be at the top of society, because I want to make sure that if they're achieving the top of society, it's because of skill and like merit and et cetera, et cetera. That's what I believe in. And so I wouldn't want to arbitrarily ban women from those positions.
Right, but it's not. I didn't even talk about banning, so that was something that you interjected. What I said
I'm not
was,
saying you did, right? Because you were asking like what I'm interested in. I'm saying a freedom of opportunity for women to just trickle up.
there's a standard, which you would say that's a net good for society if women are able then to interject themselves into that male space.
To be allowed
That's
to,
a good.
yeah.
Why is that a good?
Like I said, innovator scale.
What?
Innovator scale. More people means more innovators. You just get the best of the crop.
More people. Mm-hmm. So we should have more people in society?
Sure. But I don't know if this is connected to birth rate.
Well, yeah,
specifically.
because the more people in society would then back up what you're arguing, right? But don't we need more husbands and wives to have more people?
Yeah, I just don't think these things are mutually exclusive.
How can a wife be a CEO and also raise the kids?
Tampons, birth control, like
So
supporting.
Tampons and birth control is
tampons
how.
and birth control raise
Yeah.
the kids? What do you mean?
Lots of women find a way to both raise children and work.
Well, they're
Shared parenting, like the husband takes roles. Sometimes they get babysitters.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes there's intergenerational families. There's multiple ways that women
Little known fact: women possess the ability of being two places at the same time.
share the load of parenting.
So that's a net good?
It can be, yeah.
Okay.
Freedom of
What
opportunity.
is the standard for good here?
Do you mean like at an epistemic level?
At any level?
Good as in.
In your worldview, what determines the good?
So in the case of what we're talking about, I talked about the innovator scale. So the reason I like women being able to have access to opportunity is because it improves GDP.
Okay, so the net good for society is just what? More fiat money? Like what determines that?
Yep, GDP is a good thing. Do you disagree?
Yeah, I do.
You don't
Because
think
first
GDP
of
is
all,
good?
like, what if the money is a scam?
That doesn't.
Anybody that goes to a debate with Jay Dyer, you know that the epistemology thing is going to come in. So her acting a little surprised that he's hitting on the epistemology question is kind of silly, you know.
Doesn't have anything to do with GDP. Why would not having more GDP for a country not be good?
The nature of the money itself, if the money system is a debt-based scam, doesn't have anything to do with GDP?
Not really, because GDP is about like the income of a country, right? So like debt is part of how you navigate income of a country.
Right, but our country's income is presently based on pure debt, right? Is that a bad thing?
Our GDP is not based on debt, no.
It is. Well,
Yeah,
the
see,
whole-
I initially said that the drinking game for this debate would be every time she says K, take a drink, but then Moldy came in and said, no, you got to count GDP. Every time she says GDP, take a drink. Much better system.
the whole system is based on debt. Gross domestic product is not itself debt. I'm saying the economic system itself is based on debt.
Yeah, like
Because
like
it's a
MTN.
debt-based system.
Yeah, like modern theory of like money is very debt organized. It's just like debt is not this like boogaloo scary thing in and of itself.
No, I'm talking about our system is fiat. It's not attached to anything hard. There's no hard currency that our money is attached to since the shock doctrine of Nixon, right? So
Yeah, of
Nixon
course,
goes off the gold standard.
That has nothing to do with the Boogaloo Boys. It's a totally different thing.
So we're now a debt-based system. So I'm just saying your highest quality was the best GDP in society. So your organizing principle is a neoliberal economic theory. So what I want to know is, even if that's itself based on debt, then what's the source of the good here?
So in this case, what is good for society is having a competitive GDP so that your enemies can't stomp
That's
you.
the highest good?
That's not the highest good. That's the good of what I'm talking about in the case of women entering in.
What is the
into
highest
show.
good that determines?
She doesn't want to give the highest good because she can't give the highest good because she has no objective way of saying that something is good or not, which is why Jay wins most debates, because he can just keep it there. He can keep it at that level and already dunk and slam.
That's good.
Are you talking about morality?
Just at all. In your system, you tell me what your system's standard of good is.
So I'm not really sure why we're having the epistemic conversation.
And then this is how they react. Oh, this is just word salad. This is just a prattle, or what did she say? This is just chatter. It doesn't matter. What does it matter? Because they want to just have like a quote unquote good debate. They want to have lots of flowing conversations. And, there is something to be said about that, whatever. But if it's a debate, you're going head to head. There's no reason for you to grant your opponent's position if they don't have a leg to stand on, right? If they can't actually say that something is good or true or correct, then it's kind of foolish to grant them anything. So
Why not?
Because it feels like we're losing the plot of the conversation.
No, I want to know what your standard.
this is the conversation. The conversation is feminism good for society? You're trying to define good. We're losing the plot.
of the good is.
Again.
Oh, snap. I
what
got
do
to
you
plug
mean
my
by good?
laptop in. Shit.
You said that the GDP is necessarily attached to the highest good.
I didn't say highest good. I said it's a good thing.
Okay, then I'm asking you what the highest good is that determines that the GDP is better than not caring about GDP.
So you're asking for my moral foundation theory?
Sure.
I'm a divine
You tell
command
me.
theorist.
From what divine command?
The Christian God.
And he says GDP is good?
No.
Did Moses come down and talk
I don't
about
think
that?
GDP is moral.
You just said it was the highest good
I
for
didn't say it was
this
the highest good.
This debate.
No, I said it's good for society.
Then it's moral if it's good.
I don't think it's moral in this case.
If it's good, it's moral.
Well, you can have good
The
as in
good
functional.
is a moral claim.
Well, of course you can have functional claims, right?
So if it's only functional or if it's only pragmatic, then it's not ultimately a good. It's just subjective.
So at a functional level, it is, I guess, do you disagree with this idea that it's good for a state to have competitive high GDP?
It could be, but I don't think it's the highest good, and I have a standard of good. So I'm trying to figure out what yours is.
Well, what's more important for a nation state than GDP?
The health of the society.
Sure, but if the health of society is really high,
I mean, could you have? Let me give you an example. Could you have a society that's mass addicted to drugs but has a good number, a nice income?
probably not.
No, you can have societies that are full of detriment, like full of ghettos, and they're ruled over by organized crime that make a lot of money.
Typically, those countries, like if you're thinking about like the Congo or like areas that have like high levels of corruption, their GDP is horrible. Because
Missing the
typically crime is
point.
not good for
But I'm
GDP.
saying you could conceivably have that. It doesn't matter whether there's some exception to that rule somewhere.
It's
in
not
the
exception. I would say
Congo.
the rule is, in general, when you have lots of corruption and drug addiction, it's not good for GDP.
But I'm saying conceivably you could have a ruling elite that makes a lot of money from drugs, and the society itself is living in shantytown, right?
I
They're
don't
living on
think that
Skid Row.
nation state would have high GDP. I don't think there's any evidence.
doesn't
It's
matter
literally
if you-
America. I mean, that's like we have a high GDP and our culture's trash and our people are floundering and dying and feminism is a blight on our country. Our birth rate's in the gutter, addictions through the roof, homelessness is insane. I mean, that's literally us. Like, what is this?
Think that because it's conceivable that you could have that, right? You could have a successful oligarchy that makes a lot of money, and the people themselves don't do very well.
Are you talking about like Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, sure.
Like America.
Sure, but Saudi Arabia again is not nearly as competitive as somewhere like America or any
Well,
NATO
again,
country.
how do we know that competitiveness for women is a good? You've just said that that's the case
Out of-
because it increases GDP.
So I'll just
So
break
it's
it
a
down.
circle.
It's okay. If we're gonna do
What?
we can do Agrippa's trilemma. It's just useless. I can use it at you too, right?
Well, but if I'm arguing for
Sorry for the slow boys. I'm not sure what Agrippa's trilemma is either. I got to look that one up. Slow boy alert.
moral ought on the basis of
this is not a moral ought.
It is.
It
You said
actually
a
is.
good. If you said something is the
I
good.
said it's functional.
Yeah,
what
but-
word? Okay, we're doing chatter.
So
what
now
word
you're
do you want me to use when I say functional?
No. In a debate, if you're arguing for your position, then you're necessarily arguing that we ought to follow your position.
Yeah, I think I said
so
it's
it
a
is an ought.
necessity and an unavoidable. That doesn't
So it
mean
is an ought.
It doesn't.
It's pretty sad that like the idea of an objective standard for good, an objective standard for morality or truth is considered like idle chatter, meaningless prattle because they don't think that the question can be answered. And so that's just a sad place to be.
I mean, it's a moral claim. It would be like real politic.
Well, then it's an ought because do you think we ought to follow your
Not
arguments?
all oughts are moral.
Ought we follow your arguments?
As in, like, should you do what I prescribe for society?
Ought we follow the true arguments versus the false arguments?
Sure.
Okay. Then you're using an ought right now to argue for your position.
Sure, but this isn't a moral claim.
You just argue that we ought to follow your position. That's
It's still not a moral claim.
It is.
If it's true, then it's good, right? I mean, if we should follow your position, right, that would then necessitate your position being the right, correct, true, good position.
It's not.
Oughts are morals if you're extending them to everybody in the theoretical realm of listening to the debate.
Do you think that it's
So we ought
moral or
not?
not moral to have GDP? Do you think GDP is moral?
I'm pointing out that your
Could you
position.
answer my question this
I have a
time?
different system than you,
Do
so it's
you
not going to
think-
apply to my system.
Do you think that GDP is moral?
Everything in life is conceivably or potentially moral
How is GDP moral?
because you extended it to, in this argument, the highest good.
I did not.
You
put-
did
I
walked
did
it
not-
back after
no,
I asked for the highest good.
No.
Yes, you did.
I did not.
You
I said
said
for
in
a
this-
nation state, I guess it's like one of the higher goods. Yes. It's not the highest good. And I've said,
So, and what is the good?
Jay, I don't know how to explain to you over and over that this is not a moral claim. It's real
You're
politics.
saying that?
It's pragmatism.
You're saying that. but
Jay, I have no foundation for my epistemology, Jay, okay? I didn't come here to debate whether or not something was true or false or good or bad. I just came here to prattle.
ought we follow your argument in pragmatism here?
If you want a flourishing society by and large.
So we ought, logically.
Sure, but it's
Ought we
again,
logically?
It's sure. It's again. It's not a moral claim.
It's not.
Is GDP a moral claim?
It can be depending upon
How?
the system.
How is GDP?
Good to see you, Theta. We have been doing radio streams. We just did one 2 days ago. So if anybody does like those kind of late night hangout streams, we listen to old radio from CBS Radio Mystery Theater from the 1970s. You can go find those on my channel.
Moral claim.
In your system,
How is
you're
more-
arguing that what you just said we ought to follow your arguments.
I don't know how many times to tell you this.
Yeah, but
I'm not
you're
making
confused.
a moral claim.
You are,
I'm
and you're
not.
saying you're not.
You're just keep telling me that
Anytime
I
you
am.
say that there's an ought,
That's not true.
that is true.
No.
It is.
No.
Even if you redefine it as
Okay,
functional.
how about this? You don't
because-
have to have a liberal society that has a high GDP. You're just going to get stomped and you'll be a failed nation state. It's neutral morally.
Like
Yeah, but
America.
You're missing the point about highest goods for society. You're arguing
I'm
that.
not engaging in that yet.
Wait, hold on.
Well, that's big. Go ahead.
Oh no, just if you guys can try. If you guys can, just try to let each other finish your thoughts. But go ahead.
So this debate necessarily comes down to metaphysical claims and epistemical claims and ethical claims.
No.
Yes, it does.
We can-
Because
so we can go
feminism
there.
is about morals, ethics, biology, society, social relations. You can't divorce ethics from that. Now, if you
Guys, the debate literally was, is feminism good for society? If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure that was literally the argument of the debate.
think you can, I'm happy to address that. But that's just going to get you in an even deeper bind.
I'm not saying that you can't, that you can divorce these things. Of course, feminism
You
has
just
moral
argued a
things.
minute ago that it's not moral.
GDP is not moral.
Then you can't divorce these things. So you just contradicted yourself.
So there are lots of elements. Okay. There
I
are lots
win.
of elements
'Kay.
within feminism that do make moral
'Kay.
claims, right? Lots of them. When I'm talking about something like an innovator scale, it's not a moral claim. It's real politics.
I
It's
understand you
pragmatic.
think that, but I'm pointing out that it is still moral. That's the argument I'm making.
For sure, Clontarf, and that's why I started off this review by tipping the hat and giving respect and saying I'm not here to just viciously mock and make fun, because anytime anybody debates Jay Dyer, it's because either they are totally ignorant and they've never seen a Dyer debate and they don't know what they're walking into, or because, they got courage. So good honor for that.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. That's 2 drinks in about 10 seconds, guys.
Do you want to engage with the actual conversation now?
This is the actual conversation. This is whether or not it's good and we ought follow your position. That's literally the conversation.
You saying that doesn't avoid the argument I'm making.
Okay.
I know that's what you're
Why
trying
is
to do.
GDP not good for society, or is it?
I'm saying it depends on your standard of good,
What
and that's
about
what I'm
your-
asking you what
what's
the
your
standard
standard
is.
of good, and do
I
you
think
think-
GDP can be great for a society, but it's not the highest good of society,
Sure, I
such
agree
as
with that.
the social cohesion of society. That's more important than who's making fiat money.
Okay, what do you think is the role of the nation state? should it
The
do?
nation state has the job and the duty to defend its people and to maintain a healthy society, to punish the wicked, and to reward virtue.
Sure, yeah, I would broadly agree. It's to keep its citizens safe, right? Okay, how does it do that at a
But
foreign
I
policy
said reward
level?
virtue and punish vice. So there's also necessarily an ethical component there.
Sure, that's your claim.
Right, that's my worldview.
Yeah, I'm just engaging with it.
Right.
Okay, so then how does your nation state and your worldview protect itself from enemies?
It has a standing army.
Okay, and how does it fund that standing army?
Well, nations have gone into debt, or they have been prosperous and used their own treasuries, or they have raised money to go to war. So there's a lot of different ways that could happen.
Okay, and so what do you think is the right way to do that?
It's an oversimplification question because not everything in
true.
regard to warfare or history of civilizations is necessarily right or wrong. It's a question of what might be the best or the worst. So there can be scales. It's not
Would you
all
say that
either or.
there are some things that aren't moral necessarily, some of them are just pragmatic, and then there's some things that are moral?
Everything could potentially be moral, but some things are pragmatic, sure.
Okay, that's basically what I've been saying.
Yeah,
So
but
we
you were
got there.
appealing to the good of a nation state.
You were, again, because you were using the word good in a way that I wasn't meaning it. And even though I clarified multiple times that I meant functional, and I even said, what word would you like me to
Right,
use
but-
to
So,
describe
so
what-
if something works, it's good. If something's functional, it's good. Because I'm not so sure about that.
I understand that
concept?
you think that saying that because it's functional, it removes the ethical domain, but it doesn't, is the point I'm trying to make.
What
Because the
language-
question that we're debating is whether feminism is good for society or not. That's
Sure.
an ethical, moral
Okay,
claim.
so going back to the chatter thing, how we have to agree about words, okay? You're now essentially assigning to me what good means, and it's obvious that I'm not
No, I'm
agreeing
doing
with
internal critique is what I'm doing. You know what
You're
that is?
assigning to me.
Do you know what an internal critique is?
Tell me.
So I'm criticizing your position on its own grounds. That's an internal critique. That's what happens in debates.
Okay, what word would you like me to use when I am describing this non-moral functional element that is
The
about
one
nation
that
state?
makes a non-moral position makes sense of why feminism is a good for society.
We can get there, but again, we have to.
You're not going to get there.
Well, we can, but you're not,
Not getting
you're
even
not
close
like,
to getting
We're
there.
doing
Because-
chatter. We're literally
No,
we're doing
we're
the thing I
at the
asked
point
not to do.
where you don't understand the issue. That's the
That's
point.
not true. All you've done at this point is just like you're just weaponizing.
No, you
Yes.
admitted that the debate is about whether feminism is
You're
good for
weaponizing my argument against me. You're making my position work against me. Stop, Jay.
society. That's a moral, ethical domain right there.
Sure, there are some moral elements.
So when you make
and
arguments
some
about
functional
GDP,
arguments.
if it's not moral, then it's not relevant to the debate.
It's absolutely moral. What language would
It's
you like
moral?
to use? I said it's not. There is moral elements and there are some non-moral elements. GDP.
Is the debate today about something moral?
I don't know if I agreed to saying we're only going to talk about epistemics and morality. Good is, again, this word that we're basically doing chatter around, where you're assigning a label to it, and I haven't agreed to
I'm
it. We can
trying to
just-
figure out your position on the good.
my
Yeah,
position
it's
on
chatter.
good.
It's not chatter if we can both just make claims and throw them at each other and try to see whoever has the best rhetoric wins. Whoever can dangle the shiniest object in front of the audience wins. That's a debate. Not getting down to the fundamentals of the epistemology of the good, the false, the true, the false, right? No, that's chatter.
Good is it's holistic. There are things that are good because it's functional, and there are things that it's good because it's moral.
So basically, you don't have a definition for good.
Is the debate today, feminism, about the good of the moral for society?
It's about, I guess, I would like to
Yes.
make the case for both.
The answer, okay. So if
Functional
then
and
that
moral.
means that everything you've been saying for the last hour is wrong.
No, because I'm making a case for the functional element too.
But the fact that you're making the case for the functional element too doesn't matter if you're also talking about the moral.
You can make both arguments, and I would
Correct.
like to engage
Yes.
in the first
Yeah.
one.
I would like to engage in the one that's not getting BTFO'd right now. Okay, can we just skip over the part of my argument that doesn't make any sense and that you could tear apart?
Right, because the other one is the one I'm looking at, and that's the problem for you.
It's not the problem for me. The
Yes.
problem with this conversation is that essentially what you've done is you've assigned me a bunch of positions that I don't have.
No.
You've done a bunch of circle
What?
talk about words. You've done a couple of rhetorical flashbangs. And now we're stuck in the situation where we can't actually talk about the idea.
Rhetorical flashbang. He's got his rhetorical SWAT suit on, and he's got his rhetorical frag grenades getting tossed in there. She's getting rhetorically annihilated.
He is, which is unfortunate because I was really looking forward.
You're chasing, like one foot is nailed, and then the other one is going in a circle. Like you're like a,
if you want-
cartoon
again,
character running in a circle.
If you want to like throw Agrippa's trilemma at me, you can, but I can throw it at you too. And if we do that, then there's no
Do it.
point. We're at an impasse.
Do it.
What do you think is good?
The good ultimately relates to God, the highest
Okay.
good.
Okay, the highest good. So
Ah, these Christ cucks.
is GDP in direction of that or not?
All things that exist are good in some way, and in some way relate to morals. But I do not believe that the GDP is the highest good for society.
Okay, what is the highest good for society?
The health and flourishing of the society, which has to exist within some kind of patriarchal norm. That's the only way that it can function.
Gotcha.
And the ones that don't, they dysfunction.
Okay, and so in your mind, does GDP contribute to any of that?
It's just one component of life, just like, I don't know, the size of the nation's landmass is one component,
Sure, I would agree with that.
but it's not the highest good.
Okay, gotcha.
So what's the argument that feminism is good for society?
Feminism is good for society at a functional level
Uh-huh.
because it increases innovator scale. I also think it's the right thing to do.
Oh,
That's
she said the thing. It's the right thing.
moral oughts.
Yep, I'm
Yep, it's a moral ought that I can't justify.
giving you a moral claim now.
Okay, thank you. And why is it right
Thank
for
you.
society?
This is where I win.
It is right for society because I think in general we should try to treat others well, and I think limiting people's opportunity by force is bad for them.
Why is it bad?
I don't think God wants that.
Okay.
Why is it
What-
bad?
The Christian one,
Okay. Where does he talk about this?
forcing people to do things.
It's funny because I think
No.
she thinks that by going off the Christian God, it's like gonna work in favor for her, but it's actually like the worst thing she could do because she's debating Jay.
This idea of what the good is for society, because we have a lot of historical Christian societies.
Sure.
Were any of them feminist?
No, but I don't think in general that
Oh.
God advocates really strongly for a political system.
Really?
No.
What about when Israel was organized? Was that a political system? What did they
Like
have?
in 1948
No, in the Old Testament.
in the Old Testament.
Mm-hmm.
Was it? It was a political society.
How was it organized?
I'm not a Jew.
What does that have to do with whether it was organized in a certain way or not?
That
has
remains
nothing
to
to do
be
with my claim.
seen.
What does the Old Testament say about how God organized that society?
He gave them prescriptions about how to run their life from Moses.
How was that society organized?
It was organized, I believe, in a patriarchal society
Yes,
with matrilineal
correct.
heritage.
And it was a monarchy,
Yes.
a male monarchy.
Yep.
Okay. So, in that regard, God was not feminist, right?
I've never said that God was feminist.
Well, I'm asking if there's a history example of where God organized a feminist society.
I mean, it's interesting because when you look at like ancient Judeo history, if you're not being present,
Get ready, because this is where it goes off the rails, dude. Oh my goodness! As soon as they bring in Israel, we get into about 10 minutes of arguing over if Israel is a historic,
it was like
example.
insanely progressive compared to like the pagans around them, like the Assyrians and Babylonians.
That's not what I'm asking.
That's our right, exactly. Yeah, the Christian God is actually empowering for women, and that feminism actually is directly attacking Christianity and the patriarchal structure, which did empower women and which did give women protection and power and all of these things. So thank you. Yes, we know that the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob loves women, and that's why feminism is bad, because it's literally trying to destroy the family unit. Like, thank you.
Well, it is what you're asking.
You're calling
right?
it progressive, and I would just say it's healthy. So the fact that they,
Sure,
had,
yeah,
the
like
ten,
God,
they had the Ten
God
Commandments.
seemed to advocate to some degree for a better treatment of women than any other society
I
around
agree,
them.
but that's not feminism.
To some degree, you could argue that it is if you agree with my definition, which is like the empowerment.
Well, but your
and
definition is so
promotion of
elastic
femininity.
and broad that it could be anything
But you agreed
except
to
for
it.
what my position is. No, I don't, because I'm not agreeing that Old Testament patriarchal society is feminist. You just admitted it's not.
If you're not agreeing, why did we even define the words at the beginning?
Can
if
you
now you're
name
just
a
rejecting
feminist
them?
society
I'm not
that
interested
God
to.
advocated?
I'm not interested to.
You appealed to God.
Yeah, I think it's
I'm not
a good thing to
interested.
treat women well.
Did God ever? That's not feminism. Now you're equivocating.
I'm not equivocating.
Yes, you are.
How am I equivocating?
You're changing, moving the goalposts as to what feminism is.
That's a completely different
so
fallacy.
If God
Am I
has,
equivocating or am I
if
moving? Hold
in
on,
the
am I
law,
Erudite, Jay knows what both of these things are. It's like, come on now. I mean, have you never seen him? Like, it's very obvious that he understands the difference, and then he goes on to show how he's doing both at the same time.
equivocating or am I moving the goalpost now?
it's both.
It's
You're
both.
equivocating on the word and moving the goalposts to make your position work. So if there's no feminist,
not what
if there's no
equivocating
feminist equivocating on the word,
That's not what equivocating
I know what
means.
equivocation means. Yes, it does. It means that two different understandings of a word. You're equivocating on the word.
Okay.
Feminism, and you're
'Kay.
defining to say that if God in the Old Testament gives women rights, that's feminism. That's not what feminism is. Feminism is a modern movement, post-revolutionary
Then why
philosophy.
did you agree to my definition of feminism?
Because it's so broad that that's fine if you want to defend that against patriarchy, but I'm arguing patriarchy against feminism,
So
and
all
what
you're
you
doing
appeal
now
to
is moving the goalposts
what
by the
you
originally
ap-
agreeing to a
No.
definition of feminism, and now you're saying that can't work anymore because it's defeating my argument?
the Old Testament God and the New Testament God are the same God, and they never institute a feminist society. And women's rights are being made in the image of God, that women are protected now in that status.
What do you mean
is
by a
not
feminist
feminism.
society? What do you mean by a feminist society?
A matriarchal society
I'm
or,
not advocating
or a
for that.
non-patriarchal society.
I've never advocated for either of these things.
Okay, but feminism has never been a societal goal in the Old Testament or the New Testament or the history of any Christian society.
Again,
so you have no
I haven't
examples of
advocated-
this.
I haven't advocated for any of these things. I don't need
You
to.
appealed to God as your standard of the ought and
I
the
said it-
right, the moral right.
Yeah, it's a
right?
moral thing to treat
Correct.
women well.
And then I said, give me the examples of where that God ever instituted anything like what you're talking about in terms of
And I
feminism,
said
and there's
in-
not.
that
There's not.
There is, according to the definition you agreed to
No,
on
there's not.
feminism. Yeah, the empowerment and promotion of femininity. Judaism.
That is not what is happening in the Old Testament.
Judaism
That
is
is not.
the most progressive approach to femininity of all of the ancient
Modern rabbinic
religions.
Judaism is not the same thing as what's in the
But
Mosaic Law.
you asked for
You
Old
admitted-
Testament
you
examples, which
admitted
I
it-
just gave you one.
That's not rabbinic Judaism. You admitted that it's a patriarchal society that's a
What do
monarchy.
you mean it's not rabbinic? You don't think Old Testament Judeo like
No, it's not.
it's not
different.
rabbinic? What are you talking about?
Self-owned. She's so confident she's right, and she has no idea what she's talking about.
It's not the same thing as
You
rabbinic
don't think
Judaism.
that the 1200 BC society that was erected by King David wasn't a rabbinic society?
Rabbinic Judaism comes out of the 4th and 5th century when the Babylonian Talmud is collected and collated.
So you don't
That's
think
not,
that the Old Testament at
is
all
not rabbinic, no.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
And it's patriarchal.
Okay.
So even if
Fine, Jay. I'm just wrong about everything then. Fine, Jay. This is like arguing with some of my ex-girlfriend. Fine, Jay.
it was rabbinic, it wouldn't
That's fine.
repeat.
I guess I just don't know anything.
Then there's no examples of what you're talking about.
Well, the issue for me is that what you're doing is you're creating a false dichotomy. You're pretending like patriarchy and feminism can't coexist at the
Correct,
same
they
time.
cannot.
Of course they can. We live in one.
Being feminine is not the same thing as the movement of feminism.
I didn't say that it is. I said that
You
we
did.
are.
You said that femininity is promoted in the Old Testament, and you used that as a way to prove your position.
I said it empowered women and it promoted femininity. It empowered women by creating matrilineal lines of inheritance, and it promoted femininity by making a whole bunch of female figures be viewed as these like incredible characters to like look up to, like Ruth and Deborah and stuff like that.
Okay, well, there's a
Which,
plenty.
according to the definition you agreed to on feminism, would be feminism.
Then it wasn't, quote, progressive according to your view, because other societies worship the goddess, and that would be more progressive than what you said.
If you want, we can go back an hour and we can redo chatter, and you can make a new definition for feminism that you like more, so that you can apply it
Redo
more
chatter.
newly if
No. You said that you were making definitions to avoid chatter. Now she's saying that the defining was chatter. Is that a cell phone?
you'd like.
You have moved the goalpost.
I have not. I
From
wrote it
what
down.
feminism is.
I wrote it down,
to be
and you agreed to it.
anything that. So is the goddess feminism?
I don't know what the
Is goddess worship in the ancient pagan world, is that feminism?
It might be.
Okay,
I'm not
thank
sure.
you.
I don't know anything
so your
about.
view,
Well, hold on.
So your
Hold
position
on.
is so elastic that it could encompass any
Then
possible
why did
position.
you agree to it?
It's unfault because the way you've framed it was anti-patriarchy, and I'm fine with that.
I didn't frame it that way.
Yes, you did.
I did not frame it that
The
way.
terms of this debate
If you
are:
wanna go back an
is
hour-
feminism good or is patriarchy good?
I wrote it down. Do you want to go
The
back
fact
an
that
hour?
you wrote it down just means that you misunderstand what you wrote down.
No,
that's even dumber.
Do you doubt? Do you deny the data?
The issue, rather than you just being bad faith for no reason,
No,
is
this
that
is good. You didn't even know what an internal critique is. So
Well-
I'm not being bad faith. I've been debating for 25 years.
it's
not bad faith.
completely fine to know what terms are, right?
Sure, but in terms of debate, that's like 101, knowing what an internal critique is.
I understand what like consistency checks are. I just didn't use the language internal critique, right? So if we want to go back an hour, you agreed to this idea of chatter, right? How we want to define concepts, agree to them so that we can talk about
Women
ideas.
prattle or chatter?
Oh,
Go ahead.
So if you agree to that, and then you agree to the
I like how he
terms,
puts the sunglasses on after saying that.
you can change them later. I'm just going to be good faith. You can change them later if you want to. Let's just go back to the terms again and narrow it down to what we can agree to.
I'm just going to be fair. I'm just going to be good faith, good, fair. You can be evil, mean, and bad faith if you want, but I'm just going to be good.
feminism and patriarchy means. Because
Right.
now, like, all you're doing
I
is...
gave a very precise definition for patriarchy, right?
Sure, I did
And you
too.
gave a very loose definition as to what you think feminism is, which could encompass conceivably anything that helps women. And that's an ambiguity fallacy.
Then provide a different definition. Don't agree to it.
In my opening statement, I
Define
said
my
that
words
I
for
believe
me.
feminism is a revolutionary philosophy that destroys society. It was
Jay, make my argument for me.
brought about to change society in toto and ultimately to serve into oligarchical designs and people who, and I gave sources. You can read the Rockefeller's authorized biography. They have a whole discussion of Abby Rockefeller funding third wave feminism in Cell
Sorry,
16.
how is this not just as ambiguous as the one? It's just a revolutionary
ambiguous?
system.
Listing out the funders and the notable figures in history is ambiguous.
I'm
guys.
literally giving you the people who funded it and the actual names of the
That
people like
doesn't- none
Cell
of this-
16.
I don't know why you're appealing to. I don't know why you're appealing to authority right now. None of this matters.
Appealing to
I'm
That's
asking
not
for
authority.
an
a
authority.
definition.
That's the people involved. It's not an authority
You-
appeal.
Yeah, if
I don't know why you're defining feminism, Jay. We're here to debate feminism, not define what it is.
You don't know what an
you
authority
think
appeal
funded
is.
them is an authority for the
I gave
definition
the
of
people
feminism.
involved, like Abby Rockefeller,
That
who
would
was
be an
herself.
authority.
No, it's not.
Then why are you citing them?
It's a person who's in the movement. It's not just the funder.
Yeah, you're appealing to authority.
Guaranteed they will be bringing Jay back on. Your brother's saying you don't. I'm curious why they think that. I would pretty much guarantee that they'll bring him back on.
You don't know what an appeal to. That's a fact. It's not an appeal to authority. You don't know what an
You are
appeal to authority
citing
is.
them
This is so
for a
silly.
definition of feminism.
Yeah, that's not an appeal to authority.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes,
you
it
don't
is.
know what an appeal to authority. If I said my position is true because I cite the Rockefellers, that would be an appeal to authority, and
You're
that's a
saying
fallacy.
This definition
this is an evidence,
true
goofus.
because of the Rockefellers. If you want,
No, I'm not. I'm telling you
If
the
you wa-
history of the movement,
that
which
has
you don't
nothing-
even know
again,
about.
I've asked you to define feminism, and now
And
what
I'm
you're
giving
doing,
you the history of that movement,
I'm
which
asking
is
you for a
three
definition.
waves.
Why, I don't
Are
know-
there 3 waves of
Doofus,
feminism?
why can't you give me a definition?
Are there 3 waves of feminism?
There's 4.
Okay. So there's
There's four. Actually, there's four. I didn't ask if there were only 3 waves of feminism. I was asking if there were 3 waves, which 4 would mean yes.
3.
Oh, you didn't know that. That's crazy.
So there are 3, correct?
There's 4.
Right, but that would mean there's also 3, even though there's a 4th, right?
There's 1, 2, and 4. There's only 1, 2, and 4.
That's true. 3 is less than 4.
I
Good
know
job,
that,
Jay.
but the fact that there's 4, there's still 3 that have happened, right?
Irrelevant to anything
Irrelevant.
modern
Wait a minute.
feminism.
Is that an appeal to authority?
What authority am I citing right now? I know
Well, you're
really
citing facts that you think are appeal
Which
to
authority have I cited? Name one. Name one authority I've cited, Jay.
You think-
Go. Name one authority I've
You
cited.
don't understand
Jay,
what-
name
I'm
one
making a
authority
joke.
I've
Jay?
cited.
I'm making a joke because
What's the
you think
authority I cited?
appealing to a fact is appeal to authority. Those are two
That's
different
not
things.
true.
Yes,
In fact,
it is.
when you were
If
citing
I talk
Rockefeller,
about-
when you're
listen,
citing
this is
Rockefeller
so stupid.
as the definition for feminism,
No, the
I'm saying you're appealing
funder
to
is not
authority.
the definition, you idiot.
Then why are you appealing to them in any way?
To prove the history of the movement
Do you know
and
what an
what
appeal
it
to authority
teaches.
fallacy is? Brian,
Yes,
do you know what an
I
appeal
just
to
gave you
authority
the
fallacy is?
example.
Okay.
I've been debating for 25 years. I know what the appeal to authority is. That's one right there.
Okay, so
See,
when
that's
you
the appeal to authority
when you
fallacy.
appeal to irrelevant people that sound
It's
authoritative
not
but
irrelevant.
aren't relevant, the history
Do you know
of
why?
feminism
Do you
isn't
wanna-
relevant.
Jay, it's irrelevant. They just funded it and engaged in it at the beginning. It's not
to
relevant.
you giving me a definition of feminism.
is.
That
They
I can
injected society with this belief that they had and with this agenda that they had. I don't see how it's relevant.
operate
Is it
off
a
of.
historical movement?
Can you give me
Is it a
fucking
historical
definition?
movement?
Yeah, of course.
Then the history is relevant to the definition, you idiot.
Then give me the definition. You can do it,
Let's keep
Jay.
it nice if
You
you can.
You can do it,
idiot!
Jay. I believe in
This is
you.
like talking to a 5-year-old.
Yeah. Well, you're a big.
This is the J. Dyer barometric thermometer, right? This is how you can tell how happy or angry he is with how the debate's going, is if he pulls out goofus or idiot.
boy, so this should be really easy for you. Define feminism. Go ahead.
Feminism is a historical movement that's concerned with the rights of women, including egalitarianism, the idea that women and men are equal. If we go back to Wollstonecraft, if we go back to the suffrage movement, if we go back to the notion of women.
Well, Orthodox family life, it's almost done, and then we got the Jimbob debate, which I think, it'd be a shame if you miss it, because the Jimbob debate is less bloody, and, you should check it out.
Not being married at certain ages as children. So the first wave wanted not just suffragism, but they also wanted to not have child brides and that kind of stuff.
I'm really proud of you. You got
But they
two
also
things.
listen.
One more.
I'm not.
We're-
Shut up.
We're super
Shut
close.
up and let me finish.
We're
I'm
super
not
close.
done.
Yeah, I
I'm
believe
not
you.
done.
I
They
believe you. I
also
know you're not.
wanted better work hours. They wanted women to have inheritance rights. They wanted women to be able to
Okay, so
get
labor
jobs
rights.
and they wanted women in the workforce and to be in positions that they didn't have. So they wanted certain social rights
Okay,
that
so they
women did, like voting, right, suffrage, right? Those are all first wave.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
This is your definition of feminism? Okay, I'm
Are
writing
you-
it down.
are you serious?
I'm so dumb.
You
I'm
asked
writing
for the.
it-
Yeah, that's the sad part about this stuff, and it's also, the thing is too, like with debates, the value in the debate really is for the audience and less for the debaters, because typically, especially in the debate bro YouTube sphere, the people that like Erudite, who have their own channels and their own platform, they're typically in bad faith in the sense that there's no chance that their worldview is going to change. There's no chance they're going to admit where they're wrong and grow and learn, and so it is hard as a Christian to see people, and it's kind of sad. But you just got to think of all the people in the chat who are sort of on the fence, or maybe they just adhere to feminism, much like I did with, sort of left-leaning politics, or atheism. You think that's the smart, right, correct position, and then when you see the things go head-to-head, and you realize, oh, actually, it's kind of stupid. It's really helpful for a lot of people. And yeah, of course. I mean, if a lot of these feminists out there were aware of how good it is to live a life in Christ, then obviously they're not going to be in this, secular, evil, demonic lifestyle. Like, that's just, of course,
History of it.
I didn't ask you for the history. I asked you for a
You
definition.
said that it's historical.
Okay.
And I'm
rights
giving
of
you the
women,
movements.
I'm not asking for the history. I'm asking
You
for you to-
said it is historical, so
asking
I
you-
have to go
I'm
back to the
asking-
people.
no,
You're so dumb
no.
that you can't conceive of a position
okay,
apart
here,
from
watch.
the people
I'll do
who
something
came
different.
up with
Watch,
the
watch, watch.
position.
So Israel. I can define Israel without
What is this
going
evidence?
through the entire history of Israel. Feminism, while it
No, you
does
can't.
have,
Actually,
yes,
you
of
can't.
course you can.
No, this
because
is
for the
so
sake
silly
of
because
conversation,
you
we have to
admitted it's
agree
a
what
For the sake of conversation, let me divorce a historic entity from its history.
Historical
construct is.
movement, therefore it can't be divorced from the people in history.
I'm not asking
Do you
to
think it
divorce
came
it.
out of the sky?
You're
Did it come
again,
into
this is a
people's
false
minds out of the
dichotomy.
sky
This
or
is a
from the
false
people?
dichotomy. You're doing a false dichotomy again.
What are you, dude? You don't
You're,
even.
you're
this is
acting
so
like
crazy.
you're acting like you can't define it without the history. I'm telling you.
Correct. It's a historical movement by your own definition.
That doesn't mean that you can't make a definition for the word,
Yes,
so
you
we
have
can
to
just
go to
talk
the
about
people.
it.
I mean, maybe you could make a faulty, fallacious definition. If the definition is divorced from what it actually is, then it's not a very good definition, is it?
words come from? From people.
That
They
doesn't
don't
mean-
drop out of the sky. They come
Jay,
from people.
Jay, I know you can do this. You can define a word without giving me a 5-minute
you
monologue
can't.
on the history.
No, you can't.
So there's no way for you to define feminism.
Would you go to a
without
dictionary?
history.
That's an appeal to authority.
It's not an appeal
Yes,
to
it is.
authority. Okay, there are appeal to authorities that are fallacious, and there are appeal to authorities that are
Oh,
non-fallacious.
like when I give the examples of the
Rockefeller
funders,
as
the
a
funders of
funder
it.
is not an appeal.
It's not
a
just a
legitimate-
funder. Abby was involved in Cell 16. She's not just a funder.
That doesn't matter. That
It
doesn't
does
mean,
because it came from them.
that doesn't mean that she's a relevant authority to cite.
The one who funded it and got it going at Chicago University is
Funded
not relevant.
portions of the third wave. Yes,
Correct.
that doesn't mean that
No,
she
it
gets
comes
to
out of her money.
No, that doesn't mean
Millions
that-
of dollars at
again,
Chicago University.
That doesn't mean that she's the definer of feminism.
I didn't say she was. I said she's.
You cited her as a definer of feminism.
She's involved in the third
What's
wave
the
movement.
definition of feminism, Jay?
Oh
You
my
can do
gosh,
it.
you're so stupid.
I've got
You
three
can't
things from you so far.
even do a
Feminism
rational
equals
conversation.
rights of women. Men and women are
You
equal.
admit
Yes, EPL Clips is Slowboy. Everybody go subscribe to EPL Clips.
admitted.
Labor rights.
I
I've
mentioned
got three things. What
I
else is
mentioned
feminism? We can do this,
inheritance
Jay.
in terms of first wave feminism. I mentioned
yeah.
child age of marriage as another element of it.
Okay, so
in terms of the first wave.
Civil rights. Let's just call those civil rights.
That's not civil rights. It's yeah, oh my gosh. It's
How is that not
prior to
civil
the civil
rights?
rights movement. You idiot.
That doesn't mean that it's not civil rights, Jay. I'm just trying to create a way to make this succinct so we can get a fucking definition because you don't like mine, which is fine.
I said
Because
you-
I want the debate to be just us making claims at each other and just, engaging in rhetoric and not actually getting down to any sort of fundamentals.
That's why I'm just
yours
trying to
is
now get a
too
new one.
broad.
That's fine. Make your own.
I'm giving the historic.
I don't want the
need
history.
my own definition.
Yes,
it's
you
your
do.
position.
Yes, you do. You have to redefine my argument for me, Jay. You have to present my claim for me because you're better at this than me.
You goofus.
No.
You debate
Jay,
positions
Jay,
like when you
Jay,
debated Jimbob,
Jay.
and you tell people to define your position. This is how silly you are.
No, Jay.
You
I gave
a broad definition.
I gave you a definition, and you
Which
don't
is too
like
broad.
it. That's
No.
fine. Make your own definition, and then we can
I
work
don't
from
need
there.
to make a definition.
Yes,
It's
you
not
do.
my
If you
position.
have
Jay is not awful at this because and I can understand why somebody might get that view because they want to see like a more conversational. They want to see the rhetoric sort of back and forth. This is actually a masterful thing by Jay is that he's hanging people up on their definitions. She can't even get off the ground. She can't even get to make her claims about feminism because she's still struggling with how to define something in history by divorcing it from history. So you could say, "Oh yeah, this is terrible. He sucks." I mean, this isn't even going anywhere. That's the point. That's good for Jay. It's good for Jay's, position in the debate for her not to be able to even get off the ground and make her rhetorical argument about why feminism's good, because this is what they want to do. They want to list off all of these things that the viewer, that the audience member is going to hear and go, "Oh yeah, that does sound good." Right? But what the opponent to that position needs to do is they need to show that they can't make an ought claim. They can't say something is good because they have no epistemic foundation for that ought, right? And so, to an average slow boy like me, you just step in and watch it. It's like, oh man, he's not very good. He's actually really, really good at it. And while, yeah, this debate isn't the most, indicative of his skill, I mean, like this is just one more example that he knows what he's doing.
Rejected my definition. You now have to supply one.
Yes, I'm going to the people who came up with it. Correct.
Rockefeller didn't come up.
No super chats yet, though I haven't checked in a while, so I will go recheck. Guys, if you want to support the channel, all super chats will be read live. All questions, comments, if you're angry, if you hate me, if you hate Jay, you could put that in the super chats, PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo. I will read all of them live. Typically, we start to get a lot more when we do these towards the end, but At any time, you can send in your comments.
Up with it.
I said Mary Wollstonecraft in my opening statement is one of the first feminists in modern society.
Do you want to supply a definition? This doesn't matter, Jay. Just make a definition.
So the people who came up with it don't matter.
They matter if you can get to getting a definition out of your fucking mouth. We've got
I've been giving you
We've got four elements of
Thank you.
feminism now. Okay, so we've got rights of women, like men and women are equal, egalitarianism, labor rights, and civil rights. Is there anything else you would like to add to that definition?
As we move into modernity, we get more radical versions of this, particularly with Cell 16, which becomes almost a revolutionary terrorist movement, which wants to engage in radical action and Skittles rights, shall we say. So they
Oh, snap. Jethro sent in $8. He says, love you, man. Wish it could be more. Thank you so much, Jethro. I see what you did there, buddy. I see what you did there. Love you too, brother. And thank you so much. And there is obviously, that's more than I deserve, and it is extremely generous, and I really appreciate that.
they move into it being Skittles as well.
Okay, so
Now, I don't care if you reject
trans rights.
I don't care if you reject that or accept that.
I
Because I'm looking at this as a historical movement, because guess what? Feminism is a historical movement. That's what we're debating.
You might not believe me, Jay. I'm so disappointed about this conversation. I talked about chatter because I was interested in a good
You
discussion.
keep saying chatter doesn't have anything to do with the fact that
And this, I'll just repeat myself, this is why, you know, the value in these debates come from showing that the arguments themselves have no ground, right? And so you can kind of see when you make a fool of an atheist, there's a lot of people, especially on these channels with 4-5 million subscribers. I mean, you really can't measure the impact of these things. And so while it is a waste of time if you're just looking at Erudite and you're like, oh, gee, I hope Erudite, you know, mends her ways. It's like, yeah, that's unlikely to happen. But, you know, God uses us and we don't see the effects. And it's a lot bigger than we realize. But we aren't going to be watching the whole thing. We're just going to be going up to Super Chats. We probably got about another 10 minutes to go on this. About
that I did
15.
an internal critique and you didn't know what that was. And then I start going to the history of feminism
You're just
and then
saying
you're
stuff right
floundering.
now. You're just saying
I'm just
stuff right
saying
now.
stuff.
Yeah.
There we
Just
go.
saying
So
stuff.
going to chatter, the reason I asked you about it is so that we could have a decently good conversation so that we weren't quibbling over the definition of words and we could actually engage in conversation. If the only way that you can debate for the last 25 years is to just quibble about semantics of
If the only way you can debate for 25 years by pinning down people before they can even, you know, engage in their rhetoric, which is pretty much all they're good at, then, like, that's pretty bad.
words, I'm sorry, you're not a king debater. You're just bad faith.
You
I'm a master debater, not king
asked
debater.
me for the last 30 minutes to define a word. So you're the one that's quibbling about semantics.
I'm
That's
not
semantics.
quibbling. I'm literally not quibbling. I am writing down your words.
Oh, so if you're
and
writing it down.
I'm granting. It's not semantics because I'm just granting your
I thought
definition.
it was semantics. No, it's not.
It's not semantic debating because I'm not disagreeing with you on your definition. I'm literally begging you to just give me one. I'm begging you at this point because you don't like mine. So let's give yours.
I don't care.
Right.
She
Your
doesn't
definition-
get it, dude. She doesn't get that, like, he doesn't want her to go forward. He doesn't want to grant her any position. Why is he going to define these definitions for her? Why would anybody do that? You've already lost, you know, you can't even get off the ground.
Is because all I have to do is critique your position internally and points out
You
that it's
do have
so
to care
ambiguous.
about my definition if you're going to do an internal critique. That's the fundamental of a fucking internal critique. Is that
Oh, now you
have to
do know
use my
about. So
definition.
you just learned about an internal critique about 10 minutes ago,
She
and
getting
now
mad.
you're going to lecture me on it.
You're a really good teacher, Jay. What can
Thank
I
you.
say? So
The debate's over.
you do care
She
about.
admitted she's learning.
You
in the
do
debate.
care about feminism and my definition of it because you need it for the internal critique, which you've already
I
acknowledged.
don't care about it because
but
it
now
doesn't-
you've
it
rejected
doesn't
my
act-
definition
oh my
of
God.
feminism. So again, I know being mean to women is your fallback
Oh,
if you
now,
have nothing
so there we
else
go.
to
Ad
go.
hominem now, so there we go.
It's not an ad hominem. I didn't say
Being
you're
mean to you?
No,
Who's being mean to
I
you?
didn't say you're wrong because you're being an asshole. I just said you're an asshole.
Now you're getting your feelings.
That's not an ad hominem. My feelings
It's
are
not
fine.
an ad hominem.
No. Insulting people and being mean is an ad hom. You should know this. You can Google it. Google it at home. An ad hom is when you use the insult of a person to discredit them. So if I said, Jay, you're wrong because you're mean, now I'm ad homing you. As a debate bro of 25 years, you should know your fallacies better. You've already been wrong about multiple fallacies.
You're getting hysterical.
and you can't, and you can't define feminism.
You're acting like your mother.
Do you want to get there?
You've already admitted that I gave you four elements.
It seems like you have more.
So
5 actually.
I think that
it seems
you
like have
actually
more
think
that you want to add.
You
to.
actually think like
Or are you happy
maybe
with this
a
definition?
100 IQ person that the way that you define something is you literally just look at a definition in a dictionary and then you just list it out, and that's the definition of the word.
False.
That's
False.
Yeah,
Really?
Yeah.
that's why she wanted a 2-second definition of Israel, because she just wants him to say, a group of people in the Middle East 8,000 years ago. That's the definition. That's it. That's the word.
Never said
because
that.
I'm giving
Which is, as Jay pointed out, an appeal to authority.
you the entire
Jay?
context of the history of feminism,
Why?
and you're saying, I need a fucking definition,
Yes.
as we're working through the actual history of it and the definition of
because
what
again,
it is.
to give me
You admitted that it's a historical movement, didn't
that
you?
has nothing to do with
You-
you
it-
giving me a definition
you
so that we can
admitted-
talk about
And
it.
this
That
is
it-
why I said this is where it goes off the rails, because, my God, dude, we're still talking about Israel.
It's a historical
Of course, Jay.
movement,
Yeah.
so the history has to do with it, you idiot.
I don't need the history for you to give me a definition, you
We
idiot.
have to go to the people who are the philosophers of it.
You can just define
Like
it.
Mary Wollstonecraft and her positions.
You can just
like
define it.
egalitarianism.
You can just define it so
I'm
we can
defining
fucking
it
move
for
on.
you. I've been defining it, and you just
it's-
keep yapping and
the-
melting down over your notes.
Well, the issue is that it has taken me pushing you to be specific over and over for 45 minutes. We have 5 points now.
because you don't
for
have
feminism.
anything other than this.
That's false.
How
I
does
gave you
any of
multiple
this
definitions.
prove your position that feminism is good for society?
Honestly,
As a feminist,
can we
you're
get there?
showing us that you're not good for society. So
Yeah.
you're actually proving my point as you yap and argue. You're
That's actually a
proving my
great
point.
example of an ad
Yes,
hom.
that is actually
That is an ad hom,
That is an
actually.
but it's an illustrative ad hominem. Yes, correct.
That's true. It was a very creative ad hom. Okay, so we have 5 points that you would like to define feminism. Is there any other points that you want to define feminism with?
Yes,
Is there
the
anything
people
else?
who funded that also said
Yeah.
that they like the movement because it destroys the nuclear family, gets women in the workforce, taxes the other half of the population, and reduces the population because there's less families.
How do you want to summarize that?
Why do I have
destruction
to?
of
You
nuclear
can't remember
family?
what I just
So
said?
feminism
You can't
is-
remember 4 sentences I just said?
No, I can remember. I just want to you're such a, you're just very yappy, and so I'd like
You're
to.
very
Yes,
yappy.
you, to,
Shouts out to Slowboy Whiteboard, sending $10. She says, for a pack of smokes on me, I'm a bad influence. Thank you so much, Kristen. I really appreciate you, and I appreciate your bad influence.
give me a definition. You've had to give me an entire century's worth of history,
You
even
mean,
though.
like when you admitted that it's a historical movement, so
Yeah.
it can't be
Here's the thing,
be
Jay.
divorced from the.
This centuries old movement, you have to give me the centuries of history, because that's actually goes into what defines it, since it's what it is.
You know what you
people?
could have done? You could have just said to me, so that we can move forward with this conversation. Feminism
To me, so not in truth, just to my subjective opinion, Israel is.
is
Yeah, but I'm not going to
is
grant
rights
you.
of women, men
it's
and
a
women
debate,
are equal, labor
so I'm
rights,
not going to
civil
grant
rights,
you
and trans rights.
simple answers in a debate.
Why
to
wouldn't you
help
just define a word?
I
Well,
don't
if we
owe
can,
you
if
a
we can,
definition.
maybe we could avoid some of the insults.
Brother, good luck with that.
And if we can, also allow people
Ain't happening.
to finish their thought. Let's try to
Okay, are you
not
happy?
do interruptions, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah,
So
are
I
you?
want to know how any of this helps your case to prove feminism is good for society.
Well, we can get there now that we've defined feminism. So destruction of nuclear family is another one that you would like to add to
Sure.
the definition of feminism.
That's why the people who fund it matter, is because they say that.
Okay,
But
I
yes,
would-
guys, hang in there, because we do have a very constructive debate, at least from what I saw with Jimbo.
argue that the destruction of nuclear families is not inherent to most feminist movements and is bad. So I reject that part of your definition.
So the people who want that in society and say that it does that don't matter. Because you have
They're not the feminism that I'm fighting
because you have a definition that is so elastic to make it anything that you think helps women. And that's why I've said you've already lost the debate,
for. I was
because
pretty
you're elastic.
specific. The
It's not
empowerment.
specific.
Well, you define.
That's why I actually
empowerment
opened
of women and
statement.
promotion of femininity. So empowerment means things
That
like
is
removing obstacles.
ambiguous.
And promotion of
It's
femininity would be
ambiguous.
like making feminine traits viewed as respect-worthy.
Like submitting to authority in men? Is that a feminine trait?
No, I would not say so.
Oh, so it's not clear. It's ambiguous.
I would say
so it's,
submission is.
you have to
feminine.
define it.
I would say submission's feminine, but I don't think it's to men specifically. No.
Oh, okay.
It would be like to any authority, right?
To any authority.
Yeah.
Are most authority men?
A lot of them are, but some
So
are
it would
women.
be to men.
Nope, it would be to authority. But men aren't a class. Men aren't a class.
But most authorities are men, and they are submitting to that, right?
So
So it would be. to
yeah,
men.
but the idea. Okay, you love semantic fights.
No, it's called a debate.
I can do that too. If you want me to just like mock you every time you stutter, we can have a super fun
It's
conversation.
just how debates work. I'm sorry.
Mocking people when they stutter is not.
Rhetoric is part of
And
debate.
this is why women generally should not debate, because it's just like I'm getting flashbacks to arguing with my ex-girlfriends, as I said before. It's ugly. It gets ugly.
Yes,
This
it
is not rhetoric. This is just
rhetoric.
you being.
If you ever watched an
performative.
Oxford Union debate, they make fun of each other.
I'm fine with you making fun of each other.
That's what I've been doing.
Okay. Would you like to have a productive conversation too, or do you want to just? Do you want? We
I'm
can
having a
circle the
great
drain.
time.
If you,
I'm having a great time.
that's fine. We can just continue to circle the drain.
And how does this prove feminism is good for society?
Okay, so I already said I would reject the destruction of the nuclear family. I don't think it's central to most feminism. I think most.
And
Was it
Rachel,
central to
and
CSAW
Rachel.
16?
It sounds like it was, but I would say most fourth wave feminists, for example, are not very pro destruction of the nuclear family. In fact, there's like an entire like barefoot pregnant movement within the fourth wave that is very much about embracing being pregnant, being motherhood, and like promoting that as a good thing.
Is that the attitude that most feminists in society have?
I would say a lot of young feminists are
Are they
directly.
the most?
I wouldn't.
No, they're not.
Most also don't want to destroy the nuclear family.
Well, in academia and in
Most
society
feminists
in general,
want to get married and have kids.
does this worldview promote, in general, in society, in academia, and in the corporate world, the destruction of the family, or does it
No.
help it?
It tends to promote it. Yeah, they want
It
women to be
promotes-
mothers
really?
who can also work.
Feminism promotes women, in society in general.
I would say fourth
women
wave
being
feminism is very pro mother.
No,
Yeah.
I asked you about the majority of feminism today.
Most
That's
feminists are fourth
that's
wave.
institutionalized.
Yeah, most
How do you know-
institutional
really?
academics are fourth wave.
And they want people to have kids.
Yes.
They're not antinatalists.
No,
Yes,
some of them are.
but they want the nannies to raise
most
them.
of them
In
are not.
institutions?
Yes.
No, that's crazy.
I don't know what
That's
to tell you.
ridiculous.
I've been reading lots of fourth wave
I've been in
feminists.
academia. I've been in institutions.
too.
I've never met a feminist in academia or in institutions who thinks that there should be more people and more kids. They all believe in depopulation, the ones that I've met.
That's crazy. I've just met lots of feminists that don't believe that. And regardless, those feminists who are like basically death cult feminists, I'm not interested in advocating for their worldview.
That's fine.
I don't have to own them.
But the history of feminism.
Just like you don't have
and
to own, like, Protestants or
Most
something.
feminism, right? So you've got a nuanced feminism, I guess, is your take, right?
I just have like a pretty traditional like fourth wave feminism.
Okay. So, but it's not historic feminism, right? Or is it first wave?
It's fourth wave,
So it's tied to history?
of course, because there's
Oh,
waves.
so it is tied to history.
Yeah, but the waves,
Oh, but
the
a minute
essentials
ago-
of the
but you said
waves
it
is that
was a
they're.
minute ago.
I've never ever said that feminism isn't tied to history. You've just made that up.
I think we could go back about 20 minutes, so you can do what I do. We go back 20 minutes where you said that.
Yeah,
the
see
history-
how it's funny when you try to make fun of him, he just keeps going, but he doesn't get hung up like
It
you.
doesn't matter.
I
and
said
you need
for
a
your
definition.
definition, it doesn't matter.
It
You
do-
can hold
you
frame,
just
Jay.
literally
You can do this.
you have double
Jay,
think
hold
going
your
on.
frame.
Have you read 1984?
You can hold
Have
your
you read
frame. I
1984?
have.
Look at this guy in the background. He's the hand on the face. He's dying.
Yes.
It's the ability to contradict within a couple minutes.
I didn't
and
contradict.
It just goes,
If you remember, we can roll back the tape. We were talking about defining.
think
and I cared-
definitions are
Can I finish
relative?
my thought, or are you just going to interrupt me?
because I'm trying to.
Can I
I'm trying
finish
to-
my thought?
I'm trying to
Can
hone
I
in
finish my
on
thought?
what this weird mistake is because it's weird.
Guys,
Because-
if we can at least, we'll let the insults go. Okay, if you guys want to insult each other, we'll allow that. But at least let each other finish
Good
their
idea.
thoughts. Go ahead.
Okay. The reason that we went into the history and why I said I don't care about the history is I was asking for a functional definition so we could move past that part of the conversation. I always acknowledge that history was part of the feminist movement and it's tied to
yeah,
it.
I reject
just-
that there is a definition divorced from history.
I've never said that there's a definition divorced from history. I said I don't
You
need
did
the history.
because you
I
asked
said
me.
I don't need
you
the
asked
history
me-
lesson. I
you asked
don't
me
need the
for that,
history
the force-
lesson.
You
gotta
asked
let
me
me
for
finish,
that.
Jay. You gotta let me finish,
You
Jay.
asked me because you're lying. You asked
I'm
me for
not
that
lying.
divorce. You said divorce from history. What is your definition? That's
I
what you said.
Yeah, I didn't want the history
Thank you.
lesson.
So you just contradicted yourself.
No, I
Again.
didn't contradict myself.
You are
Jay.
a machine of
You're
contradiction.
desperate. You're so desperate. You're like, God, how do I get this win? I asked for you to stop
Ew.
giving me all of the history and just.
That's so gross, dude. I don't know what the deal is with feminists that they always have to do this disgusting hand gesture, but that was gross.
Give me a definition so we can
I don't
move the fuck
accept
on.
that there is a definition divorce from history, and you just admitted that you
So
goofus.
you don't have the brain capacity to define something without a 5-minute monologue about the
You
history.
just admitted you can't do that. you
define
idiot.
Israel. Are you going to go back 3,000
I
years
will,
to define
correct,
it?
yes, because it's a ancient historical nation. Yes,
So you
correct.
can't define Israel without giving me a 10-minute monologue.
It's a false analogy because Feminism is a
not a false
modernist
analogy.
movement. It's a modern movement.
That doesn't
It's not
matter.
an ancient civilization.
That doesn't matter.
It does matter.
No, the
You
extent,
just saying it
the
doesn't matter
extent
just
of the
shows your
historical
lack
time
of
is not
intellect.
at all a false analogy. Extent
You
being
are
different.
melting down right now because you contradicted yourself
I'm melting
within
down
2
because
minutes.
you said that you had 25 years of debate history and you can't get a single fallacy
Look at
correct.
you. You're melting down.
You said
You're
a false,
spiraling.
How is that a false
You're
analogy?
melting down.
How is it a false analogy, Jay?
Because it's a modern movement. It's not an ancient civilization.
What does that have to do with anything when it comes to
Because
comparing
you
history
contradicted yourself.
for a definition?
And in debates, contradictions
Contradicting
are
myself
what
has
make you
nothing to do with the
lose.
false analogy. How is that a false
That's
analogy?
how you lose a debate, correct.
How is it a false analogy?
Contradicting is where you
so
lose a debate.
So you can define Israel without giving me the centuries of history. Is that what you're telling me?
I didn't say that. You just said that.
You said it was a false analogy.
You
So what is the
said-
false analogy? I never said that.
You said that so you're yapping because you got caught.
I didn't get caught.
You did.
Again.
You did. You said that history, you said history doesn't matter, give me your definition, and then you just said history matters, it's part of the definition.
I did
You contradicted
I did not say history matters as part of
You
no.
did. Yes, you
Jay,
did.
Part of debating is holding frame, right? Would you agree?
Like when you did that, is that holding frame or what is that?
No, that was making fun of you, obviously.
Okay, right.
Right,
So-
right. Yeah, that made Jay look so bad when you mimicked degenerate sexual acts. That made Jay look really bad.
Part of debating is holding frame.
Like putting dongs in your mouth. Is that holding frame? I don't
No,
understand.
that's
Like,
funny.
Is it?
Like we're
Is
all
it?
laughing.
Oh,
at-
yeah, it's
yes,
hilarious.
Why are we laughing at you?
Kind of the same thing. That's kind of what performers do, right? Yeah. So part of debating is holding frame.
Is any of this going to prove that feminism is good for society? Because
We
the more that
literally
you argue,
can't get there because you
the
are
more that
still
you
quibbling.
argue, you make
over
my case.
I'm
Thank you,
not
by the
making
way.
your case. Again, just
You
an
are.
ad hom. You
but
love
it's funny.
fallacies. It's
That's a
my
joke.
favorite thing about you is that you cite fallacies constantly. You don't know what they mean and you can't define them properly.
like how history is not part of feminism,
How
but
is it a false analogy to compare Israel, defining Israel?
Because it's
and
an
defining
ancient
feminism.
nation state.
Why
and
does the-
feminism is a modern political social revolutionary movement. They don't compare.
So why does the extent of the length
And
of
you
history
admitted
make them disanalogous?
You've already lost the debate because you admitted that the definition can't be divorced from the history, and then you said the opposite. That means you've massively contradicted yourself within the last 5 minutes.
Again, you're just making shit up. I'm glad that the made-up narrative
everybody
of the story.
heard you,
Okay,
so
I'll
that's
do
fine.
this. Jay just lost the debate because he's strawmanning me and putting words in my mouth that didn't happen. Wow, I'm really good at debating. Do you want to go back to the actual conversation?
Sure.
Okay, so why is it falsely analogous when you're saying that to define words, you must include the entire history to define the word? Why is it disanalogous to compare feminism to Israel? I asked you to define feminism, and I asked you to define Israel,
I have no
and I
idea
asked you if you
what
could define
Israel
Israel
has to do-
without
this
the
is the
3
craziest
centuries of
debate
history.
ever.
And you said, well, it's different. It's a false
Correct,
analogy.
it's a false analogy.
Why is it a false analogy?
Because they're two totally different things. And you already admitted that feminism is a historical movement and that it can and can't be divorced from the history.
So is Israel.
That's making my point, you goofus.
No, it's
Yes,
not.
it is.
I'm saying you can obviously define Israel without going through 3 centuries, which you agreed to. That's why you
It's
don't.
a false analogy
You,
because
you
it's
won't define Israel with the 3
It's an
centuries because it's
ancient
just
nation.
long. It's just long.
It's an ancient
Whereas
nation state.
modern feminism only has 100 years. So I
mean,
can
this-
give the history of that, but I can't give the history of Israel to define it because it's too long, essentially. That's your argument. That's what.
No.
Yes, that is your argument. It is not falsely analogous. And also,
Keep
comparing
yapping, it
2
makes
different
my
things
point,
is the
please.
point
Keep
of
talking.
fucking
The more that you
analogies.
talk, it makes my whole case here that feminism is a net negative for society. Thank you for representing
Honestly,
feminism, by the way.
all you're doing
Thank
is
you
making
for
me be like,
representing
maybe the
feminism.
rad fems are right and men got to be out of power because they cannot keep up. If this is what like 2
can't keep
masters
up.
and a
Keep up, even though
philosophy
you
degree
literally-
do,
right, you literally
honestly,
contradicted yourself within-
I think the
within
conservatives
5
are right.
minutes.
Don't go to college, guys. You're
called
going to end up like
doublethink.
this. Not good.
I don't recommend people go to college, by the way, because you are the people that teach at college. So you're
I teach
actually,
at college.
you're like the college professors I debated, the women I debated, you're like them. So they should go to college if you want them to be in your position, right?
No, if they end up anything like you, they should definitely not go to college. You're like, I had a philosophy degree and I don't know what fallacies are.
Did I say that?
Basically,
was that a cut down?
Yeah.
Good one. Try again.
This would be a perfect moment to read a couple
And
chats
this
here. We have Kat.
And we did it, guys. We did it. We got to super chat. Now, after the Jimbob debate, if you guys want, if people still got energy, we can go back and cover the super chat part. This is where I stopped watching personally, so I have no clue what happens after this, but we pretty much already saw what was on display with that one. So why don't we pull up Jimbob now, our homeboy Jimbob, dude. Much love and respect to Jimbob. I was so happy when I saw him and the way that he handled this debate. He did such a good job, and yeah, the rug really tied the room together, man. Thank you guys so much for being here on this late night porch stream debate review double trouble, 2-for-1 $5 biggie bag of bloodshed debate review on feminism and whether or not it was a disaster for modern society.
Few quick.
What is going on? The video just started before I even shared the screen. What is my computer doing? All right, let's get to... I'm so glad that whatever has these handy timestamps, we can just skip right along to the opening statements. I'll back up just a little bit to make sure that we get... we don't miss anything here. Guys, please smash that like, share the stream, send in your questions, comments, or concern trolls via Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo, and I will read them all. Blue Skittle, holy mackerel. Blue Skittle sends in $50. My goodness. For just the monkey speaking no evil. Thank you so much, Blue Skittle. I really appreciate you. That was extremely generous. Thank you so much. And now we're kicking in to Jimbob, which, guys, like I said, this one is definitely more constructive. This one is more along the lines of what Erudite wanted the Dyer debate to be. So I think... it's more entertaining, enjoyable in the sense of getting to see sort of the mindsets, the worldviews, clashing together rather than her getting hung up on epistemology. I think she even mentions in the beginning that she spoke with Jimbob before the debate to sort of make sure that that's not what this was going to be, because they really don't like getting tied down on their baseless worldview. They hate that. So if you guys don't know, this is MadebyJimbob, who is a cartoonist. Why is this... this isn't low. I think I got to refresh here. But MadebyJimbob does cartoons.
California. I'm your...
memes, etc., etc. Really, really talented. Even if you don't know who he is, guaranteed you've seen his memes somewhere.
And Jimbob, we're going to have you do your opening statement first. So
sure.
Go ahead.
All right. Well, feminism, at least broadly stated, is the advocacy of equality of sexes. Definitionally, that would be a movement away from a society that has men in power. I would call that patriarchy. Men holding the power and women are largely excluded from those positions.
And shouts out to Daniel, who sent in $5. Thank you, Daniel.
I see an immediate contradiction. It would be up to my opponent tonight to redefine feminism to maybe get away from this contradiction. But if feminism is some type of movement away from male power or a patriarchy, then any form of feminism that I can point to, or I think my opponent can point to, relies on that same power. So, for example, if we go back to even the 18th Amendment before they had voting, they appealed to men, right? When the 19th Amendment came along, they were actually still appealing to men.
And I should have did this in the beginning, but now that the sun has gone down, we got a little bit better lighting. This is really what feminists are terrified of. This is really the what we could say the slam dunk defeater for feminism is the Theotokos. This is what they need to learn, what they need to encounter. And if they would, they wouldn't be feminists anymore.
So the question is, well, is that a movement toward feminism, or is it just affirming the power that men actually have and sort of asking, like a parent, can they have a larger allowance this week? I think it's the latter. The funny thing about feminism is that while it's rooted in this sentiment that the patriarchy is this authoritative, oppressive regime, if we look back maybe around the 80s and onward, the voting patterns, ironically, from women are highly tilted toward expanding authoritative government power.
It'd be really funny if we could just, after we're done going live, I just go in and edit the video and just put like a black screen from her shoulders down to her waist? Because, my goodness, you come into my podcast studio and I'm throwing a scarf on you.
Which is kind of a funny irony. The sentiment, again, is men oppress, we got to break the oppressive patterns of society, and yet all of their voting patterns
Sort of like
actually
abortion,
points
Michael.
to the opposite, expanding government authority, which another irony is that government authority is mostly men. The feminist screeches about liberty and autonomy, then votes for more government intrusion. Now, while we've heard plenty from Andrew Wilson on the force doctrine, it is definitely an undefeated argument. Even if you got a gorilla to deliver the argument in sign language, it would still be better than any feminist argument I've ever heard. However, we won't beat that horse to death, but I do want to include it in the debate. I also want to include that that feminism largely defined today, the metrics for feminism, the metrics for liberty, the metrics for well-being, is often placed on just mere maybe economic liberalism or some sort of outcome-based system that's measuring materialism, some type of wealth, some type of mobility economically, and it's rooted in consumerism, which is kind of funny because the movement that feminism made throughout the last couple hundred years coincided with a predominantly male-run industrialist part of society. The industrialists, maybe they looked at the women and said, that's a whole other taxable income right there. They're just sitting ducks, right? And, safe in their home, raising the children. We got to get them out of it. Let's get them in the workplace. Let's get them with debt. And lo and behold, many years later, women, I think now that the percent is about 75%. Women hold 75% of the consumer debt now. So, my opponent might define feminism as a good thing because it produces well-being. I would argue, even with the debt, holding debt, even the stress of debt as a man holding debt, the kind of stress that could put on you, I don't think that would add too much to your well-being. There's other metrics you could look at to argue that the well-being is actually not great with the pursuit of pure materialism. So if my opponent tonight offers a metric for the good rooted only in material outcomes, consumer outcomes.
Did you catch that? As soon as he said a metric for the good, her eyes just grew like $2.50, like silver dollars. Like, oh, don't you mention metric for the good. I thought we talked about this beforehand. We're not going to get down and quabble and chatter over what good means.
Purchasing power, this type of thing. I would just point...
Since I'm pausing it here, we might as well just say, he mentioned the force doctrine. I've never heard it called that before, but we've certainly seen Andy argue about how, any issue, any debate on feminist rights sort of assumes the enforcement of those rights by men. And so it's really sort of a contradictory thing.
Out that the goodness of a society cannot be reduced and should not be reduced to strict materialism. Let's see what else. The other question is, what's the payoff? So when we advocate, the basic feminist talking point is liberate the woman from this terrible home situation that they're in. They're a slave to their man. They're a slave to their husband. They're a slave to their children. I don't see many alternatives. The alternative that I've seen in the last 30 years is mostly being a slave to more of a stranger of a man who's a CEO, and your home becomes the office. And I'm not sure what the trade-off is, because what happens with feminists is they basically forfeit their fertile years. And then, 20 years later, they wake up, they're 44, they have wine-stained teeth, they have 7 cats, and they're wondering where all the men are. Where are all the good men? Well, I'll tell you where the good men are. They're already married, and they're married to women who rejected feminism. And lucky for them, they have children, they have a legacy, they have something bigger to live into than strict material wants and desires. So with that said,
but how many?
I just want to point out
how many Bahamas vacations do they get? Isn't that the basis for happiness?
One more time the contradiction that's in feminism.
How many cats do they own?
And I don't know if my opponent will be able to get out of this. if feminism is merely the advocacy of equality of sexes, but it depends on a structure that is demonstrable it demonstrates inequality of the sexes. That is the society we live in. So in a weird roundabout way, any concept or application of feminism appeals to patriarchy. So in a rhetorical sense, feminism is still patriarchal. It can't avoid it. Patriarchy is a natural description of reality. To argue for feminism is to argue with reality, and I think the way feminists generally argue, the way they generally live, seems to be consistent with a constant rejection of reality.
Okay, Kyla, what about you for your opening
Boom.
statement?
Awesome. So I'm super appreciative. Jim and I talked beforehand just to make sure that for the viewers, we gave them a slightly different conversation, because I know this is like feminism
For the viewers.
too for people who watched the previous debate. So maybe what I'll try to do
Oh, hey.
in my intro
Don't get me wrong. I got 2 cats. I love cats. I'm a cat guy. I'm just saying, you know.
is maybe outline where my feminism maybe differs from others. And we can kind of get into that and kind of break down basically what I would view as like good feminism versus bad feminists. So feminism to me is a construct and an idea. And so within the idea, there is people. There are feminists, and some of them are great, like Simone de Beauvoir, love her. And Dici is an
Simone de Beauvoir? The Simone de Beauvoir? Never heard of her.
incredible writer, and there are bad feminists, just like any movement and any idea. The idea to me of feminism, I think it started out as this idea of equality for sexes, and I think that was important for the first initial waves. I don't think feminists are being super honest with themselves if they say that that's what it's for now, because I think we've achieved a lot of equality. Women, by and large, have the same access to opportunities as men. There are a couple of like soft cultural limits that I would agree to. There's some certain cultural patriarchal elements that I think might still inhibit women a little bit. But by and large, women can go to school, they can get a job, they can apply for any job that a man can. They essentially have all the same freedoms of opportunities that men do, which is awesome. I think what feminism is doing now and should be focused on is essentially what I label feminism as, which is a hold on, I'll pull it up.
Essentially, it's my definition of feminism, which is the excellent, most pristine, perfect possible system ever.
And a promotion of femininity. And maybe for this conversation, we can focus specifically, at least for me, on the promotion of femininity, because I think that that's the area that needs the most work. I think third wave feminism did a really good job at stretching the boundaries of what it meant to be a woman. I think it opened up a lot of more masculine traditional roles for women that women couldn't really occupy before. But I don't think that feminism's done a very good job of building its own table. And that's what a lot of fourth wave feminists kind of advocate for, is this kind of building of a new table and a promotion of femininity that isn't reliant
there's like no women carpenters, so how are they going to do that?
on just like engaging in hyper-masculine structures. Feminism that I don't stand by. There's a lot of feminists, for example, that basically dismiss all male-related issues. They think misandry doesn't matter. I reject those feminists. We don't agree. There are certain kind of Dorkanites, for example, who I would say just misandry feels like not even enough to describe the level of hatred she has for men. I am not a Dorkanite. I don't apply to her ideas. And like Gloria
Don't sell yourself short. You're a tremendous dork.
she's a classical third wave kind of lib feminist. She's very fixated on just like women getting into careers, and that's kind of it. She's very fixated on women in careers, and I don't care about that other than if women want to go into careers that they can. So that would be my form of feminism. I know that I didn't address a lot of your opening statement, but I did write it down. So if you want to go back to anything, we totally can. But yeah, I think the feminism that focuses on promotion of femininity would be the most good for women now.
Okay, so you said empowerment and femininity. So let's do empowerment first. Could you define empowerment from your perspective?
Yeah, so for me, empowerment of women would be like removing obstacles for opportunity.
Okay. So from your feminist view of empowerment plus femininity, would you say it's empowering for women to stay home and be mothers?
It can be if that's what they choose, yeah.
Okay. And so if it's empowering for women to choose and they're choosing based on their femininity, if it actually produced a large disparity where women actually found positions in society that were maybe lower in power, administrative, helping, teaching, mothering. If that was the outcome of pure choice, you wouldn't declare that there's some inequality or injustice between the disparity of men in power and women in lower positions.
I think you bring up a really good point. In more egalitarian societies, we actually often see women trending towards more femme traditional roles. Like women tend to want to be nurses and teachers more often. You see this in like Scandinavian countries. And I will say, for the caveat, some people dispute that evidence. The evidence, when I look at it, seems pretty robust. So yeah, I think women will often still trend towards some of those traditional gender roles, which I'm totally for. I just want to make sure that they're choosing it.
It's
and
because
that
it's
the
biology.
women who wouldn't be choosing that have the opportunity to choose something else.
Okay, and then is there any reason from your view, choosing to be a mother at home and a wife, is there any reason you could see that that's actually more empowering than an alternative? For instance, let me give you a strict example.
Sure.
If a woman that you knew and loved, for instance, relative or friend, said, you know what, I'm really drawn to being a mother. I really am drawn to the traditional structure of life. I could just really see myself raising like 5 kids. But there's this other impulse of me that wants to just start an OnlyFans. I don't know what it is about it. Like from a feminist view that you're defending today, is it either or is fine, or is one better for her and better for society?
I think that's a good question. So when I think about like what's the best choice for somebody, I break it into 3 things, which is the choices you make should be something that your past self, your present self, and your future self will consent to and like, right? And so I think when you're posing this question, the OnlyFans option has a lot of potential acute short-term gain, a fuckload of money, obviously. But the important question is, will your future self consent to that and like it? And I think that's a really big question. And I think the answer for some women is yes. I have met like Ayla Girl is a good example of somebody who I think has said yes to the OnlyFans sex work thing.
Right.
And it seems to genuinely bring a lot of fruit to her life.
Yeah, sure. Why don't we check back in with her 20 years from now?
But I think for like a lot of women that kind of get romanticized into sex work, they forget about their future selves because they think their future selves will be grateful for all the money, when in reality, most women that don't do OnlyFans don't make that much money. And also, you have to deal with the fact that your sex and body is...
Yeah, they said,
Okay,
what,
from
the
the
average is
answer-
like $50 a month for the average OnlyFans model pornographer? That's pretty insane.
It sounds like the lens you're using to determine your answer is purely individualistic.
It's decently individualistic.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So if it is mostly individualistic, and if your position in this debate anyway is you're taking the affirmative that feminism is good for society, which is beyond individualistic, right? So now you have to add in one more variable when you're coaching your friend here, because what they determine they might like or not like in the future may not be tied directly necessarily to what's best for society.
Yeah, I would agree. The caveat to that I would basically poke is, if individualism doesn't lead to a flourishing society, then why is it the case that the most individualistic country, i.e. America, is one of the most predominant countries in the world? And so I understand what you're saying. There's a certain level of responsibility we should have to our community, essentially. I just think that individualism often seems to somehow, I'm not even sure exactly the process, do this to some degree, which is why we have most individualistic nations being the strongest, most kind of happiest, highest GDP, all the factors of goodness for the
Well,
state.
I mean, if you define good as merely productive, you could definitely do counter arguments of like, let's say Epstein Island got off the ground, and it's actually logically and practically possible for you to do horrific things in a society and still produce a high GDP. But the other aspect of what you just said is that individualism, if it produces all of these goods, but what's best for society as a necessity is replacing your population. Would you agree that we're not doing good in replacing our population?
Yeah, I think birth rates being low it's very tied to kind of like liberal financial success, and it's harmful. I just don't think it's fundamentally tied. I think actually going to Israel and seeing all these like liberal, left-leaning Jewish people having 90,000 babies is very interesting. It's a very big counter to the standard liberal of like the more money a country makes, the less.
Well, the reason I brought that up is if the next generation of children and the generation after that is a necessity, a necessary component for a good society, regardless of what we agree on good is, if that's necessary, I would argue that every form of feminism that I've seen, which is largely tied to individualism, doesn't actually have a way of advocating for that in a meaningful way. So the philosophy itself is missing what I would call deontology, or in simple terms, any duties. So any feminism you don't like, that I also don't like, there's no duties. There's no real true duties to say you're a feminist. And even in the version that you're proposing that's anti those other crazy ones, right? You're against these crazy ones. Even your position, there's no real duty for a woman who's a feminist to produce the next generation. And so this is why I measure it up against other cultures or other worldviews. In this case, Christianity has a built-in, not that this debate is feminism versus Christianity, I just want to bring it in as a reference, is the missing element of duties. There's no obligation for you to influence another woman to have a child in a meaningful nudging way, right? You know, like nudging. I'm not talking about force. I'm not talking about punishment for not having...
Promotion of it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Super propagandized, right? You would agree that feminism largely from the start until now is not only, I wouldn't say indifferent to family, but actually advocates against it. The one you're arguing for, as I understand it, you're like, no, I've met a lot of feminists who want to have kids. They're not this antinatalist like group, but you'd have to concede that the most part, the propaganda that we see, the dominant narrative is basically anti-family, anti-children, pro-boss babe, go get it, girl, sell your body, girl. If you got it, flaunt it. This kind of thing, right? And the reason I bring this up is that kind of narrative, that kind of worldview is purely self-centered and doesn't actually produce what's necessary for a thriving society. So even if I granted you, I don't concede to your metrics of what's good, but even if I granted you the whole thing, right? Oh, well-being, happiness, this, everything you could add, right? Money, housing, whatever you want to add in there. It's all fairly meaningless if there's not a component that values reproducing society itself as a virtue, even. So feminism itself has no virtues.
I wouldn't say feminism has no virtues. It definitely has virtues. I think there's a valid critique, which is saying feminism doesn't celebrate motherhood enough. I agree with that. I think it's complicated when you look at antinatalism, because antinatalism isn't a purely feminist thing. There's a number of different philosophies and worldviews that are antinatalist, right? Communism would be another example of one that tends to often be very antinatalist. And I think antinatalism
If you guys are wondering what I'm doing, I'm killing this massive June bug that just flew at me.
is death culty behavior. I think it's very harmful.
Can I interrupt you? I want to ask you, why do you think it is that feminism, I agree there's antinatalists that maybe aren't feminists, but why do you think it is that most feminists and the history of feminism is largely inextricably tied to an antinatalist sentiment?
That's a really good question. So this might be where we first differ pretty significantly. I think a large reason for why feminism has been so antinatalist is because the family and the duty of motherhood has been weaponized historically as a chain to enforce women stay home, not be able to work, and not be able to basically
Can I stop you
choose
there?
Autonomy. Sure.
Before and during the suffragette movement, do you know that primarily the women who were being challenged to maybe grab their vote, they opposed it?
Yep.
Willfully?
Yep.
Happily? And they weren't under the impression that they were chained to their husband's lazy boy, right? They took a position that not only one, they didn't want the the guarantor position of, let's say, credit. They didn't want to be able to be also drafted and put into dangerous situations. They also had a nice, hearty moral lens that they all shared. They were sort of like the moral barometers of the time. And so they were actually, I would argue that pre-feminism, especially during that time frame where let's face it, the really ugly women who couldn't find husbands were like, we need power, right? They have power. These other women are getting married. All of the married women that you say are chained to their husbands, right? They came out and said, we don't want the vote. The suffragette movement actually tried to physically stop them from showing up to vote against their own vote. So why is it that the majority of women at that time didn't share the sentiment that they were enslaved? If they were enslaved, wouldn't they be coming out and saying, free us from this terrible atrocity called motherhood?
Well, it's a little bit of a misnomer to tie their aversion to getting the vote to them claiming that they're not chained necessarily, right? Their aversion to the vote was specifically because of drafting and some concerns about debt. However, as the suffragette movement started taking off and women realized that black men were going to get the vote, they began flocking towards the suffragette movement and became largely embraced. And so while I would agree that the early suffragettes were some of the most dislikable women on the planet, that doesn't change the fact that as time goes on, it very quickly becomes a deeply subsumed belief that increasingly most women across North America desired.
Yeah, okay, and I put it in my opening, the increase of women voting, the sentiment is more power, challenging the man, equalizing the power, offsetting the disparity of power.
Yep.
Do you find it a bit ironic that predominantly what women vote for enhances the power of man?
Bro, I'm at war with June bugs.
And essentially?
Because you're talking about big government, essentially, like it increases like welfare state.
Yeah.
I just think it's disanalogous to compare these two things.
Why?
I don't think that like social safety networks, for example, is in any way.
What about gun laws?
Yeah, I would agree that gun laws are more controlling. The issue is that regulation, the reason that people like desire regulation is not necessarily in confluence or in sorry, I'm getting tired, so I'm losing my words. It's not in dissonance with wanting freedom, right? There's this idea, it's actually popular within the church, that to have true freedom, you need some level of like structure and like systems around you. And so most liberals who are pro institutions and pro welfare states are also very pro freedom. These two things aren't inherently disanalogous.
Do you think that there's something about the nature or ontology of women, females, that they're drawn to voting for more safe things? Against liberty, against basically, like, here's a way of putting it rhetorically. When women vote, largely, they're voting for basically a daycare center. They're like they want society, because it's their nature, to basically look like a safe room where no one gets hurt, because they see the world as kind of their children. And that's actually a good trait. It's just that it's misdirected. This is why the question of the nature of men and women, which we'll get into gender roles in society, that the nature of men and women actually directs and informs where they end up in the world, in society. And so I think the feminist movement is some type of reaction that tries to compensate for some perception of like inequality.
Yeah, I apologize for totally going off topic, but I'm literally like, I've killed two already. I got this like one of these cheap ass tennis rackets with the electricity. I zapped the one, and then I knocked it over, and then it literally flew back and landed on my laptop and was like, kill me, kill me. So I had to squish it. I threw it over the porch, and then another one just flew at me, dude. They're pissed. I think they're feminists. I don't know.
But then overcompensates and throws women into situations where they wouldn't end up if the choice was there anyway, for the most part.
Yeah, but part of the key element is the choice, right? Like choice and free will and ability to self-determine is like one of the most fundamental things to our faith as well, is this idea of free will and salvation.
Can a blind person use their free will to get the pilot job?
No.
Okay, so there are limitations, right?
Yeah, of course there's biological limitations.
So
but
that's
when
what I'm
it comes-
talking about. It's not the will.
If I could just answer you just a little bit at length, because you said a number of things. So to respond to your care orientation in voting, I would agree that in general women tend to vote left and seem to be very care oriented. I just think that that's a good thing about society. I think a society that takes care of people who can't take care of themselves very well is good, right? I believe in social safety networks. I think that they're valuable to society. And I think the fact that women brought that into our policies is good, while I'd also grant you that there are elements of major overstep. For example, gun laws. I'm not actually opposed to gun laws. I just think what happens with gun laws, for example, is the people that advocate them have no sophistication in gun technology.
Okay, so, women generally speaking don't have knowledge of how to operate a gun or have the strength to even operate a gun for the most part, and they're voting for gun laws and they don't know anything about guns. So that's what I'm pointing to, is that their nature is actually towards safety, but they're actually asking men to basically legislate the safety and enforce the safety.
Well, they're asking authority.
Is men.
Well,
If
it's
feminism
not.
is a thing, right, that you're arguing for, definitionally, like I asked you before the debate, is there a correction going on? So if feminism exists, it starts with the assumption that there's some sort of inequality, something that needs to be corrected, or even lightly that there's a disparity of power in the balance, right? A balance of power.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Let's go back. In the 1920s, could women own land?
I don't think so.
Could they go to school of their own free choice?
I'm not sure about that one. I know that some of them could work. There's a myth that they couldn't work. I'm not sure what year. But as time goes on, they didn't even get credit cards until 1970.
Sure. I guess maybe a follow-up question to that would be, you probably don't think it's good that women can work or have land. I don't want to put words in your mouth. Is that correct?
I don't even think it's good that all men necessarily should vote because land and voting, all these things were tied together back then. And so the land question is, should women have land? Well, if you bought the land, what do you have land for? It's like you're not going to be the one defending it. Ultimately, it's going to be a man defending it. So
it's going to be fiat defending it, right? And I
what do you mean? Wait, what do you mean by that?
Well, what I mean by that is this idea where you're talking about the enforcement arm, and we've talked about this before. I think it's a very silly idea to basically steal the valor of a small select group of young, able-bodied men with a penchant for violence who are willing to enact order as saying that this is like men doing this thing. So it's like, well, sort of, but it's specifically, it's the same men.
Wait a second.
It's the same men you're relying on.
Do you get any of your feminist policy passed without the young, strapping group of men with a penchant for violence?
Yes.
No, you don't.
Yes.
No, you don't.
Yeah, most policy isn't passed through violence.
No, it's enforced with violence. All policy is enforced with violence. So no, hold on. If you pass a policy and a
men
law,
don't get to steal valor from other men.
Hold on a second. There's no valor. We're not talking about valor. The point is that there's a difference between a group of men and a group of women. We're not saying that because
No, they're just people. They're just people,
a group of men
a group of people
hold this position of power, that these other men get some type of privilege, right? We're saying that men collectively, descriptively, that you're trying to say, oh, a penchant for violence, as if that's a bad thing.
No, it's not a bad thing at all.
So it's like,
hold on, just to be clear, I don't think that's a bad thing.
Well, it sounded like a pejorative.
No, that would only be because if you think that I think violence is inherently evil, which I don't. I like cops and soldiers.
So you agree that if a woman had the money to buy land, you would agree that she couldn't actually defend it from intruders?
Well, with guns, she probably decently could, but the reality is that the man would be able to defend it pretty similarly.
No, because we're talking about on a societal level, right? Like, yeah, okay, one woman on her land might be able to defend it against one person, but what I think Jim Bob's specifically honing in on is the idea of a group of men, militia, a group of men versus a group of women. It's obviously not going to go very well for the women.
Okay, here's my question. If the land-owning situation is a microcosm of society, does the man, in your view of feminism, have an obligation to defend anything?
If he owns, is he the landowner?
Any man in society. Whether it's at the
No.
land level
This
or
is
just a stranger
Sure.
walking down the
This
street.
is a really good clarifying question. Most men don't have the obligation. The men that do are the individuals who join the enforcement arm as the authority.
That's actually not true.
Well, typically the police are required to respond.
Respond to a crime. The police actually have no obligation in the U.S. to defend your property or your body.
Well, they do to an extent, right? Like most
They
cops.
don't.
Well, most cops don't intervene because it's hard to
No.
call
It's
the
a
cops
Supreme
as
Court
things are going
case,
through.
Colorado. There's another one. It's the whole protect and serve thing. This is like people conflate this. They think the cops are legally bound or somehow obligated to protect you and your property. They're actually not. Their job is to respond to a violation of law or something else. So the violation could be someone hurt you. The violation could be someone stole something. But as far as defending it, the obligation is for you and your family to defend your life and others. And so this is why I asked you a
Just to
question.
be clear, though, this is really muddy, right? Because depending on the state that you're in, your ability to defend your land is actually very criminally questionable. Because in some states, you can't really defend your land, right? And so this idea that you're saying, like, cops don't have to defend you.
And why is that?
Well, hold on. Just let me finish my thoughts, right? In the case of cops, you're right. You can't call them beforehand. Well, actually, you can a lot of the time. A lot of times, say you have a trespasser, you don't even have to defend your land. You can oftentimes call the cops as long as you have a sign up, and they can show up and kick you off the land.
That's when they show
that
up.
would be the cop protecting your land, not you
That's
protecting
if
your
they
land.
show up.
Well, they usually do.
No, look. Anytime do you know how many self-defense instances are reported in the U.S. alone?
Oh, I'm sure super high, which is why there's less
Millions.
protections. Yeah, I'm not opposed to self-defense.
Hold on a second. No, but you are opposed to self-defense.
No, not.
Well, why is it that if you're defending feminism, and that includes females voting, and females vote with patterns that lead to people's inability to use their own weapon, is that a good thing?
You're just creating like this.
No. I want to ask you a question. Is it a good thing if the government passes legislation where a man or a woman has constrained ability to defend themselves?
You would have to give me the exact specific
Is it
policy.
generally a good thing for society to restrict one's capability of using a gun in their pocket as self-defense?
Again, I actually can't give you a super clear, because there are going to be instances where I think using a gun for self-defense is bad. Like, I don't like Florida's stand your ground policy.
If there's
but there are also
over a
instances
million-
where
Yeah,
you should
she
be able
wouldn't.
to,
If
obviously.
there's
wouldn't like
over
that.
a million, and that's only the ones that are reported, uses per year of self-defense with a gun in the U.S. Okay, if that person wasn't allowed to use their gun in those instances, would that be a good thing or a bad thing?
That would be, for most of those cases, a bad thing.
Okay, if women voting results progressively in those instances not being able to occur because of restrictive gun laws, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
This is just too reductive to say.
It's not. It's not reductive because the stats show it.
What-
Women vote in favor, tilted highly to higher constraint of liberty, and especially regarding guns. They're like, ick, guns, scary.
Yeah, but so do like black men at a higher level and black women, and older generations, especially this last election, also tend to like vote in this direction. So when you're like,
Okay, I like where you're going with this. All right, keep going.
reducing these voting things, which are very multifaceted
no.
and
The
complicated.
dispar-
Hold on, if you could just let me finish my thoughts.
No, the disparity
If
with
you could
men
just let
and
me
men
finish
is not
my
the same
thoughts.
as women, though.
If you don't mind, just let me finish my thoughts. What you're doing, though, is you're taking these extremely complicated, multifaceted policy things, and you're reducing it down to man versus women, when that's not really the lens by which you should be analyzing things like self-defense law.
Why not? If giving women the right to vote results in us not being able to defend ourselves, how is that not a valid argument or point to bring up when you're debating this concept of feminism?
Why
Because it's not helpful in any way.
Why are you
It's
saying it's
not helpful.
multifaceted if I can demonstrate statistically
It's not helpful to point out the negatives of feminism on society. That's not helpful to me, Jimbo.
that women collectively vote toward gun legislation and other things that restrict your ability to defend yourself? And men, even if you found men that didn't, the disparity between men and women is astounding as far as those laws.
Sure,
those
but
voting
that would then be
patterns.
presupposing that the women voting that way are specifically because they want to reduce your self-defense things. Whereas
No, it's their nature. I'm not blaming them
their
for
nature
Right.
is to reduce self-defense.
No, their nature is wanting a more protective environment because they are not typically the ones out there defending, property and life, right? Like, it's pretty obvious.
No. Their nature is to vote and act in defense, in nurturing, in protection kind of thing.
Sure, but most women would actually probably be like most feminists, for example. I think the gun is like the greatest feminist equalizer ever, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of feminists are very pro self-defense for pretty obvious reasons.
Yeah, but that doesn't deal with the fact that when women vote, even if I granted you
But
those awesome women,
they're not voting for self-defense. They're typically going to be voting for things like abortion policy
look,
and like welfare
why
state.
is it that they vote in favor of policies that restrict your ability for self-defense then?
They don't vote in favor of policies that restrict your self-defense. They typically vote for Democrat politicians who embody their values more at a broad caretaking level.
Okay, so got it. So women vote not based on particular things that they look into, but a general feeling of the person who's talking embodies their value. That's even a worse
He's handsome.
argument for
I don't know
for
why you're
females.
strawmanning me like that. That's,
What is it they're discerning from what's an embodiment?
Well, when you look at a politician and you're deciding to vote for them, most people are like 1 to 3 main things that they vote for. It's usually for women, some level of women's rights, economy, and housing crisis, especially in the last election, right? And so when they're looking at a politician that they're deciding on, those are typically the top 3 things that they're deciding to vote for. They're not like going down the line and being like, man, does this person let me do self-defense or not? In fact, a lot of women will rail against Democrats when they try to
I know, but this is really bizarre because the narrative from women is that men are dangerous and you got to watch out for men. And I agree, men are dangerous. You should watch out for men. But the thing is, it's bizarre to have a narrative that primarily is women need to be protected, men are dangerous, we got to look at this assault stuff, people are essayed all the time, and then to prioritize voting based on what? Like if the outcome of voting is that not only you as a woman can't legally use a gun, but also men can't use a gun to even protect you properly, what are they prioritizing above that?
Things like housing crisis and economy.
That's
what
things
women
like his
voted for.
jawline and his, the broadness of his shoulders and how good he looks under the light.
I thought feminism sorted that out.
What? When has feminism had much
you're always
sophisticated economic policy?
Your argument for feminism being good is based on the economy.
Yeah, but that's not the same thing as women voting for using feminism as an economic analysis.
Okay, let's do it this way. What do you think, from your view of feminism, is the most important issue, given that you have a vote? The single most, the top of the top.
Sorry, can you say that again?
What's the most important thing from your feminist view? Not the way.
Feminism is not the main thing that makes me vote. It's usually economic policy and foreign policy. I vote for foreign policy mostly.
Foreign policy?
Yeah, I care a lot about foreign policy.
Okay.
Wow,
Yeah,
you're so
sovereignty.
smart. You're so smart. You're so deep.
I care a lot about sovereignty.
Okay, so if there was something to vote for feminists, you're going to say vote based on foreign policy.
I would be for most women, I would say probably feminism shouldn't be your number one priority. I think the housing crisis and the wealth disparity is a much bigger issue than cultural patriarchy. And I think you've got you're being a gender opportunist. You're fixating on the wrong thing. I think feminists voting for purely feminist stuff isn't even that common. Again, most women this election voted for housing, economy, and then after that was abortion rights.
Okay, so I guess I'm going to ask you, is there a correct feminist view?
No. Feminism is a constant moving concept.
Jimbob, we talked about this before the stream. We can't talk about whether something's good, right, true, or correct. You promised me.
Developing through conversation like most philosophical concepts.
So if there's no correct concept for feminism, that means that there's no correct application for feminism.
When you say correct, I guess I'm answering it in there isn't a perfectly fixed idea of what feminism is, because feminism is fundamentally a dialogue, like most philosophies, right?
Okay, but dialogues don't make societies run.
So I obviously think my version of feminism is the best version of feminism. But that doesn't mean it
is there any standard that determines your version of feminism is the best or the correct one?
I think it's the most consistent. I think it leads to the highest level of opportunity and flourishing for both men and women, but mostly for women.
Okay.
Yeah.
The thing is, if you say it's just a concept, premise one is feminism is just a concept. Premise 2, it's a dialogue. Like, the follow of those two, right, if it's just a concept and just a dialogue, then when we ask what the application is, that means, like, let's like use an analogy. I design a car, that's just a concept in the computer. And then I go, okay, it's a concept, but it can be turned into reality. And so what I'm asking you is, what is your concept of feminism, and how is it accurately or appropriately applied to society? Because if it's just a concept, just concepts, do we agree concepts themselves don't make reality function, right?
Yeah, no, I totally disagree with that. I think like social normative concepts are like the backbone by which zeitgeists emerge. Like I think the way that we view the world is rooted in concepts.
Does a concept act on matter?
Through people, sort of, yeah. Like,
well, no.
Like, it depends on what you mean by act on matter, right? Like, me sitting here talking about feminism, am I acting on matter?
This is so frustrating.
Are you a concept, or are you a material body?
I'm a person.
Okay. Are you a material body?
Yes.
Okay. So concepts, do concepts knock over cups?
Are you familiar with Plato? I'm
just asking you a question.
Have you even read Plato?
Does a concept knock over a cup?
It depends on what you mean by sort of. No, my hand does, but like the idea.
Can you knock over a cup with a concept?
No, it's immaterial.
Gotcha. So if concept's immaterial, concepts being that they can't knock over a cup, a concept can't actually build society.
I'm sorry. What's democracy? Like concepts.
Democracy is force.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Democracy started as a political
Yeah, guys,
philosophy.
democracy has legs and arms, and it actually, I don't know if you know this, but it grabs the country, and it actually acts upon it itself.
Right, like I don't know. I don't know what you do with philosophy if you think that concepts don't emerge and affect reality.
He never said emerge or affect, and he never said the concepts don't affect, the country in some like abstract way. He's making a very clear and obvious point.
Don't have a relation to reality. I'm making a distinction because you said feminism is just a concept. If it's just
it's a concept, it's a dialogue, it's an action.
Well, that's what I'm trying to ask you. What is the action of feminism?
Sure, just to be clear, because I don't know why you're making all these like weird distinctions. A lot of times what happens, and the way that I think that how people create, and this is honestly like platonic forms at this point, is we like understand a concept of a thing. So maybe the concept of the thing that you care about is women are being unfair to men, and that's a concept just in your mind. But what happens when you hold that belief is that it shapes how you view the world, it shapes what information that you take in to reinforce that, and it shapes how you act
We
upon
agree
that world.
that concepts inform action, but concepts are not actual things that do anything. So that's why I'm asking you, if feminism is just a concept,
sure,
what's this bridge between the concept and its application? Like, for instance, what does it look like for you to apply feminism in your ideal...
Okay, so you just want policies?
Anything, yeah, anything. What does
Sure.
a family look like?
Probably in North America, by and large, nuclear seems to be the best structure. I would prefer more intergenerational than what we have. I think intergenerational homes tend to be better. But I would also be open to like more commune-style living,
Okay,
like
so
village families.
A family unit. Are you saying a mother? Is it best for a mother, a father?
By and large, or at least two parents that like occupy those types of roles.
Okay, so
Yeah, it doesn't really make a difference, I mean, they could be two guys, two girls. It doesn't really make a difference.
basically a traditional looking, reflective of a traditional family. So that's good for society.
By and large, yeah.
And you're saying from your view that's feminist.
I wouldn't say that that's feminist. I would just say that that's like what's good for society.
Okay, but if
Not everything has to be feminism, right?
Okay, so if that's good for society, is that counter-feminism?
Can I actually ask you a question just to see if you understand me? How, on my list of like top 5 ideas and things that I care most about, where do you think feminism falls? Like,
See, she loved to talk about irrelevancy all throughout the Dyer debate, but this is completely irrelevant, dude. I just want to see if you've been paying attention to me. I just want to see if you've been listening to me. You're not my girlfriend,
do you
lady.
think feminism is like number 1? Just take a guess. What do you... 3? It's not even on my top 5. I think it's like not that important. I'll debate with you on it because I'm interested in it.
Feminism's not that important for society.
No, because I think it's done most of what it needed to do. There's so little elements left.
Oh, yes.
Do it just-
Look around, everybody. Feminism has done what it's needed to do. Is our society better or worse than it was 150 years ago?
it convinced a
Gave
bunch of
women the
chicks to kill their
vote.
babies or to delete their
No,
babies?
well, some of it did that, right?
A lot of it did that.
Yeah, abortion, obviously, which is like a tragedy, but it also did things like let women have access to the workplace, allow them to access education, allow them
Yeah,
to
but-
self-determine, allow them to own land,
No,
allow them
hold
to have
on.
paying
No,
power, allow
women,
them to have
even
leverage for
no,
society,
even
allow
before-
them to have the vote. You have to let me finish my thoughts.
No, it's as a prattle. Hold on a second.
You can't call everything that I say
I didn't.
prattle
I didn't say
because you want to
I didn't say the
interrupt.
word prattle once this whole time.
You literally just said
I just
prattle.
said it. Yep. You said every time. I didn't do it every. That's a
Sorry,
plural.
you're right. I'm having
Oh.
flashbacks from our last
Sorry, yeah.
debate and
Gotcha
Jay's-
there.
Sorry to interrupt you. I just want to, because I don't want to forget what you're saying, is that it's actually not true that feminism produced working women. Women could work before largely what you think feminism is. Yes, no, this is a major myth. Audience, I want you to know this. The feminist always comes in with this story that feminism saved the woman from the home and then they're allowed to work. That wasn't actually the case. Women could work. It just happened to be the case that traditional values were the norm, and rightly so that women valued in their society and in their home the position of the mother as one of the most important, still today, one of the most important roles to play for women in society. They just held that belief. They weren't chained not working. They could work. They just chose the value correctly to stay at home, that the best thing for society and their family is to raise good children, to be present with their children, to organize the house, to make the house a small type of organized government, if you will. And this is what happened. Feminism came in and smeared what motherhood is. It smeared what the role in the family is. It basically poisoned the well and said, that's icky.
Yeah, it was like he said, a bunch of ugly and bitter women who were mad because they weren't married, and they hated Christianity and they hated men, and it's just a very toxic and disgusting worldview.
You want liberation, you want freedom. And guess what it resulted in? More debt for women, more sexually transmitted diseases for women, higher body counts for women, and ultimately the thing that what do you think the biggest leverage is for women? What is your biggest leverage point in society? If men's leverage is force, brute force, aggression, what do you think women's leverage is?
Probably sex.
Sex. So
Can I go back to your narrative,
Okay,
though? Can I respond?
one more. I
You gotta
promise.
let-
I
okay.
promise. I'll let you respond.
Okay.
Sex, though. Largely, I know you take a very particular unorthodox feminist view, but largely, if we're generally arguing against feminism, has feminism perverted and sold women's leverage, which is their sex, and convinced them to completely make it for free, as if that's liberation?
I would not fully. The
Hey,
sexual evolution,
what's
I
up,
think,
Jake?
Is like kind of shit, but
Good to see you, homeboy. Got one of my friends from church. What's going on, brother? Good to see you here. Yeah, I mean, we've been reviewing now. It's 2 hours and a half. We were about 2.5 hours in, and I mean, just every single time, dude. They take L's every time.
I would not fully agree with that statement. No.
Is it empowering for women to collect body counts?
No. Can I go back to actually responding to your entire thing? No, I don't think this idea of like collecting body counts is good. The issue is that like most women don't think collecting body counts is good. I think it's a very niche. Yes, you deal with a lot of OnlyFans models, but that's obviously not the average woman. You are dealing with a high selection bias. So just to go back to like this narrativizing that you did. So women work. We said women were able to work. They just chose to be in the home. Well, actually, women always worked. They just did farm labor and also domestic. The main thing is that they never received any ability to convert that work into anything leverageable within.
Yeah, they weren't able to stash up a secret fund so that they could, leave their families whenever the neighbor decided that, or whatever they decided that the neighbor made them feel more sexy.
Society, like money or ownership.
Why would why would that happen?
Because being able to have money and able to like live.
What about abuse, though? Because what about the 1% of times when it goes bad? Well, hey, maybe if you lived a Christian life and you actually took the sacrament of marriage seriously, you would wait to be married to somebody who isn't a complete scumbag.
Rate some level of autonomy is like one of the foundations to be able to make a choice. For example, if a woman is in an abusive relationship.
But why don't we just use the most extreme examples to try to make my point, which is exactly what she was mad at Jay for doing in the last
with a husband who is harming her and her children back in the 1910s when her farm labor would never translate to any goods and to anything that she can claim as her own. She can never leave that situation.
Stay there. In this situation,
Nice.
let's say she was liberated.
I'm reading The Saint of the Prisons right now, and I started reading Demons, but I didn't get too deep into Demons.
She was working. Do you know who's going to abuse the kids then?
The man is still abusing the kids.
No, the people who are watching the kids because the mother's not home watching the kids. So it's like you set up this hypothetical where if the woman could work, then she can set up this like sort of like dowry, escape dowry, right?
You're
but the
missing
thing
my
is,
point.
but no, hold on. The thing is, if the woman's out in the workforce, she's not at home getting abused.
Jim, you have to engage with my points.
James, you got to listen to me. Eyes up here, James.
You have to engage with what I'm saying.
That's literally what you said.
That's not what I said, and if you keep erecting straw mans of me, then we can't talk.
What did you say then?
What I said is that what happens when back in the 1910s era is that they were working. Women have always been working through all of history just as hard as men, just doing more domestic, agrarian style jobs. The main thing.
Just as hard as men?
A lot of times they're working all day, taking care of the children, and then also like milking the animals, helping plow, doing like
just as hard as men?
Yeah, I would just say it's different.
One for one, they sweat just as much. It was just as hard work. Yep.
Work.
Okay.
Like men are in the mines, but that doesn't mean
Just as hard though.
it's more like physically destructive on the body. But like in converse,
Just
women
as
are.
risky?
I didn't say just as risky.
I'm just asking.
No, it's not just as risky.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know why you keep doing these.
Well, I'm talking about like, what's the risk and reward?
But I'm
So
asking you to
it's
just
like-
engage with me. Let's just talk to me. Talk to me about my
I
ideas.
understand. I'm trying to summarize what you're saying. You're saying back in the day, women are working on the land and sweating and taking care of the kids and cooking and all these things.
But what's the problem with it?
Wait, yeah, well, what is the problem with it?
Well, I
Right,
said that.
thank you.
Do you not remember?
You said the problem is in the instance where they're
They can't leverage against. They can't. They have no cash money to leverage against their potentially abusive husbands. Got it. Yep.
No.
They can't escape their horrible family.
They what? What's the alternative? I don't understand.
Okay, so the beaten was an example of why it's really important to have something like purchasing power. It's really important to have some level of ownership of like goods so that you can like exchange and move and like autonomize within the world. Like the exchange of goods and basic economics is like one of the most fundamental things that bring like peace and freedom globally. It's very, very important to be able to own goods, to be able to exchange those goods for other goods, and to have some level of
yes.
choice as a result
Money,
of that.
the root of all peace.
Women would work and be barred access to ownership of these things.
That sounds like you're arguing for a norm based on an exception.
Nope.
Yeah, you are. If you're assuming that there's enough women in that scenario who are going to be in a situation that justifies that they have some sort of escape plan. Your entire foundational argument is this. Women should have purchasing power and be able to have money to do things in the event they have to leave their husband or their family, whereas you're basically presenting one scenario and making a rule based on one potential scenario where a woman needs an escape route.
Well, it's a decently common scenario. That's one of the reasons why it's important for women to have rights. Another one, if you connect it to the vote. One of the reasons why
That's one of the reasons why it's important for women to have a strong faith and to be living in the church and a sacramental life so that they don't end up in really unhealthy marriages.
so important to give the society the ability to vote is because it transfers your autonomy and authority to an elected individual, and that individual makes choices ideally on your behest.
Yeah, but
and as a woman, until you have the right to vote, you don't have any ability to have a say in what policy societies have
Guess
over
what? You don't have a say.
Historically,
You don't have a say.
Of course you do.
No, you don't.
Unless you just don't believe in
I
democracy.
will tell you right now why you don't have a say.
Can you let me?
I'll tell you why. Hold on.
Jim, you don't let me finish.
No,
my
you said a lot
thoughts.
there. One at a time.
Can you let me finish? Please let me finish. Okay, I'm finished.
One at a time.
Jim, you interrupted me as I
Let's
was
say
talking.
40 words per 40 words, okay? Okay, let's do one, because then I'll forget what you said, and then I won't be able to respond to you. Okay? So,
Nice little tactic
you
there,
just
J-Bob.
said
Do you want a pen?
women,
You could just write down rather than
women
interrupting
need
me.
voting because they need to be able to influence policy and have a say in the society, right?
That's one of the values of voting. Yeah.
Okay, so women have a say in the society, but women aren't obligated to uphold and to defend the policies with force.
Nobody is obligated to.
God, so nobody is obligated. So you're arguing for women to be able to vote
And
from the allowance of men. Men permit you to vote.
Nope.
Yes, they do.
Not really.
Yes, they do.
No, a small group of able-bodied. Well, first of all, again, you're going down the enforcement arm. Are you
Yeah.
a police officer or military?
No.
So you are reliant on the same men
That's
that I
right.
am.
They're men.
That doesn't matter. They're
Yes,
not a
it does
class.
matter.
You don't get to steal the
They're
valor
not
of them.
women.
You don't get to turn to women as a man who's not in any of these enforcement arms.
Why
to
am
go,
I? How am I
I'm the
taking
one
valor?
giving you the rights.
How
That's
am I?
not true.
How am I taking valor?
Because what you're doing is you're looking at policemen and soldiers who are doing a duty to their nation by protecting
well, no,
people's
you
rights.
said it's not a duty.
Well, once they sign
You
up,
contradicted yourself.
I'm not. It's not a contradiction.
Look.
Hold on. Do not interrupt me this time. When men or women join the police force, they take a whole bunch of promises and solidarities.
Right.
Just like when a doctor joins the doctor force,
Cool.
they have to take a whole bunch, like the
Here.
Hippocrates. Hold on, oath. And so the idea of duty, yes, once you enroll in a job voluntarily and agree to both the responsibilities and the
Okay.
benefits and the power and the wage that is conferred by that, now you have duties. Police officers have a duty
What's
to
your
enforce
duty?
the law. What?
When you vote, what's your duty?
To
After you
be-
vote.
to be an informed.
Women don't have to have any duty. They get all of the same rights as men, but they don't need to have any skin in the game, and they don't have to sign up for the draft. It's fine. It's a good system, Jim Bob. It works.
Informed voter. As-
Look at all the fruits in our society. It's been such a boon for American culture.
Okay, cool. So Hawk Tua, who's not an informed voter, could vote because she's a woman, right?
Yep.
Okay. You just said she has a duty to be an informed voter.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that like you would take away.
Hold
her
on. If is there any consequence to not fulfilling your duty in your worldview?
like not being an informed citizen.
Yeah, Hawk Tua votes.
Yeah, you get a situation where the politicians increasingly don't represent you, and then you bitch and whine about how bad the politicians
Okay.
are, but they're bad because
Ah,
you're
yes.
never actually voting for who you want.
The old bitch and whine, the strongest force in all of history.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, would you agree that the act of voting for men collectively, the act of voting is an agreement that they're not going to rebel?
No.
You don't agree with that?
Just for men?
Well, no, I'm saying men first. I'm saying when a bunch of men vote and they say I'm going to vote, they're basically they're signing something and checking something off that might become policy, and they're outsourcing the force. In my case, I'm not the force, right? When I vote, I outsource the force, right? Stolen valor, right?
To police.
Got it. No, police and the military and everyone.
Use the force, Jim Bob. The force, Jim Bob. Use the
right.
force.
When I outsource the force by voting, I'm basically agreeing with other men in my position that we're not going to take up arms and rebel. We're not going to start a civil war. It's an agreement, correct?
This is like not the
That is the basis for voting.
No.
Representation, right? If you don't have representation and your basically representatives don't represent you and they get all wonky, right? That's why there's a militia. That's why men can take up arms and actually have a revolutionary fight, right? This is historical, right?
What the problem? Yes. The
Okay, hold on.
Hold on. No,
No.
I get to respond now. 40 for 40, right? The issue that you're doing here is you're creating this like simplified narrative to work to like your argument when things are
Yeah, it
not
does
this simple.
work. It is that
doesn't-
simple. It is that
because
simple.
When
Contarf, I don't know, because I stopped watching it at the super chat mark. That's why I said after we're done with Jim Bob's debate here, if people still have the energy and they want to go back, we can start watching the super chat, the second half of the J debate.
vote, all you're saying is that I'm willing to participate to be a citizen,
I'm
and
also
whatever that looks like.
got you, but participating as a citizen is an agreement to not rebel, right?
I suppose more like not to break the rules. It's not about not rebelling.
Not just breaking the rules, taking over the government with force with other men. It's an agreement, right?
Sure.
Great,
this
that's
is-
all I needed from you.
sure.
So when men collectively vote and they say, I'm forfeiting my ability to get collectivized with other men. Hold on a second,
You're
dude.
literally
Hold
you're
on,
not
you-
forfeiting
hold
it.
on a
You
second.
can vote and then be dissatisfied.
Shout out to Way of Logos. Thank you so much, brother. He sent in $18. Thank you, Way of Logos. Really good to see you here, brother, and I really appreciate the support. Thank you so much, sincerely. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. And thank you to everybody that supports the channel and keeps me going. This channel's been such a great blessing to me. It's been my lifeline during difficult periods of my life, so I just want to say thank you to all of the people who donated today and to all the people who consistently donate. You guys know who you are, and I just want you to know it means a lot, and I can never repay your charity and your help, and so I love you guys, and I really appreciate it.
With the government and rebel.
That's
You're
right.
not forfeiting
That's
it.
right.
And
Hold
why
on.
are you saying this?
No, because you can do that at any time.
Oh, yeah.
Men can do that at any time. Look, hold on a second. If I vote and I feel disenfranchised or lied to, I could still do two things, right? I could either rebel or I could vote again. The next time, right? There's two choices. I'm saying every time you vote, you're choosing not to do violence. I'm not saying you can't do violence the next time around. I'm saying in that instance, you're choosing to vote instead of violence, right? Yes. Great.
Again, hold on.
Let me run the
40
arguments.
for 40. 40
Let
for
me
40.
run the line.
I can't because all you're doing is building this really
I am
silly
building
narrative.
a strong argument against you, and you're trying to stop it.
Okay.
You're trying to block it.
Well,
Yeah.
this is the issue, right? We get to, dialogue means we both get
Jimbob, your argument's going places. Stop.
to talk.
A line of argument, you need
Jimbob,
to accept
if I don't get to respond to anything and you just keep prattling,
You already
I
agreed.
guess I can leave and you can talk to my
try
chair.
to stall. Go ahead.
Do you want to talk to my chair or do you want to talk to me?
Try to stall the line of argument.
Okay, the issue is that when you're simplifying this to voting is just an agreement not to rebel is a massive reduction of what voting is.
Doesn't make it not true.
What it actually does is it bakes a half truth into something to
What's
build
the true part?
The true part is that to some degree you're conferring your authority as an individual to the
right.
broader
Yeah,
society.
that's right.
But the issue is that it's not like every single time you're saying I'm not doing violence.
That's
no,
not
every
his
time
point.
you vote, whether you
He's saying that when you're voting, you're agreeing at that moment to not do violence.
know it or not, you're making an agreement that you're not going to rebel, and you're actually trusting that the government, with its force and its processes and its legislative branch and all of that, is going to do its thing.
Right. It's going to represent you rather than you having to represent yourself with force.
In favor of your vote. When it doesn't, you either vote again or you throw a fit, and sometimes that starts a war, right? That happens in history. The reason I'm asking you to accept this premise is because if it's the case, even from a reduced view, that men, when they vote, forfeit their collective potential to overthrow the government or even try, I'm asking you, what do women forfeit when they vote?
The same thing.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
Women
Yes,
can't
they do.
overthrow a government.
Of course they can.
No,
because-
they can't. Tell me one time a collection of women overthrew
Yeah,
a
but
collection.
Jimbob, because they got guns, though. They could. Oh, but it's never happened before, but they could, though, because of the gun, though.
Men, ever.
That is not
Ever.
Hold on,
No,
you're making
you
a false
said-
dichotomy.
you
You're
said
making
it.
a false
No,
dichotomy.
you said
If
it.
you're going to engage in fallacies,
Okay,
I'm
so you're
done.
going to make a claim, and then I'm going to ask you to justify it, and you can't.
You're making a false dichotomy.
Tell me one time collection of women
False dichotomy.
overthrew a collection of men.
False dichotomy. I can't engage
What do you
with
mean
it.
a false dichotomy?
You're making it sound like I am saying that women are overthrowing men and that it's this zero-sum game between the sexes, when in reality, when it comes to civil war, especially with guns as the great equalizer, civil war means a participation typically of men and women. It's oftentimes women in support roles like doing aid, but
support
they can
roles,
also
great.
participate in the front lines
Do
if
you
they
need
so
them as
chose
support
to.
roles, or can you have men as support roles?
It's usually going to be better to have
You
women in
don't
support roles
need
because
women
you
in
want.
war.
Yes, you do.
No, you
This is
don't.
why women are always used as nurses, because men are better at the front.
You could have a war with all men, right? And that would work, but you could not have a war with all women, right?
line, and so it's better to have the
Cool.
support roles filled by women.
Cool.
This
So
is obviously true.
Can a bunch of nurses overthrow the government?
Yeah,
No.
if they all collectivized, sure, theoretically. Of course they could. Of course a bunch of nurses could
A bunch of
theoretically-
nurses can collectivize and take over a bunch of military expert men. You heard it here. That's how delusional feminism
Okay,
is.
again, false dichotomy. This is not what I
Can
said.
a
You're
collection
creating-
of women...
Can a collection of people
No,
overthrow the government?
No, women.
Yes. Yes.
Can
Here's the thing. Any society is going to have men and women in it, right? And so if you have an army of just women trying to overthrow any society which has both men and women, then you're going to have this force of women going up against who's going to defend the society, the men. That's the point. So it's not a false dichotomy. It's actually an example that works.
a collection of pure women who are nurses overthrow a collection of men?
Again, are we doing a zero-sum game where you're saying
you
that
answer
all
the
of
question?
men? It's
Can 100 women who are
Jimbob.
nurses overthrow 100 men who are not nurses?
this is like 100 men versus gorilla at this point. No, in a bear fist
Cool.
fight to fist fight,
Has
women
there-
are weaker
great,
than men.
great,
This is retarded,
great.
Jimbob.
So if they're
because
weak-
this isn't how the world works.
Yes, it is.
When
It's
it comes
exactly
to
how the
civil
wor-
war,
No, it's exactly how it
every
works.
major historical event is always a combination of effort from everyone.
not equal.
I'm sorry. The reality is that everyone is participating when
No,
it comes
they're
to
not.
civil war.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Is
because
that
if
why
the
men
man
are
goes
drafted?
off- yes. No, because if the man
Are women drafted? What the fuck are you talking
no,
about?
nobody's drafted anymore.
Nobody.
The draft still exists.
Not really.
Yes, it does.
I mean, let's not talk about Ukraine because we got a lot of people getting drafted over there.
Not really.
The draft still exists.
No, it's
it's
the
not
Vietnam
active.
War. We basically overthrew the draft.
there's no basic.
No, you can absolutely just elect out of the draft at any time.
No, you have
Yes,
to
selective
sign up.
service.
You still have to sign up, first of all, and women don't. So the fact of the matter is, there's never a time in human history that you can point to where solely a collection of women took over a collection of men. Whereas,
Of course not. That's not what I'm advocating
Hold
for.
on.
Jim Bob, I'm not holding on when all you're doing is making a straw man.
Is there a time in history where a group of men collectively took over a group of men?
Yeah.
Cool. What's the symmetry breaker between the two?
This is a non-point.
What is the symmetry breaker?
You're acting like gender is this zero-sum game, and it's just not. This isn't how history has worked
Yes,
ever.
it is.
No.
All of history is based on force. All of it. All of it.
Do you think that when the military men go off, that women just have no role in any of their morale?
Nobody said for 500, Alex.
Wow, that's amazing. Okay.
No, I didn't say that. I'm asking you, this is why I asked you, if men collectively, being that men can collectively take over other men, because it's happened in the past and it'll happen in the future, when we vote, we forfeit. We're basically agreeing we're not going to collectivize and take up our AR-15s and take the government, or try to even, right, cause a ruckus. If that's a trade-off that men have, I'm asking you, what are women forfeiting? You say the same thing. No, it's not the same thing because women can't collectively do the same thing. So what is your leverage?
The issue is, again, you're making this a zero-sum game where you're acting like men and women are these separate classes that are working independent. They are, unless you're a feminist like me, they can't.
When men and women are separate classes, I can demonstrate it right now.
They're separate classes.
Keep your pants on, Jim Bob. I don't want you demonstrating
is
that.
largely dependent on men doing all of the service needs and all the brute strength work, sewage, plumbing, fixing roads. What makes this society actually function? Would you largely agree that it's mostly men?
No.
No? Okay, cool.
If you want to say, well, hold on, Jim Bob. When you said, do you think it's men that make society function? And I would say, of course not. Of course, this is why this gender zero-sum game is so toxic. The reality, yes.
It's
Is that another concept that has no
Yes,
basis
it's
in
this-
reality?
This is why the gender zero-sum game thing is such a narcissist.
Shit that feminists who are being gender opportunists are doing, which is where they're trying to act like if
Reality
men
is toxic.
are doing. Good one. If men are doing something and women are doing something, it must be a zero-sum game, and they're just taking from each other. When the reality of
Nobody
all
said
of
that.
history, this is what you were saying. No. The reality of all of history is it is a collection of people working together, fulfilling different roles to make
The
society
other
work.
feminist,
If you-
Oliver, that
Jim
I
Bob,
debated, kept saying, no.
You have to let me
No, I
finish
won't.
my
I don't need to let you
statements.
finish. Oliver said the same thing. When I distinguish the class between men and women, their ontology, their nature, and how they are different, historically different, what they do in society is different, the roles.
Mela, we got all sorts of things here, and it's not really the full thing because this is a 3.5 hour video, but we got super chats and we got all that stuff. So
They play in society are different. The roles they play in war are different. When I point this out, Oliver and Kyla, is that your name? Kyla?
Do you want me to respond at this point? I don't even know.
They say,
No.
they make it ambiguous. What do they say? People, society. No, that's not actually how it works. The leverage that men have right now, right? They could just take over towns if they wanted to. Women can't. The leverage that men have right now.
It's not you.
If they didn't,
hold on.
if they
It's
didn't
not
show
you.
up to fix,
It's not Brian.
I
It's
don't
small,
care. I said men.
This is what I'm calling
beg to
small
differ.
stolen valor, right? This idea that young, able-bodied men with a penchant for violence can do a thing like violently
Is that true?
overtake a city. Yeah.
Can I join in?
You could, but you're not going to. All
You
of
don't
the
know that.
rights, all of the values that you care
What are you
about,
talking about?
you're not going to be necessarily joining the Civil War.
This is not an
Do you
argument.
think old disabled
This
men
is not a counter.
are suddenly just not people
Kyla,
and part
this
of this
is not a
either?
counter.
This is why. Yes, it is.
No,
When
it's
you're-
not.
When you're treating
Did
men
you
as a
eat-
class.
How would you feel if
all
you
you're
ate
doing-
breakfast this morning?
All your what?
How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning?
Oh God. I'd be hungry.
Okay, cool. So you're capable. So the counter argument that Brian or myself won't or probably won't, you're just making shit up.
I'm not. You're not a police officer. You're not in the military. Brian is not in the military.
What?
Brian's not a police officer.
I'm not talking about that.
Yes, you are, because you're talking about violent penchant men willing to do it.
Dude,
and that's not you.
Are you not listening?
That's not you. And you don't get to steal their
not
valor.
It's so frustrating
moved-
that it takes this long, and it's like she still isn't going to get it, dude.
It off of the violence, and I moved it into the working sector. Okay?
Okay.
Hold on. Underwater welding, tunnel building, road laying, erecting massive buildings with air conditioning so Kyla can go number 2 in a nice environment. This kind of stuff. The leverage for men is still actually right there present. If they stopped working, do you think a collection of women could take up all of those hard labor jobs and maintain society?
No, I've never advocated for that.
So they have leverage.
Can I respond at any point, or do you want to just
leverage
keep
that
going
women
on?
don't have.
Well, women have tons of leverage because they're the ones having your children. They're
not. They're killing off their children because of feminism.
They are having your children. You obviously need women to have children.
Not feminists.
You obviously, Jim. Do you
I need non-feminists.
Jim, you gotta.
I just need Bill Gates to finish making the sex bot with the full, lab-grown uterus, and then not anymore.
Engage with me here. Do you need women to have children?
Yes.
Okay, great. So women are the ones raising your children. They're having your children. They're taking care of all of the nursing. They're taking care of the elderly. They're doing the dominant amount of
the Christian
volunteer work,
traditional
like
ones are.
feeding the poor for free. They're doing the dominant work.
Are they feminists?
Some of them.
No. The ones having most of the children are feminists. Get out of here.
That's what.
Is it
Get out of here.
JimBob.
Is the debate about feminism. You're now watch. She conceded before that the best thing for the family is a traditional looking family, right? That's more reflective of a Christian view, Christian praxis, not a feminist one. That's anti-feminist. When I asked her, should feminism push against that traditional family value, she moved over to another topic.
Klontarf, no, I don't think it'll ever happen. I don't. In my honest opinion, I mean, whatever's going to happen, God will allow, and I just don't think that God's going to allow some sort of abomination like that to happen.
Now when I ask her about the roles in upkeeping society,
Sex bot, though, that's definitely going to happen. Basically, just like a fleshlight robot. That's definitely on its way.
right? Whether or not they're equal between men and women, she concedes that they're not, right? But then she points to duties, right? I agree. Hold on.
These are
duties
not
of
duties.
Yes. Oh, so it's not. Okay, cool.
Working the sewer is not a duty.
It's not a duty, okay.
No, it's not a duty, but it is a job that some people unfortunately elect
so
into,
how
right?
do you...
Being a mom is not a duty. It's a good thing to
How
do, though.
do you advocate
It is a
for
duty,
rights, whether it's men or women, and not advocate for the duty to defend those rights?
You don't. I've never disentangled these two things.
What?
What?
I want human rights. I want women's rights. But we have a duty.
Jim, breathe.
Do we
You
have a
gotta let me respond.
Do we have a duty to give people rights?
You got to let me respond, Jim.
Do we have a duty to give women rights? From your view,
you personally don't. No.
Does anyone have a duty to grant you rights?
What do you mean by that?
Rights are a set of behaviors that are permitted.
No.
Yes, they are.
Rights are not behaviors that are permitted. They're
Really?
they're prerequisite behavior that we think that everyone should have access to. Rights are.
What? They're permitted. Can you use force to not?
Yeah, but it's a prerequisite. That's the only distinction between what she just said and what JimBob said. So why can you not just concede basic things?
Permitted behavior?
Yes.
Give me one right that the government couldn't actually prohibit.
Faith.
Faith? You have a right to believe in something in your head?
You have a right. Yeah, you have a right. Freedom of religion. The government,
cool.
no matter what, can't take your ability to believe in
To
God.
think. Great. That's one thing that you call a right. I would say that's more of a duty or an internal working.
What does duty mean to you then? Like
An obligation.
Well, this is the thing. You're unironically equivocating because duty started as like specific things that you must do.
Is believing God a women's right?
It's religion. It has nothing to do with it.
Look, you're coming to the table specifically with feminism, so you're pointing to rights specific to females that maybe men have and women don't. So when I'm asking you the question,
When we get into
should
civil
women
rights,
have, let's say voting, is that a right?
JimBob, breathe.
Is voting a right?
Yes.
Okay, can men take away your vote?
Yes.
Okay, so they can take away your right.
But again, it's not men, it's the enforcement arm.
Can the enforcement arm
Well, this is an important distinction.
Unbelievable.
No,
Can
this is a fundamental distinction because every single time you say
Can the
men,
enforcement arm be made up of rabbits?
every single time.
Can the enforcement arm be made up of rabbits?
Do you think, so say for example, you've got a society and the entire enforcement arm is made up of a slave caste. Maybe it's
Cool.
a society where it's all black people. Does that mean black people run the society?
Why
Don't
why
threaten
can only
me
black
like that.
people be slaves?
This is a weird world in Narnia where only black people.
That's weird.
It's not weird.
That was weird.
It's not weird, Jim Bob, to reference black people being slaves. That's like one of the most standard historical things. It doesn't mean it's good. Nice try, though.
Well, if they
Let's
serve as the
continue.
enforcement
Hold on.
arm, it might be good.
Okay, so if say we have a world and white people have all of the control, they're in the governance,
Mm-hmm.
but the entire enforcement arm is a slave caste of black people,
Uh-huh.
would you say then that black people run society in that society?
I would say black people have a chance, and they actually demonstrate.
Hold on, that's not what I asked you. Do black people run the society?
Not currently, but they could actually fight it.
So in this world, do black people run society?
No, but they could fight and actually run it.
But couldn't the white people just fight and...
Yeah, that's white and black. We're talking about men and women. Duh.
Okay, so you realize...
Talking about men versus
Had to
men.
kill another
You prove my
Junebug.
point? If you swap out the blacks and they're women slaves, guess what? Can the women actually change the nature of the world? No, but the group of black men
Of course
could.
they can.
They couldn't?
Yeah, they...
Oh,
they-
you're going to fight a bunch of men?
No, they get to sexually
Well,
select who they're going
Emmanuel,
to be with. They
no!
get to
Oh,
decide
really?
Who has progeny.
That's not
Yes.
true.
Women don't get to select
No,
who
not
they
in a
have
slave
sex with.
situation. What are you talking about?
We're not talking about the slave situation
You just
anymore.
brought up a slave
Yeah, and then
situation.
you moved on beyond that to
No, I
go back
didn't.
to the yes,
No, I
because we
didn't.
were talking about blacks and whites, and then you moved on to men at a broader category.
I kept the slave situation, replaced the black slaves with women, right? In your example, you said, who's running the show? Well, the one who has the most force. That's who's running the show.
So,
Hold
in the
on a
case,
second.
black people.
Hold on a second. In a scenario where there's an oppressor, a strong arm, and
Black
a
people.
group of men who are the weak arm, the winner is the one with the most force, correct? Mm-hmm. So the black people, right, in this case, in this scenario,
Or the best tactics.
can take over it with
well,
force.
actually, that's a really good point, right? When you look at, for example, wars, it's not always just the one that has the best force that wins. Israel and the Six-Day War is a really good example of a country that was positioned against all of the Arab nations. They technically had less force, but they had superior mind, and so they won, right? So this idea that it's just blunt force that wins out in these
No,
things
no
is
one's
the
saying-
most, that is what you are saying.
look,
You just
look.
said, Jim Bob, pause, you just said between these two arms, whichever one has more force wins.
Let me
And the
just-
answer
let me
is
just
that's
fix
not
this for you.
entirely true.
Let me
it's
just fix this
actually,
for
it's
you.
actually who's most
Can I fix
tactical.
this for you? If there's two groups of two military groups, and they're both equally smart, if the one who's smart, just as smart as the other, has superior force, who's going to likely win?
Yeah, sure. In the case where like tactics are identical.
So force is the actual decider.
No, because in
You just agreed.
No,
You
because
just agreed.
Give me an actual real life example where force is perfectly equated.
What do you mean perfectly equated?
You're saying if tactics was perfectly equated,
Yeah.
then force wins. Give me a situation.
Boxing?
Power is never perfectly equated in boxing.
You just said, give me a potential example where it's equated, and then the more powerful one wins over the tactics.
No, typically in boxing, it's oftentimes like most of the greatest boxers, a lot of times are people who are incredibly talented and tactical.
The point-
right? Like Mike Tyson wasn't just good because he
Kyla,
punched really hard. He was also really
I
good because he had
understand.
good weave, he had good footwork, and he also
Could he win
had a
it without the
powerful
power?
punch. Yeah, I think like
Really?
Floyd Mayweather is a good example of somebody who doesn't have a super strong punch.
Floyd
He's
Mayweather's
not-
got
hold on,
power.
You didn't let me finish. Floyd Mayweather is a great example of somebody who doesn't have a high level of force. They're not the strongest guy out there, but they have incredible footwork and they're insanely
And how do you-
fast, and so he still wins all of his fights.
One thing really quick here, guys. We got to take a brief break for little
Holy
chats to
mackerel,
come
dude.
through. If you want.
Come on now, you gonna break in the middle of the thing? All right, let's take a look at some of these. Let's take a look at some of the. Okay, we got super chat, enforcement armor society. Hopefully nobody minds, but I'm going ahead and skip the super chats.
Simultaneously argue that men ought to give them to you.
Because again, it's conflating men with the enforcement arm.
Well, if men
These are not the same.
collectively, whatever you want to call the enforcement arm, right?
The enforcement arm.
Yeah. So it's just what is an abstract collection of men mostly?
Dominantly men, but there are women in it too. And
Okay.
the most important thing is that the enforcement arm is given legitimacy from the ruling class.
I understand. Okay, so
which can be men and
so
women.
do you agree that there's an enforcement arm? Let's say the enforcement arm in this scenario is 96% men and 4% women.
I would just wouldn't. The issue is that the enforcement arm doesn't get to do wanton violence because it's a bunch of men that can do
Well,
violence.
they could.
No, then
Yes,
they
they
would
could.
be a rebel group, and they would be.
They could be a rebel group.
Yeah, but that's not what either of us.
That's
are talking
called a
about.
rebellion.
Yeah, but neither of us are talking about rebel groups right now. We're talking about what
We
an
are
enforcement
actually
arm
because
is.
no,
what legitimizes
we
an
are
enforcement
because
arm.
if that enforcement arm that's mostly men decided you don't get the vote, what leverage do you have? Please, pretty please. That's it.
That the enforcement arm doesn't ever get to decide that in our
It
society.
does.
It doesn't. Who
It-
gets it is the government.
If
What the hell was
if
that?
they-
Government.
If
It's
the
the
government
government.
decides X and the enforcement arm says we're not enforcing that, is there any decision on X?
So do you think that Trump is
Answer the question.
Hold on, I'm answering your question with a question.
That's
Do you-
stupid.
It's not stupid. Have you never engaged
That's a
with
two
Socratic
quoque.
method?
No, that's not how it works.
That's a two
It
quoque.
is. The Socratic method
If-
is
Are you two quoque, Amy?
asking each other
If-
questions in
look,
exchange. to
just
flesh it out.
answer the question.
Unless you want to just be
Why
like,
do I have to
Socrates,
answer your question if you don't answer mine?
I've answered all of your questions.
If someone passes a law, the ruling class passes a law over
Like
here.
Trump.
If they pass a law and the enforcement arm doesn't enforce it,
Like
is there any power
Trump.
in this? No.
No, but
Cool,
hold
so
on,
it's the
hold
enforcement
on.
arm.
It's not the enforcement arm unless you're
Yeah.
going to tell me that police officers have more power in this country than Trump, which would
No,
be crazy.
it's not just police officers, okay?
Of course, it's not just police officers.
Then why
Jim.
would you say police officers?
Okay, sorry, I should have also added soldiers.
Military, Navy SEALs, everything else.
I'm obviously meaning the entire enforcement
Cool.
arm, which is
If
the thing
they
we've been
decide to
talking
not
about.
go to work, does the policy or law have
Wait,
any power?
do you think the enforcement arm is weaker than Trump?
What do you mean, Trump as an individual?
Yeah, our president.
Yeah, the enforcement arm could take over Trump if they wanted
Interesting.
to.
So the enforcement arm is actually the one in control of our country, not Trump.
When it comes down to it, if the enforcement arm decides we're not doing this, right?
This was
we're
a
changing-
huge part of the American Revolution. They didn't even want a standing army during the revolutionary times. It's why George Washington was struggling so hard during the revolution, because literally, I mean, like that was such a big thing in the in that period during America, because they understood that, you know, a standing army, pretty much the force present potentially, you know, in that army is so great that they really worried about a military dictatorship.
Our minds, we're you know, like for instance, the same principle holds when someone does a boycott or they don't come to work, right? A protest.
Mm-hmm.
That has power, right? Leverage.
It's like a soft power, yeah.
Yeah. But if the job they're doing is actually enforcement, for instance, if police stop showing up, police have the power to stop showing up.
Do you wanna know
Hold
why-
on, dude.
Okay.
Do police have the power and the will to stop showing up to crime scenes?
Yeah, but then all of their livelihood would be taken away.
I
right?
understand, but if they risk that for something good, right? If they thought, well, that's a risk, but if it was an ethical view, right, they could actually do that, and that's leverage, right?
The issue is that in reality, the reason why Trump is more powerful, because I'm sure you actually agree with this, than the enforcement arm is because he has, for example, the ability that if the enforcement
No, it's the hair.
arm decided to rebel against him, he could immediately cut
Obviously.
off all funding to any enforcement arm
Mm-hmm.
and immediately strip them of the ability to have arms.
Jason, twinsies, bro.
He could lock up facilities that they wouldn't otherwise have
Wait, hold
access
on,
to.
hold on. Listen to what she's saying. Lock up facilities and take their arms, right? With
also-
what? Wait, ... Drum roll. With what?
What do you think banking is? Do
No,
you
no,
think
hold on,
banking is
hold
the
on.
enforcement arm?
Don't dodge
You
this.
want to focus on the one that works
This is getting really frustrating.
for
Don't-
you, but you don't want to
That's
engage
right.
with the
That's
other
what
one.
debating is.
Do you think banking
She's
is
dodging
the
right now.
enforcement arm? It's
Look,
not dodging.
look, you just
sure,
ran
I'll
into
just grant
shit.
you. He
You
would have
just
to lock
stepped
it up
in-
with his private
You-
secretary instead.
No force. Okay, so if you said a bunch of people rebelled against Trump, the enforcement arm, he can do X, Y, Z, and everything you listed would assume that he also has this other set of people that are force.
Banking would not insist that. He could
What do you mean banking?
He could cut off all of their money immediately
Yeah, you can
and
cut
ground
off.
all their plans.
Yeah,
right?
you can physically.
And that would impact the force potential of the army, right?
you know, the internet and banking and electronics and all that
So he
stuff.
could cut off
That's
their
sabotage.
entire ability
Yeah,
to
you
live.
can do that. Yeah, but the thing
But
is,
that's not force,
yeah,
right?
but look, do you think my argument is that you can't do different kinds of warfare? No. What I'm saying is that even if he did that, what's going to ultimately decide things over time is going to be a body of
Over
people.
time, especially, is going to be money. I'm sorry.
Money?
Yes.
Oh, really? So
Yes.
where money is meaningless, have you ever seen a situation where money is literally on the ground everywhere?
That's called inflation. That's not related to this situation.
So money, you think money is the determining factor?
I think money is probably one of the most important systems of leveraging power on the planet. Yes.
I understand, but if it comes down to money or
Just to remind the audience, we are debating feminism. I know we're a little lost in the sauce right now.
or pure military force, let's say a country's really rich, but they don't have a military. And there's another country
I'm not presenting these things as mutually exclusive.
Well,
right?
I'm pointing to the deciding factor that you keep trying to avoid. Every scenario you give,
I've already
ultimately
granted you,
the deciding
Jim
factor
Bob.
is muscle.
I'm not really understanding. So I've already granted you that muscle is really important. The enforcement arm is very important. The issue is that I'm trying to say it's a more complicated story than you want people to believe because it doesn't work to your narrative, which is that, for example, banking is obviously one of the most powerful things in the world.
Is it more powerful than force?
In an acute sense, no, of course not. But
Cool,
in
that's all
long
I'm
term,
arguing.
well, in a long term, for example, which a war is long term,
Do you need an
you can't feed people, you can't do any logistics, you can't do any coordinating.
Do you need an enforcement arm in the threat of force to have a bank?
Yeah, but these things are intrinsic. Hold on, Jim Bob, none of these are winning to your thing.
Yes, they are.
You're trying to act like force is the number one. It's the most important thing.
It is the deciding factor.
And no, it's not.
What's another deciding factor if it's not force?
Tactics.
What? Tactics of what?
Of warfare.
Warfare is force.
Of complimenting each other and blowing kisses and stuff.
It's not just force. Force is violence, right? Force is going pew pew.
Look.
You can't say force is now just all of these other things so that you can make your argument work.
If two bodies of force have equal tactical skills and knowledge, and one has superior force, who's going to win between the ones who are equal in tactical knowledge?
I already answered that. Can I add on to that?
No, what's the answer for the whole audience?
I already said the one with superior force.
Cool.
Here's the next question. Say they're equal in those ways. One has a higher force, but the other one has 4 times the amount of money. Which one wins now?
The force.
Not necessarily.
What do you mean? How does money beat a gun?
Because you can hire other additional
Isn't
militia.
it weird, ladies and gentlemen,
hire
when
other
I get
guns.
robbed on the street, I can't throw my money at the person to defend
I'm not saying that money is
from
force.
a gun?
I'm not saying that money is force. I'm saying that when you're pretending this idea of force in the enforcement arm is so simple, it's just muscle makes right. Unironic.
I didn't say right. I said it makes.
You are saying
no.
Yes. You're doing
don't
master
lie.
morality.
Don't lie.
You're doing master
No,
morality. Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. Stop lying.
What is master morality?
I don't know, but it's not might is right.
So you're saying that you're not doing a thing
I
that you
assume
have
it's
no
might
idea
is
what
right.
it is.
I never heard the term, but if you're saying might is right, that's not a gotcha. I'm saying might is. This is why it's an important question. If you agree with me that might is, it's not right, it just is. It could be the case, it's right, it could be wrong, right? If it's the case that we both agree that might just is, that's descriptively true.
Doesn't exist.
It's descriptively the case that force wins. That doesn't say it's right, it wins. Yes?
Yeah, in a one-to-one.
Okay.
Again.
Stop.
No, the world is
Oh my
not.
God,
Jim Bob,
insufferable.
I know it. It'd be. Well, hold on.
Every time I get one premise out, you basically take us to Wally World. Look, just
think that's
follow.
I have been following the issue, Jim Bob. Is
No.
It's
follow.
not this
That means
simple.
stop. That means be quiet for a second.
I don't have to do
If
this
we
with you.
agree that force wins, no one said it's right. If we agree that force wins, isn't the next logical question is what philosophy or worldview informs the use of force? If pure force wins is descriptively true, concentrate.
It's not. That's what I'm telling you.
Oh, it's not now.
No, because
Okay.
you're now moving to a philosophical system of how you set up, for example, maybe nation states. We can maybe use force in the state of nation states. The moment that you go to that, this idea that just force wins is devoid of any of the complications of reality, right? The reality is that if you have a super strong force, but you don't have logistics, you don't have means to feed them, you don't have caretakers for them to take care of the wounded, you don't
Yes.
have a GDP to be able to fund them and make
Correct.
them strong and have more
Nobody's
ammunitions.
disagreeing with that.
You are fundamentally eroding these things
So you mean-
that you can
wait.
just say force really matters.
Well, no.
But I've never said that force doesn't matter. I'm saying you're painting a really
I never
simplistic
said
picture
those other things
when
don't
this
matter.
is complicated.
I never said those. You want to make it complicated so you don't have to deal with the entailments. But
no, I want to make it complicated because
Look,
I would love for a
is it-
discussion to slightly map
okay,
onto
cool.
reality.
Okay, cool.
Just slightly.
All right, cool. So if you have two groups of two different armies, right, fighting out there in the field,
Yeah.
do you think it's better for one or the other to be able to deal with the harshness of the elements in long periods of time?
Is it better to be able to
be in like the heat for a long period of time, to be
yeah.
carrying a lot of weight for a long period of time?
Yeah, of course. This is why men are better at the front line.
Gotcha.
Of
Okay, so
course.
if that's the case, it still comes down to brute force collectively. Even in the instance where you have to serve. Yes, it does.
No.
You have to carry food, right?
So, for example, if brute force was sufficient, Germany would have a much better time taking over Russia because they were fucking dumpstering. They had way more force on their hand. The problem is that they had a failed logistics system and that they had no way of managing the winter, particularly
Great.
because their tanks got stuck in the mud.
And was there an
which is why logistics and things like
Cool.
nurses, all of these things
So-
matter.
so
when
did
you
they
try
lose-
to reduce the world
Did they
to
lose-
force, all you're doing is just pretending
No,
that the world
even
is
in that
simple.
instance, did they lose to concepts or did they also lose to another body of force?
What?
Did they lose to another body of force?
They mostly lost to technology failures and winter.
Does that technological failures, does that require men?
Concepts?
No, men?
No.
Okay, to avoid...
Developing a tank does not require men.
Oh,
No,
really?
it requires science.
Oh, listen, guys. Developing a tank doesn't require men.
It requires science.
Science is a method. What's the scientific method?
The scientific method is the process by which you use.
No, what's the method?
What?
Steps.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk you
What's
through
the first step?
Okay, I can walk you through
What's
it.
the step?
The first step is going to be hypothesis
No,
generation.
that's an observation. Wrong.
No.
Yes, it is.
No.
How do you do a hypothesis on something you don't observe, dummy?
Okay, you're talking about basic science.
Yeah, you can't even tell me what the scientific method is. Science built tanks? No. Engineering built tanks, and men had to...
Do you think engineering
Do you know
is
what a
not
tank's made of?
Various things. There's like steel bodies.
Are they
plating.
heavy?
Again,
Have you ever seen... Do you think you could...
Jimbub,
do you think you
Jimbub,
could
hold on.
hammer in
Please
one of the...
stop. Please
the
stop.
bolts
Bob
of
sure
the-
does love that scientific method, doesn't he?
let's just go back. Let's just
This is hilarious.
let's just breathe and go back.
Ta-
Okay?
You guys,
engineers.
men don't build tanks. Science does.
Do,
What are you, Neil deGrasse Tyson? What's wrong with you?
Do you think that we would have tanks
Neil
Without
without
men?
science?
Stash.
Nobody said that. Men build tanks
You just said
and use...
You heard it, guys. Science builds tanks
You said
because
that.
you were saying concepts don't. Of
Men
course.
build tanks.
Whoever
Women
brought
don't-
up the fact that she can't concede any points at all is so right, because I mean it's like she's at war with reality, dude. Like we can't just agree that the force that an army has and has in its potential like is what wins. We
Build
can't agree
tanks.
that.
Women just can build tanks.
Oh, can they?
Yes.
Really?
Yes, we
Really?
have the science and technology for
Oh,
it.
you have the brute force to carry all of those heavy pieces of
Well,
equipment?
typically you're going to have like a carrying equipment. Yeah, you can use like forklifts and all the other shit that they use. Do you think that like men by
Yes.
themselves are just like brute
Yes.
carrying?
Still. Yes, they are.
No.
Yes,
they're
they are.
using factories
What are you
and
talking
robotics.
About? What are you talking about? They're not pure... By the way, who manages and builds robotics?
Men
Robots?
and women.
No, mostly men.
Little Chinese
Engineering,
guys.
metalsmithing, machining, all of these things, large scale
Yes, it's
building.
disproportionately like occupied by men. But
Why
this
is that?
This is more of the feminist argument at this point.
It's not.
It is because like by and large, women were barred from education, and that like these
Why would I
disciplines didn't
want...
reinforce.
Look, your own army. Let's say you have your own army, right?
I
And
just
they're-
can't believe you said that science doesn't build tanks. That is
Science-
the most wild
engineering
statement I've heard
builds
today.
tanks. Science-
Engineering is science, my
No,
friend.
science is...
yes, it is.
Science is natural, dude.
No, it's.
Yes, it is. It's study of the natural world. Tanks aren't natural, dummy.
I'm sorry. Do you think that science didn't contribute to the development of tanks?
No, I didn't say that. I said science
They're not
itself.
built natural
Oh,
well,
God.
Science, it's,
dummy.
Can you engineer without science?
No.
Yes, you can.
No.
Yes, you can.
Not very well.
I didn't say well. If you can engineer without science, then it demonstrates that you can do engineering without science. The argument isn't whether or not science contributes. The question isn't. I never said science doesn't contribute to engineering. I'm saying science itself as a methodology, which you don't even fucking know the method,
I do.
doesn't.
You
no, you
haven't
don't.
even let me speak.
You didn't even
Do
start with an observation.
Because a lot of science doesn't start with observation.
That's
For
not
example,
science.
basic science just hypothesizes free
Oh,
willy
cool.
and then it tests it.
Like what?
Basic science, for example, would be one person was like just pretty sure that our gut biome, the ulcers that created
Oh,
our
they
gut
did that
biome
without
is bacteria.
knowing and observing what a gut biome is? They
No.
just imagine a gut biome without observing and knowing what it is?
No, the main actually thing is that they hadn't been able to observe the bacteria in there, but they proposed anyways that it was a bacteria. In fact, it was viewed as a very, very controversial
So they knew
thing
what
because they were
bacteria
like,
was?
Bro.
Did they know what bacteria was?
You know, this is a
Yes.
pretty
Cool.
good
So they-
example of why, like I was saying earlier about why it was brilliant for Jay when he does the debates to like lock them down on the definitions, right? Lock them down on the fundamentals, because this is what, you know, it can turn into, where they're just like running around in circles over these little things, quabbling. It's
Observe bacteria
so
before.
frustrating.
So they started with an observation to know what bacteria is. They know what a gut is. That's an observation.
Okay.
You can't
Do you
posit
know-
a hypothesis without. You can't do it without an observation.
Jim Bob, I'm sorry.
What's wrong with you?
You're out of the depth. Do you know what
No,
the
I'm
difference?
not. You don't even know the scientific
Do you know
method.
what the difference is between basic and applied science?
Yes.
What's the difference?
You're out of your
Well,
element, Donnie.
Applied science is basically that's what engineering is. It's taking the conclusions, the regularity, the inductive reasoning from the scientific method and applying it into making shit.
What's basic science?
Basic science is natural science.
What is that?
You observe natural phenomena in the world. You have a hypothesis of what's causing the natural phenomenon. You introduce an independent variable. You remove it. You repeat, and then you come up with a conclusion, which is what produces a scientific theory.
Okay, so you don't understand this. So basic.
What?
Basic.
Tell me one thing I said was wrong,
Sure,
dummy.
I will. Just breathe.
Don't do this fucking passive-aggressive shit where
You're
you
calling
don't
me
understand this.
dummy.
Tell me
You're
what I got wrong.
interrupting me all the
Tell me
time.
what I got wrong.
I will, but you
Stop gaslighting me.
You have to stop.
You're a
interrupting.
professional gaslighter.
Brian,
Brian,
if I
Daddy,
can-
help me. Patriarchy, help me. I win.
That is a
Do you
win.
want me to
What
He
did I
answer
get
the
won.
question?
wrong?
I will answer if you breathe.
If we can, let's try to avoid the ad homs and the.
In comes the man with the force to enforce the rules of the debate. Okay, I think that is a win for Jim Bob.
Insults.
Wrap it up,
Okay.
guys.
Go
He
ahead.
won.
So basic science is typically where a hypothesis can be generated without observation. It's something that essentially a scientist theorizes. And then they create a hypothesis to test it, and then they test it.
How do you
Applied science is using observations from nature or from the world around you and building off of these observations to create a more like targeted hypothesis of what we expect it to become, and then testing that out. Most science that you're familiar with is part of this applied science branch, because basic science is like more like what 1800s philosophers got to do, where they just like whimsically were like, I wonder if I lick metal if it'll cure cancer, and then they tried it, right? That's what basic science was, where you just like try like hocus pocus shit to see if it works. Whereas applied science is going like, well, whenever I drop this ball, I notice that it hits this, and so I'm going to test and see if I drop different things of different
Yeah.
weight, if it changes
Cool.
the velocity of dropping.
And which one of those built a tank?
I have no idea the history of science, but I'm assuming which part. Gunpowder, I suspect, probably wasn't science at all. The Chinese did it. I have a
Shout out to Ian for that $10 super chat. Thanks for letting me yap. Thank you, brother. Sincerely, thank you so much, Ian. I really appreciate you, brother.
feeling that they kind of noticed these things like igniting one another. Maybe it was applied science, but for example, a lot of medical advancements come from basic science.
Yeah. Do you think you could load a cannonball into a?
Me personally?
Yeah.
I don't know how to work tanks.
No, I mean just a cannonball into a cannon.
Oh, yeah, probably.
You could load one in.
Yeah, I think they're about like 5 pounds.
Can you
a
pull
ball.
back the rail of a clock?
Like the inside gear
No,
mechanism?
to cock a gun. Can you do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you break down a gun? Clean
no.
it? Okay.
That's not a dunk. I've never.
Well, no,
claimed to.
it kind of is a dunk, because a part of managing weaponry, even not just a tank, but even small weapons, you have to be able to clean it effectively, and
This
you have to be able to use brute strength and be able to hold it firm. And so
I've
it
never
applies big and
denied
small.
that having some, like I've never denied that frontline soldiers are better served typically by men or by women who can achieve the same like
Okay.
physical standards that are erected for men.
Okay.
What I've actually done is said that science is the concept by which tanks emerged, and then labor was used to build these
Okay.
things. But to act like it's men is, again, it's just this reductive narrative of diminishing like how, again, you just get to steal valor because like men were in these roles. But there's a really complicated question of like, why were men in these roles and maybe not women? And also there's a
Why is
number of
every
It's not that
answer
complicated.
To your
Science.
philosophy, it's complicated.
because the world is incredibly fucking complicated.
So do you understand it, or it's complicated but you understand it?
I understand elements of it, but it seems like I understand maybe more than you.
Well, no, it sounds like what you're
We didn't know
saying
what
is
basic science and applied science
every
was.
time I have you cornered, you say it's very complicated, which is a very common tactic with
hold on.
nonsense machines.
I don't just say it's complicated. I say it's complicated, and then I go on to list out the like sequelae and multifactorial elements that make it complicated. complicated. Nobody in their right mind would look at the world, look at like taxes or debt or banking or central banking. Nobody should look at these things and be like, yeah, it's really fucking simple. No, it's not.
Maybe not
Well,
all
in
women,
this-
Moldy, but I think there's a good case to be made for erudite.
Central
this-
banking,
in-
very
well,
complicated.
but in this
tanks, very
in this
sophisticated
debate,
and
in this
complicated.
debate, the simplicity, the thing that's being reduced as not complicated, it seems to be only complicating for you, honestly, is that the descriptive element of this debate that's true, that holds true, that you even agree with, is that it's primarily men who are applying force to maintain a society, whether it's law or the world itself, or erecting buildings and maintaining all this shit.
Yeah, I mean, I've just agreed with that. The issue is that, like, we then got into, which you didn't really allow me to, which is like, who gives the legitimacy to those like young, able-bodied men to enact violence in a legitimate way?
A group of people who have
Authority,
superior
government.
force.
No.
Yes.
No, government.
Oh
What?
my god.
That's what a government is.
It's superior force. Trump is just stronger than
No,
the
the
current-
body of the government, which has an arm, the branch of force, is the government. It's all inclusive. It's all one big thing, right?
The military is not part of the government. No, not necessarily. The government rules over the military.
The military is not an arm of the government when the
it's
president
underneath.
is the leader of what?
Yeah, he's the leader of it. It's underneath him.
Is it a part of his governance?
Yes, but that doesn't mean that it is the government, right? The military is not the government.
The military
government
is not part of the government.
That's not what I said. I said that it isn't the government, right? The one that confers the authority to the violent pension
Is this
men.
hand a part of my body?
Yep.
Is it my body?
No, it's your hand and it's part of your body.
Okay, so it's not my body.
Well, it is your body and it's your hand, right? There's like a level of specificity that you can
Oh,
apply to
interesting.
things.
Cool.
Yeah,
So this isn't my body.
it is your body.
Oh, okay,
it's
cool.
just also your
Okay.
hand.
So if I'm the government,
do you think
and this
that's
is,
analogous to the government?
yeah, if I'm the government and this is the enforcement arm of the military, is this the government by the same logic?
I'm sure.
Why are you
I guess I
wincing?
can-
Why are you wincing?
I'm wincing because again, it makes me wonder if you understand how your branches.
What is
of
wrong with your
government
brain?
work. Does your do you
I
understand?
used your logic.
What are the three branches of the government?
Legislative, sorry, finish it for me.
Executive.
Executive.
Judicial.
Judicial, gotcha.
Yeah, none of those are military, if you might notice.
The executive branch needs the military.
Well, it's under the executive branch.
Yeah, it's part of what are you talking?
I'm saying.
If you can't execute a policy, there's no executive branch.
Yeah, it's like
So-
what's his name, Andrew Jackson in the Supreme Court, right? They're like, no, you can't do that, and he's like, that's funny, stop me. I got the military, and what happened? He did what he wanted to do.
Military is under the president, right?
Yeah, and the president's what? What?
The leader of the country.
Yeah.
Yeah, the military's under him, right? He gives the military the authority to do the violence. He
That's right.
legitimizes it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
That's cool. That's in favor of my argument.
You know what?
That
All right,
body
thank you, Erudite.
can
Thank you.
determine, right? Even if you think it's unjust, it can actually determine and take control. It could literally tomorrow could take your rights to vote, right?
I don't know why you're talking about the government when you don't even know the three branches of the
Look,
government.
I know you're going to hold on to that forever, but it pales like
He knows
like
the
what-
branches, but you guys are an hour and 40 minutes into a debate. It's called a brain fart, and I'm sure, Erudite, you are very well familiar with
you've
this.
said tonight.
Do you know what the
is-
legislative's
it's so-
role is?
It doesn't matter.
It kind of does.
It doesn't matter.
If you're
No,
if-
because the
this
argument is feminism.
This is the same thing. Well, we've obviously moved pretty far away from it. This is the same thing when we debated last
Obviously.
time and we were talking about GDP.
What good is the
You
legislative
didn't
body that passes-
You're fighting me about concepts you don't
Kyla,
even know.
Kyla, I'm not talking about the function of the government.
Just to be clear, it's fine if you don't know
Look,
these things.
if-
The problem is when you
Kyla,
weaponize
stop
your your
gaslighting.
ignorance
Stop your
about these
gaslight-
ideas.
all you have is
Can
gaslighting.
you please let me finish?
All you do
Stop
is gaslight
gaslighting
and gaslight
me.
and
I
gaslight. That's all you do.
I don't know why you're
That's
talking-
literally your career.
You're like a Tumblr girl right
No.
now.
What good
And you
is...
start like cutting your wrists
Kyla,
and being sad
Kyla,
too.
Kyla, focus.
I
What
see
good
you.
is legislating policy if you can't execute it with force?
It's no good. I'm.
Cool.
This is not the
Is the
argument that you were
legislative
making.
part of the, is that a part of the government?
I thought we had
legislature-
moderators.
yes.
Couldn't the
Okay,
moderators
cool.
be like, guys, let's get closer to feminism
So
on
if
this.
the legislative branch is a part of the government that informs policy and makes policy and passes policy or whatever, if it's no good without force, right?
Mm-hmm.
If passing policy that gives you entitlements like voting or anything else you call liberty under feminism, if it's the case that the body of force could literally not enforce it at all,
Yeah.
Okay? You're at the mercy, just like me, of a body of predominantly men. Therefore, rights, as you argue them, this all branched from this very simple argument, is that you made an argument that women should have rights. I gave you the entailment of that. If you say women ought to have rights, which is a normative claim about what should happen, right? You're simultaneously saying, given that there's a legislative branch that writes that out and does it, you're simultaneously saying that people in the
legislative branch?
In the enforcement arm ought to defend and uphold that policy, right?
Sure. I guess.
Cool.
Here's my
So now
issue.
there's an obligation for men primarily,
No,
and from your feminist view,
it's
you
not for men.
cannot produce
Stop.
an
Nope.
obligation.
No, you lost
Feminism
there.
has zero obligations.
Okay, again, obligations. Men are not obligated to be police or soldiers. Soldiers and police are obligated to be police and soldiers because that's what they agree to, right? So this obligation, again, feminism, it doesn't obligate anything, but feminism isn't a doctrine of political governance, right? It doesn't have to obligate things in the way that like a government system does. For example, the government obligates you as a citizen to listen to the rules of the country, right? It's important. And I know you're gonna be like, and how do you enforce those rules? It's force. But after that, after we've gotten into that, it's really important for you to understand that when you're talking about feminism, it's not a political philosophical structure. And so when you're asking what the obligations are underneath it, it's not you're basically measuring like a truck when we're talking about rainbows.
No, because feminism pretty much acts like a religious faith in most people, and so it is necessarily taking the place of a religion in the hearts of people. And so, yeah, okay, it's not a political system, but nobody's arguing that it's a political system.
So you'd be like, why doesn't this rainbow work like the truck does?
How do you put that many words out and say nothing?
Bob, I'm sorry, if you didn't understand that, that might explain why you don't know the three branches of the government.
Do I need crayons?
But just to be clear, I was pretty simple in what I just said there.
Okay, cool. So the question is...
You don't understand what I said
just
there?
to give it back, you agree that under your feminist view that you're arguing is better or good for society, that there actually are no obligations.
It's not a governmental system.
What?
That's what makes obligations.
Of course it's a governmental system.
Feminism is not a governmental system.
The moment you say women should have X rights, it becomes a governmental system. It's part of you're appealing to the government.
No.
What do you mean, no?
Appealing to the government is not the same thing as being a government system. It is obvious that feminism is not equatable in any way to like a democracy or monarchy, which is how like power gets conferred.
I understand that.
Well, the issue is that you're pointing at feminism and being like, look at it, it has no obligations. And it's like, you're comparing that, but you're comparing that to a government system.
That's an important point to make, though, is that, the women, they're gaining more power, but they are not having to give what the men have to give.
Most worldviews don't have obligations necessary to them.
So what's better for a society? A society that has obligations or none? None.
A society that has obligations is obviously better because that's how you make nation states. That's how you make society.
Got you. So does feminism have obligations?
Again, it depends on what you mean by obligations.
Does your view of feminism...
Do you mean values?
No, any obligation. That means
so dishonest,
you're compelled to act a certain way. You're compelled to do certain duties in the world. You're compelled to act.
No, feminism does not have obligations with it. It's not a government system.
I got you. Premise one. A worldview that has obligations and duties is better than one that doesn't. Hold on, let me finish. Premise two.
Trucks are way better than rainbows. Oh, God.
She doesn't want this to hit.
These are disanalogous.
Stop interrupting.
Well, you're doing a fallacy.
What's the fallacy?
The fallacy is that you're being disanalogous.
What? That's not. What are you talking about? What's disanalogous?
That you're comparing feminism to a governmental system.
No.
It's not a governmental system.
I didn't say government.
You did because you said it doesn't have a way of enforcing obligations.
I never said anything.
But the only thing that can enforce obligations is a level of governmental system.
I didn't say enforce obligations with government. I didn't say that. That didn't come out of my mouth.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
Premise one. Don't interrupt me. Premise one. A society that has a worldview with obligations and duties is better than one without, right? Feminism doesn't have obligations and duties in its worldview. Conclusion, any worldview that has obligations and duties is better than feminism.
Okay.
Just got to draw it out.
Would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, it's just
She's not going to respond to it because she didn't have enough time to write it all down. So now she's just going to frickin'
Don't meta Yelp review. Just get to the premises.
Sure. Society with obligations is better than a society without. Yeah, I'm not pro-anarchy.
Okay.
Feminism does not have obligations. In the case of like statehood, yeah, it doesn't. It's not purporting to be a governmental system.
Okay.
This is, again, just a false analogy.
Well, no, it's not an analogy. It's literally a premise with a follow-up.
There are plenty of worldviews that you and I both would agree might be good things that don't have necessary obligations that you are compelled to do. For example, religion.
That's a contradiction.
Religion is a worldview.
That has duties and obligations.
You are not forced to do anything.
Feminism is in contrast to patriarchy, right? Which is a necessary part of the faith, right? Of the majority of people in America. So patriarchy is like an assumption. It's a prerequisite for the political system that we have. And so if she's trying to say that feminism is a good thing and it ought to be instituted and followed and supported and promoted, I don't know. I'm losing my place.
He talked about force. What's wrong with your brain?
That's what you said.
No one
obligations.
said force.
Then what does obligations mean if you're not compelled to do it?
What do you mean? It's basically like,
How
look,
else are you compelled?
You say you're a Christian, right?
Yeah, how else are you
have
compelled?
Do you have an obligation as a Christian?
To what?
Tell me any obligation on your mangled Christian view that you hold.
I suppose to be honest before God.
Got you. Do you go to jail if you're not honest before God?
No, but now you're changing what obligations mean.
I just demonstrated you could hold an obligation without any sort of force.
Then why the fuck were you talking about compelled obligations
Because we're talking about worldviews, right? If you as a feminist present feminism against, say, Christianity tonight, and I counter with Christianity that has tenfold obligations and duties baked into it by the argument that you just agreed to, Christianity, which is patriarchal, is better than feminism. It's the end of the debate.
It's just another false dichotomy. You're unironically making it seem like if Christianity exists, then feminism can't. And it's just like...
What? Nobody said that.
It's not that it can't, it's that it's replacing like a crucial part of it. And if obviously in his argument he's showing that the patriarchal structure, it has these obligations present in there for the men, that if feminism replaces that and there are no obligations, that it's obviously harmful, that it's a detriment, that it's a downgrade, that it's bad.
Yes, you did.
Look, how do you not know what a defeater is?
All I'm doing, JimBob, is I'm walking your own thoughts to their nth conclusion, right?
Yeah, you're not dealing with that. Do I need to do it slower?
I am. The issue is that you have changed. So what you're doing is called equivocating. You're muddying a definition.
How?
So obligations, you started by talking about like state obligations, things that you were compelled to do.
She keeps bringing the state in, and I didn't bring the state in the argument.
You explicitly did because you were talking about...
Where is it in my argument?
We were talking about military.
Where is it in my argument? Do you find it there? No.
Sorry. Are you just using obligations as a different word? Why are you using obligation? Well, just before you were talking about obligations as a compelled thing from governments, which the enforcement arm, right? You have a duty to your nation.
Cool.
That's an obligation.
Yeah, that's awesome.
You can be compelled to do it. Now you're talking about obligations, but I think what you mean is values.
I'll do it.
These are not the same thing.
Hold on a second.
So when you say obligations,
she's driving me nuts too, bro. I'm trying to get through it. I'm trying my best.
Things that you can be forced to do or punished if you don't do.
I'll give you another one that's maybe
Answer my question. When you are talking about obligations, are you talking about things that you, if you don't do,
you ought to do?
You can not ought.
Yes,
things that
ought.
you can be forced to do.
Well, no. I just demonstrated.
Then feminism does have obligations of what you ought to do.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So you're making moral ought claims, right?
Well, now because
I do think for any future debate reviews, we might have to institute and enforce a no women debaters rule. I think I might have to do that for any future debate.
Remember you went here with Jay. Are you sure you want to go there with me?
Yeah, of course, because I fucking dumpstered Jay on that too.
Roll the tape. I'm pretty sure that's not what we all watched.
You couldn't tell him or the audience or me why, from a feminist view, we ought to do anything.
I did multiple times. He just didn't accept the premise. As a feminist, you should, so specifically the ought is that we should try to empower women and promote femininity. Pause. Yes, that's the argument. That's
not an argument. That's an assertion. Do you know what an argument is?
Okay, buddy.
Premise one: we should do the thing in question.
So the evidence for this, why we ought to do this, is that it is good for a society. It is unavoidable, and a necessity to maintain a competitive GDP in a global foreign nation. It is also a morally good thing to basically uplift your sisters in Christ. And I think I got into another one.
Wow, so it's a Christian, you're using
it's
a Christian
uplifting.
paradigm, or is it mixed? You're doing like a...
It's uplifting for your sisters in Christ to divorce them from their family, from the patriarchal structure, which protects them, provides for them, actually empowers them by not being another cog in the faceless, soulless machinery of society where they can just gather up a bunch of money just in case their husband, for any reason whatsoever, infringes on their happiness in the slightest way. So that way they can then divorce their husband, destroy their families, ruin their children's lives. That's the empowerment of feminism there for her Christian sisters.
Sort of like Chipotle mixed burrito theology.
Well, there's going to be like moral claims. There's some certain Christian, because we share like a similar Christian value. Obviously, we don't hold secular people to Christian moral systems, right? Because they're secular. This is
Right.
obviously true.
Okay, so...
No, actually we do.
how
It's
is
called the legal
feminism
system.
Christian then?
It's called the legal system, which has its foundation in natural law and in Christian morality. So we do actually hold secular people to Christian morals because thou shalt not kill and et cetera, et cetera.
I've not said that it's Christian necessarily. I'm saying as Christians, it's a good
You
thing.
just
to take care
said
of
we
your
should
sisters.
elevate women in Christ. You're smuggling in a Christian view into your feminist view.
Yeah, I'm arguing why I, as a Christian, think that like these feminist values are good. But I'm not saying as a Christian you should.
Because you haven't thought enough about them, honestly. Like you either don't know enough about Christianity, or God only knows what kind of Christianity she is, and she just hasn't actually, I guess, analyzed. Either she hasn't analyzed the distinction between Christianity v. feminism, or she just is in bad faith.
You should be a feminist. Sorry.
Well, I mean, okay, so...
Jimbob ought be a feminist.
Back to the argument, if it's the case that any worldview that has obligations and duties is better than one without, and feminism actually doesn't really have any...
It does have obligations
right,
if
Ian.
we're just
Yeah,
talking
right.
about things that you ought to do as a result of the worldview, right? So like feminism, for example, would say that you ought to respect women. You ought to give them consent. You ought to allow them to like self-determine. You ought to like treat women respectfully. You ought to like look at
You
feminine
ought-
things
shut up.
and view them as good things. These would be oughts that feminism would make,
Okay,
right?
ought you not, as a feminist, start an OnlyFans?
It's mixed. There's some feminists that are very...
No, you're the one debating tonight.
I don't think that I ought. No, I don't think there's any feminist who would say that you ought to.
I
start
didn't
an
talk about
OnlyFans.
any feminist. You're the feminist in the seat right now.
I don't think-
Ought we, from your view,
Dang.
ought your friend
No.
be an OnlyFans chick?
No, I don't think it's a moral good to be an OnlyFans chick.
Okay, so she ought not.
Feminism would be pretty neutral on that by and large. My feminist view would be that you get to self-determine, right? So you get to make that choice.
So if you ought to self-determine and she determines that she should be an
she
online
wants to?
prostitute, then she ought be an online
well,
prostitute,
this
right?
is no longer an ought statement. At this point, the only ought statement is that women should be allowed to self-determine. After that, what she
that's
chooses to
sad.
do isn't
Lord
necessarily
have mercy.
morally good or morally bad. We have to look at the
Now I
actual
feel bad
behavior
for her.
itself to evaluate if her choice in that behavior was morally good or morally bad. The ought of feminism is just letting women make choices.
So when is it in the behavior you determine that it's bad?
Sorry, I got distracted by that person's PFP because it was funny. Say that again.
When in the process of an action
Sounds about
do you
right.
determine it's bad?
Super complicated. Depends on your like moral
Complicated.
system.
What a surprise.
Yeah, well, of course, like the moral system. So, like, if this feminist, for example, is a utilitarian, then we might like look at something like, does porn negatively impact men, and does sex work negatively impact you? And I would say, like, for the majority of men and women, both of these things are negative. So that at a utilitarian level, that individual might decide you should not do porn.
Wait, this is contrary with your first ethical system, which is merely that you should have a
not
say in what
contrary.
you're doing. Is ultimately the primary
So the
ethical view is that you have a choice in the matter, that you can will your own behavior.
No, this isn't
right?
super complicated. You asked what are some of the oughts of feminism. One of the oughts of feminism is that women should be able to choose what they do.
Ought
But
women
that
have
doesn't mean
children?
that all of their choices are morally good or morally bad.
Ought women have children if they can?
Again, I don't think it's a moral good to have children, no.
It's not
my-
a moral good to have children?
No.
Okay, so how do you determine it's not a moral good to have
I
children?
mean, what could be more like evident of her worldview than that, right? I mean, like, yeah, the creation of life isn't necessarily a good thing.
How do I determine that it's not a moral good?
Yeah, because that's a pretty affirmative statement that it's not a moral good to have children.
I didn't say it's bad, right? I didn't say it's not moral.
It's amoral?
It's neutral, yeah. I think having children's pretty neutral. You can, pretty much anyone can spread their legs and get sperm dumped into them. I don't think it's like a particularly meaningful thing.
Okay.
No.
Lord have
And
mercy,
you
dude.
call yourself a Christian? Do you or not? Are you just LARPing or
what is it?
what's your
Sorry.
deal?
Well, I'm assuming that there's an attack here, right? So the
There's always
eye look
this
is
whole
going,
night is an
Why
attack.
are you
Yeah.
now that we're talking about
Trying to
women,
get your worldview. It's all over the
you're
fucking
not
place.
you're not really trying to, right? Like
Are you a
what you're
Christian
doing
is
you're
a question.
Well, what you're doing is you're equivocating, you're pivoting, you're asking me a bunch of questions. You're not really giving me any space to ask you questions back. What you'll notice
You're
also
the
in this debate
affirmative.
is you have not made a
Who's the
single claim.
affirmative?
I don't know because there isn't actually a premise
Feminism
question.
She doesn't
is good for
understand the-
society is the
she doesn't understand the parameters of the debate. Is that a loss? Is that a loss state? Because I think it might be.
That wasn't even what we agreed to debate.
What do you mean?
We talked about just fleshing out the idea of like different branches of feminism. Neither
Okay.
one of us like made this
Let me
strong
ask you
claim of this
again.
because you and I both agreed that it would be
If
a little
you-
silly to
I
rehash the
asked
same argument
you-
for the third time.
You call yourself some sort of Orthodox Protestant. I don't even know if it's a meme. I'm trying to get from your view.
It's called radical orthodoxy.
Radical
Oh,
Orthodoxy.
goodness.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Y'all
So
weren't
revolution-
joking, dude. You all weren't joking. And she actually is radical Protestant Orthodoxy. Interesting.
Revolutionary Orthodoxy.
Nope.
What's radical about it?
It's radical because it like aims to go back to like the way that the ancients engaged with the original scripture.
Ancient who?
The ancients who like wrote it, like the
Oh, you
old
mean like actual Orthodoxy?
traditionists and stuff.
Who are those?
That would be like 1200 BC to like
yeah.
probably like 30 AD.
Yeah, I'm sure
Oh.
you guys are right in line with St. John Chrysostom. I'm sure you guys are basically doing exactly what he was doing.
So you're arguing that the original
Radical
Orthodox
Orthodoxy.
Church and the Church
It's
Fathers?
not East. Sorry, I know Orthodox is confusing. It's not
Oh.
like Eastern Orthodox.
Oh, okay.
It's
You're just using the
Protestantism.
term.
It's,
Oh.
it's closer to Protestant.
Oh, Protestants. Oh, that was around then?
Yeah. You know, the ancients, like the Protestants from 500 years ago, the ancient Christians.
Nope.
Oh, interesting.
Protestants can still engage. Like again, you're just doing the thing where you're like, this word wasn't made, so you can't like analyze it from history. Like
This
obviously,
Christianity
as a
wasn't
Protestant,
invented, so
you can
you
look
can't
back at
say
what the
it's
ancients
ancient.
did and try to divine some like meaning thing. But again, I want to be really cautious. I'm not a spiritual leader. I don't actually need to go into length about like talking about.
Yeah, I don't
theology.
actually understand it.
Well, that's fine. I'm not super well versed in it either, but I just wanted to get the peripheral basics because
It's
when
radical.
you say it's not a moral duty, a moral good
Why
to
are you
have
going
children.
into my religion then when we're talking
Because-
about like broad
because-
feminist
because
thoughts?
feminist-
It's called radical orthodoxy because they do sick kick flips and hard flips, bro, on their skateboards.
Like if once you get into ethics and morals, you're actually going to have to pull in a theological view. There's no avoiding it.
Sure, but like my main theological view is that like we should try to do well by others and treat them well and allow
Okay.
them as much as possible free choice. And I think feminism is one of the means by which you offer women free choice.
Right.
Which I think is really
free choice to
sacred.
act against themselves.
Yeah, unfortunately, God allows us to sin, right?
Okay, but calling it sin, you could make sin illegal, right? God
you
does,
can.
hold on. Does God allow us to make laws?
Yep, but he
Is it sinful to
doesn't-
murder?
Yep.
So why do we
Well,
put?
unless it's self-defense,
Why do
I
we put?
suppose.
No, that's killing.
That's
not
not murder.
So, if it's totally consistent on your worldview to make something that's sinful illegal, why do you
That's
advocate?
not what I said.
Is it okay under your worldview to make something that's sinful illegal?
By and large, I think that like what you should determine as a nation of what's legal and illegal should like at the most broadband work to capture multiple like ethical systems that people are bringing in, because especially in America, you've got this amalgamation of Protestants and Catholics and Eastern Orthodox and atheists, and so I don't think like the government should be a branch of like God.
Do you
Oh yeah.
think that
Oh yeah, Nevsky, we're going. We're trying, dude.
something that's a sin can be made illegal?
She's not making it easy for us.
Can be?
Yeah, under your view, is it okay under your feminist
Oh, good point. Yeah, radical, as in straight from Lucifer.
view right now that you're defending, which is advocating for liberation, the ability to choose and do things, do as thou wilt, essentially.
I don't think all sin should be illegal. Like, for example, cheating is a sin, but I don't think it should be illegal. I
Okay.
don't think you should be put in jail for cheating.
Oh,
interesting.
well, should you be able to be divorced from your husband? Because I mean that is a legal repercussion.
Okay,
Yeah, I think
so
it's
how do
bad.
you determine which sins or transgressions from your ambiguous Christian Orthodox Protestant view? By the way, is your Christian view informing your view of your feminism, or is it?
Of course, she
Probably,
already
yeah.
explained
That's probably
it.
why, for example.
Okay,
I'm not,
so
super
why is
radical
it
in
that
She thinks that, Christianity empowers women, and so blah, blah, blah. She already talked
you would put someone in jail for one thing that's misaligned with your moral code, or you're deriving from your
'Cause
Christian view?
I'm not using my moral code to determine like what's legal or illegal. What I'm doing is like looking at the dialogue of society to determine like which policies make for the best type of society. So for example, murdering being allowed is really bad for society because then you're not guaranteeing your citizens like individual safety, which means that no citizen is ever going to buy into the government if the government
Okay.
can't guarantee their safety.
Okay,
right?
so-
So murder's bad, obviously, but I don't think what's legal, like legal or illegal, should be our measures for what's morally good or morally
The reason,
bad.
okay, the reason I
obviously.
ask, because if you agree that murder is bad and you would actually make it illegal and there's a penalty, one of the elements is that it's not good for society. It removes people from society, and society is composed of people, and you need people, right? For society?
That's not why I think murder's bad.
But do you need people for society?
Sure.
So having people for society is a good, right?
Sure, I just
Okay, so
it
if
has nothing to
having
do with murder.
if having people for society is good under your view, how is it that having a child is amoral?
Because again, I think anyone can spread their legs and have cum dumped into them. I don't think that it's meaningful to dump cum into a woman or to like
So
receive
is
it
it-
and
And this
create
is
a life.
Is
Christian?
it moral to feed your child?
To be like a good parent, yeah.
Okay, so I don't understand. You're reducing the act of sex to be something mechanical, and because it's mechanical and anyone can do it, it's not moral. But what's just as mechanical,
Shouts out Bill
literally,
Hicks, what
is
up?
feeding your kid food, but that's moral. What's the symmetry breaker there?
The symmetry breaker is that typically when people have sex, there's a lot of like self-serving hedonic like elements to it. I don't think that like most sex that results in children, I don't think is oriented towards having children. I think it's having sex that feels good.
Because
Whereas when
of
you're
feminism.
caretaking your child, you're like doing something by taking care of another person, which is a good thing to
okay,
do.
so you agree then, even from your view, which is antithetical to most feminists' view, that promiscuous sex is probably not a great idea.
No, I think it's pretty much bad for everyone.
And
Okay, but-
is the rise of promiscuous sex in society due in any part to the rise in feminism?
But you should be allowed to do it.
Okay, you should be allowed to do it, but would you argue against it?
Like saying don't do promiscuity. Yeah, by
Would you
and
shame
large.
women?
Shame women would not be what I would
Why
choose
not?
to do. It's just super ineffective.
Shame's ineffective? Did you live through the Karunka thing?
I don't know what that is.
I can't say it on the cough cough, the koof koof.
Oh, vid. Okay, yeah, I got you. Did I live through it? Yes,
Yeah.
I did.
Would you say during that time you would argue that shame was ineffective?
Yeah.
Really?
I think force was more
Of course,
effective.
she
right?
would.
People were getting
She'll
No,
never
actually,
concede
no
anything.
force.
People were getting fined. People were getting fired from their jobs. Right? There was like more coercive pressure applied to people to comply.
There was
Dude,
that.
you
rather
know
than-
what he's saying. Just my goodness.
Shame.
I know.
don't think most people like put on a mask because they felt shamed. They put on a mask because they
He asked if it was
so
a
you
that they
don't-
couldn't
you
go
don't
to their
think- you don't
workplace
think-
or travel on an
From the person
airline.
who's arguing there's a complexity and everything can't be reduced to force, appeals to force here, but doesn't appeal to the complexity of social shame and the ability to structure society from actual pure shame.
So yeah, because I think like when it comes to promiscuity, for example, right? I don't want people to not be promiscuous because they're worried that they're like the unironic Iranian morality police are going to come into their home and beat them to death. I think that that's a really bad.
It's just one part, and it obviously has a huge part to play. If it's a socially unacceptable thing, it has a massive impact, and anybody who's being honest or sincere could at least concede that basic point.
strategy. I also think is a really bad strategy.
Just because you don't think it's like the optimum and that there aren't better ways, sure, there might be better ways, but if you have that, it's also playing into it, and it would serve a good role.
like, we'll just fucking hate you and no one will be your friend if you have promiscuous sex. I also think that doesn't work because they'll have sex, they'll just do it in secret.
Okay,
What's more effective
that'll probably make
than
it
shame
less
is when people
often.
come to embody the values themselves, right? So if promiscuity is bad for women, I want to advocate for that from a lens of like, it is good for you to not be promiscuous, not you're a bad, dirty whore if you're promiscuous, because I think it leads to a heart change.
Okay.
And I think the heart change is fundamentally better for society. and
I
also
will
what Christ
grant
wants.
that that's also might be effective. But to say that shame's not effective, I wouldn't say that's either or. I think
Sure,
there's a
yeah, I
combination.
should have specified. Shame is not effective at changing hearts, and I think changing hearts is what matters. Because when it comes to promiscuity, the reality is that it would work a little bit. People would have less sex overall. But you know what's been way more effective than like the Christian shaming for not having sex? Giving people phones and social anxiety. Gen Z is having way less sex than ever before because they won't talk to each other, right? That's been way more effective than shaming people. Because if you look at Texas, which was a state that was very religious, very shamed, didn't give a lot of sex education.
Yeah, but the Christian thing isn't about less sex. It's about less partners, less extramarital sex.
They're like the #1 state for teen pregnancy. So this idea that shame was effective at making all these teens not have sex, not really. They just do it in secret.
I want to go back to this one question is if
Oh, dude, that
a bunch of
whispering
Christian
was
women come
creepy.
forward
Bro, whoever was whispering in the background, that kind of spooked me out a little bit.
and they hijack the term feminism and they redefine it to be fully submissive to a patriarchal system that's a Christian ethics system and fully backing it
The
and
whispering was the ghost of St. Paul. He's pissed about the radical orthodoxy thing.
defining feminism as the ultimate femininity is motherhood and being in the home. From your view, is there any standard you could argue that that's not feminism?
That's not my feminism. That's not the feminism I'd be fighting for, no.
So there's no true feminism.
I know, like in the same way, like there isn't any true, like, what's another anti-racism? There isn't like a true anti-racism. It's always like morphing and shifting in a dialogue over time. It's not operationally defined because it's not a scientific concept.
Okay, if that's the case, could there be a form of feminism that you couldn't possibly say isn't feminism, that it was actually fully restrictive of women's liberties?
Yeah, I think, for example, if like people like, this is feminism, but all it is like basically putting women in hijabs, cutting off their clits, and not allowing them to walk around outside, I think everyone would agree that's nothing to do with feminism.
Wait. We're not talking about what people agree, because throughout time people have agreed on some wacky shit. The question is, from your view as a feminist, if you argue that there's no correct feminism, there's just your feminism, and I posit a counter-feminism that's inconsistent with your feminism, what's the ultimate standard? It's not whether people have a general intuition or they agree with it. The question is, do you have an absolute standard that's unchanging to say, no, that's not feminism?
I think as long as like the goal fundamentally is that we're like trying to lead to the betterment for women, I think that seems decently foundational to feminism. That's what my definition is, the betterment of women.
What if
That's not what
that
feminism
form of
is.
feminism argued that from their model, from their ethical system, from their metrics,
They just
that
did.
was
And that's why she distances herself from, like, other the crazy feminists. That's not what feminism is. And if you want women to get more empowered, if you want women to be better off, have happier lives, have more fulfilled lives, you would want them to be Christian, and specifically actual Orthodox Christian.
that was better for women.
They can. There's like an entire like trad wife movement that's
But
like
if
very,
you want women to have a bunch of money and to have a bunch of social leverage, well, okay.
it's a feminist fourth wave trad wife movement.
So
And everyone hates
you're
Ew.
agreeing that
Ew.
from
Ew.
your own system, which is completely subjective to your own opinion, you have your own feminism, right? It's like your own innovation. If
no.
that's the case,
No, it's
then
not
there
just
is-
my own innovation.
Yeah, but there's no standard.
Do you know what like a social dialogue is? Like how zeitgeists emerge?
I'm saying there's no standard by which you can determine
No,
that
it's-
something
it's not a
that
science.
I understand, but do you agree there is no standard for determining what feminism is?
In the same way that there's no standard by which you determine humanitarianism, other than essentially there seems to be some precept, which is that it should be for the betterment of women. That's the standard, right?
But no,
And
that's
so if
just
you say-
pushes the standard of what's better.
Yeah, there's
No, but the orientation of the people advocating as a feminist should ideally be advocating for things that lead to good
It
outcomes.
begs the
for
question,
I know, do you
what is
understand
better?
When you say good outcomes, now the new thing you're calling feminism is good outcomes, and if
It's not.
No, but if
No,
you just said so.
You asked me to like somewhat operationalize it. The issue is what you're doing is that when it comes to zeitgeists, they're always popular social dialogue. They aren't operationalized fundamentally.
let me-
That's their nature. This is why, for example, the skeptical
Is there any
branch
Okay, I'll just
or
ask it-
liberalism.
I'll ask a different
Hold
question.
on, let me finish. I'm not done talking.
I know, but
I
you're not
know,
answering
we
the
know.
I
question.
am answering the question. Liberalism is a great example. There are a whole bunch of ideas that are what liberalism is. And liberalism is interesting
bunch of
because it's
trash
developed beyond that.
ideas.
It has a couple of fundamental precepts that if you don't really value these things, you're probably not a liberal. So for example, if you don't value women having some greater level of choice, you're probably not a feminist. I don't know why you would use that word.
You just contradicted yourself. I just asked you if there's any standard by which you can tell someone they're not a feminist, and you said no.
I said broadly, yes. I said,
but
for
ultimately,
example,
no.
No, I said it should be oriented towards the betterment of women.
So is it possible that someone else has a standard for feminism that their betterment for women, right? Because you're actually assuming that you've established a standard for better now. If it's the case from your own view,
no.
Yes.
You're being semantic.
What do you mean semantic? What does better mean?
How do you define humanitarianism?
I don't give a shit about humanitarianism.
I'm just curious. Well,
I reject it.
It's an analogous.
Satanic.
But what is it? How do you define it?
It's satanic.
That's how you define humanitarianism?
Humanitarianism is a totally broad secular view of healing the world. It's basically like a Talmudic basically worldview.
Sure, but I'm sure you would agree that if you're going to call yourself a humanitarian, there's a certain level of zeitgeist performance and thought that you should probably adopt.
Well, not really, because that's why I debate them too. And what I bring to the table is, isn't it possible you can be a humanitarian and off 2/3 of the population? Yes. You know what I hear? Humanitarianism, utilitarianism.
So at this point, are you just mad because Loki's wager exists for most zeitgeist or ideological
How is
concepts?
telling me I'm mad a counter argument to what I just said?
Okay, it's not. I'm making fun of you.
So stop.
Oh, okay.
Making fun of me is not going to work. You could make fun of me in addition to an argument I do to you.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Right?
Okay, cool.
Okay,
so argument first.
Just to go back, okay, make fun of you. You're big mad. Second point. When it comes to
You haven't seen
ideological
Jimbob Big
concepts,
Mad.
they typically aren't that operationally defined, but there's some level of collection identity that we tend to form around that all of us kind of agree is some concept of feminism.
Agreement.
Which is what, yes.
So you can, so you can agree something completely antithetical to those agreements, right? And it's still feminism.
No, because none of the other feminists would agree to it, right? There's no collective
The
agreement.
question is, if you don't agree with previous feminists...
Nobody would label something as feminist if it was we should cut off women's clits and put them in jail. Everyone would be like, that's not feminism.
Aren't there existing feminists of different waves that would say you're not a feminist?
Yeah, of course.
Cool.
I'm sorry, good job. You pointed out how ideologies work.
What? No, I'm pointing out that when I ask you, is there a form of feminism that can be presented? And if
Aren't there Christians that could point at you and say that you're not a Christian?
No.
They could try,
Nope.
but there's actually a standard by which you can actually refute.
Because there's a definition for Christian, and they don't fall under
Some
it.
level of standards as well for feminism.
No,
It's
there's
not
not.
yes, there is. It's not as organized as something like a religion, which is an institution.
Cool. What's the
but it's
ultimate
some of it.
standard from which you're going to use when someone comes along and says, I'm a feminist, and my form of feminism argues that the best thing for women is to limit their liberties? How do you counter and say you're not a real feminist?
Because I would say broadly, feminism is for giving women greater access of choice and equalizing
men
them
headaches.
as far as
I
opportunity.
know, you're defining that, but I'm asking you...
That is broadly
is that
what
objectively true?
Nothing about this is objective. You're
Cool.
talking about a Loki's wager concept.
So, if it's the case that your description of feminism is giving them more opportunities and liberty and and credit cards and debt and all this shit, and someone comes along and says, well, I'm actually redefining feminism to mean XYZ is the good, I'm asking you, without asserting your what you think is good, do you have a standard to which that you can use to say that this new one is not true?
No, essentially you can always self-ID into most ideological groups. The issue is that the ideological group will likely reject you, right? So it's yeah, there are feminists that don't think I'm feminist, but by and large, there is a lot of feminists who agree with most of my precepts because I am for the empowerment and betterment of women, which almost every single feminist on the planet that has ever existed would be like, okay, yeah, that's obviously some element of feminism. You're bringing it. What do you mean? You're bringing this up.
I'll do it slower.
Okay.
Your definition assumes a standard for betterment. Do you understand that?
Yeah, and that's what the philosophical debate will be.
Yes.
Of course.
So when someone comes and redefines their standard for better, I'm asking you a simple question. There's Kyla's better for women, and then there's an antithetical view for women that has a different standard for better. What's the ultimate standard to determine which one's better?
It's not an institution. There isn't one.
There is no standard by which you
not.
determine
It's a
any
concept.
feminism is
Of course
good or
not.
bad.
It's an ideological group. Of course not.
Premise 1, feminism is good for society. Premise 2, there's no standard for good for society.
Again, I know
Again,
you,
Jimbob, I can't answer this question. We agreed to it beforehand. You're not going to ask me to set a
I
standard.
think that this is a really strong argument.
Well, it's a
It is-
defeater.
no, it's obviously the case that when it comes
an
to like
obliteration.
ideological, philosophical things like egalitarianism or utilitarianism, there are certain things that you kind of have to agree on, like trying to like lead to good outcomes for women, with the good outcomes broadly being defined to some degree as freedom of opportunity. That if you claim to be feminist, but all you want to do is reduce opportunity, almost every single feminist universally will reject you. But obviously there's this gray window in between, like Loki's wager, where we're not quite sure where the head and the neck start, where we can cut off and say, this is clearly what feminism is, and this is clearly what it's not. But something
Kyla.
that we can say that is not feminism
Kyla, let me-
is somebody who wants to put
let me-
hijabs on women
What?
and cut off their clits. Like, we can agree with that.
That's their feminism.
No, no feminist.
They can just say it's their feminism.
Yeah, of course they can just
And you
say
can't
that.
say shit back.
You can. I would basically be like,
Yeah, you'd have to make a historical argument for what feminism is, right?
sure, to some
Call
degree.
back. Sup, Jay?
Again, that's
Again.
not a callback, because all I was doing in that debate was asking him to define a word, and he refused to and obfuscated from defining the word because he knew that if he defined the word, then
No,
there would
he
be
spent all that
operations by which
time
and norms that
defining
we
it.
could
Now you're rewriting history. We just watched it.
actually talk about things.
You didn't
and if
accept
he couldn't
his
dish gallop
definition.
and like obfuscate with like philosophy bullshit, then he didn't have
Philosophy
anything to talk
bullshit.
about, right? Which is why he basically said, I won't do norms, which is saying I will not actually be good faith with you in this conversation, which is fine. That was Jay's choice to do, but it made it a useless conversation, unfortunately, which I appreciate that you are not doing mostly.
Do you want to take that brief
would
break
love
right
to.
now? We're going to take a slight break, or Kyla is anyways.
Oh my God,
just
how much
a
more do we
slight
got?
break, slight breather. Yeah, open up that all the way.
Where are we? We're in
And
an
I'm gonna
intermission.
read, we have a couple
Delving
Cash
into
App.
her marriage.
Is better
Oh,
than a
dear
society
God.
of rebellious women who don't follow that?
No, because I don't think most men actually deserve the level of respect that I give Nick.
That might be true, but if it were the case that they were all Nicks, would it be better for the rest of the women to be you?
Yeah, if everyone was a fucking amazing person, yeah, society would be better. I'm sure. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
But men are not. Like, most men are not Nick. Most
I
men
understand.
do
I'm
not
just
go.
saying there is a circumstance in which you actually do submit as the woman in the house to the leader who's the man. It's reflective of a Christian view, even if we disagree on
Yep.
the truth of Christianity between us, our doctrine or whatever, is that ultimately, if it were the case that men were fulfilling the role of a Christian patriarch, in a sense, for the family in society, it would make sense to you that the women would then follow the men, right?
Yeah, like by and large, I just think like most modern forms of like fundamental Christianity set up men to be extremely bad patriarchs. I don't think that they're Christ to the church at all. They don't die for their women. They don't like put their family first foremost. I think Christian men are oftentimes extremely led astray and very cruel. And I think a good man also respects his woman and like listens to her and takes her thoughts and opinions very seriously in like weighing out decisions.
Right. I mean, that's what I'm just getting. I just wanted to get to, it sounds like a type of version of Christianity you're really partial to, that if it was
just won't leave me alone.
multiplied, it would make sense to hold the patriarchal view and practice inside of a country, and then even inside of the home, it would make sense for the women to follow the men,
Sure. I just
if
wouldn't-
these conditions were met.
I just wouldn't force it ever.
Right.
I don't believe in a society that forces these things.
Right, but you would advocate for it.
The forcing or like
No, just
mandating?
advocate for that patriarchal hierarchical system.
I don't know if I would advocate for that for non-Christians, because I
Yeah, I understand.
like, why would the man ever have? An
Well, I
imperative
agree.
to
I
die
think
for her?
I think secular marriage and all that is a useless like thing to do from their paradigm. It doesn't even make sense. Why unless it was strictly like this law-based advantage. But you know, when we marry in Christianity, we're married to something bigger than each other.
Yeah, there's the
right?
covenant with Christ.
There's a
that's
whole
going on.
thing to it. Whereas a secular marriage, you're basically marrying each other's preferences until they change.
I think most secular people would disagree with you pretty strongly on that. I think a
they
lot of
also get
secular people
divorced
still
as
embody
well.
a pretty high value
Most
for like
secular people
long-term
get divorced.
commitment. I just think that when it comes to like a secular relationship, like for me, when I look at that, they're missing like a core cornerstone that pulls them together long-term over time, which would be Christ. But that's not something I'd ever force on
Right, but
somebody.
here's the difference here is that from a Christian position, even like the whole variety of Christian proponents,
Hot flashes
they have
kicking in.
they have an obligation to stay married. Like that would be the ideal, right? There's an obligation there, a moral obligation. Secularism there's no real moral obligation.
I would disagree. Like, for example, the moment that you have children, for example, I think there's an extremely high pressure, even for secular people, to try to make it work, right? For
Yeah,
the sake
pressure.
of the children.
I
Even
understand.
without children, though, it seems
But
that
there's-
most secular people have adopted, like, into their broadly
I agree.
utilitarian
Yeah.
framework, some level of loyalty that's earned over time, because I think most
understand.
people recognize that loyalty,
I understand there's an
regardless of
intuition.
God, is valuable.
I'm just saying I'm saying the difference between just a mere intuition that they should probably make it work versus an obligation that's beyond their own preferences.
It's not an intuition, right? Unless they're like moral intuitivists, which most people are like not really. Most people aren't anything. Most people don't have like a moral
Put it this
framework.
way.
But they broadly have a
Do you
utilitarian.
attend a place that's a building that you call a church?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The other people at your church who know you're married, if your marriage was in trouble, it would make sense that not only they're obligated, but they're there to support you in your marriage, right?
Again, when you say obligated, do you mean it's something that is good to do? Is it
Yeah, it's a
value
part
that
of
we
the
have?
Christian praxis that you're actually, because you're married to a church, essentially, of something bigger, that you're trying to keep that intact in a way. It's not just your little temporal relationship. But I'm saying in a secular view, they don't actually have something bigger outside of themselves. Even if you include a kid, they're just making the marriage include another person. But there's nothing outside of them that they're appealing to that's bigger than them metaphysically, spiritually. It's just
Well,
like...
not spiritually, obviously, but they have like the community that you're appealing to, that the Christians have. Most secular people have a very interconnected community that would be pushing towards that relationship working out, being the in-laws and probably the shared mutual friends, right? And ideally, I think most secular people would agree that the community of friends that is around this couple, if they're having issues, should come around them and support them, and obviously like hope and wish and try to help in whatever way they can to help that couple stay together. I think most secular people hold this value.
Interesting. I don't know if that's I don't know. That might be the case. It's just that it seems to me if they're secular, they're looking at basically, they're measuring like trade-offs, like material trade-offs, like,
Yeah.
well, this could be an advantage, but then you weigh it against this. And from that view, I feel like what I'm trying to say is that the paradigm that's judging the trial and tribulation, what it is fundamentally different between a Christian and a secularist.
I would agree
like
that
how they frame the problem.
It's fundamentally different. The issue is that, like, I think Christians and non-Christians get divorced at pretty much the same rate. So it's like, yeah, I would agree that, like, the systems by which they derive their value of loyalty is different. It doesn't change that the value of loyalty is there, and it doesn't work for about 50% of couples anyways, right?
Yeah.
Because under your definition of Christian, it's
Christianity
like
will
so
also
vague,
cause, like, marriages
just like
to
your
stay together
definition of
forever.
feminism is so vague.
That are deeply loveless and like awful, right? Which is like something that I don't think is good necessarily. Like, Christians will look at the 30-year couple that fucking hate each other. They just live with each other, and they'll be like, look at what a good thing. It's like, that's not a good thing. That's death. Like, two people that lived together that forgot the shadow of what it meant to be.
That's not a good thing for a person who is unhappy in a marriage to sacrifice themselves and stay with that person out of love for them. That's not a good thing.
In love, just gripping on because what they
Gripping
feel
on.
God tells them to. That's not
Gripping on because, they made a vow, because, they swore an oath to God.
God's will at
Gripping.
all. What they should be doing is like surrendering themselves and figuring out what the issue is.
Feminism, folks.
Yeah, that's why I think Christianity has a better perspective, because they can actually, even against your preferences in the moment, it's actually it's probably a good thing to have people externally also accountable to you staying together. I just think that's stronger. I just think that's stronger from a Christian view, even if you're.
It does sound
also
stronger,
stronger
at
from
a
a
logical level to some
pragmatic
degree.
view.
The issue is that it's not borne out in any of the stats. And I would add to that, I don't know if you were going in this direction. It shouldn't be law.
It shouldn't be a law.
It should not. No, I think when Christianity.
It already is. Polygamy's not legal. If you're getting married, you can't just go and marry somebody else. You actually have to get a divorce. It's
blends
already
with
law.
politics, like power and politics. I think it ruins the faith. I think it's really bad for the
Moldy,
faith.
Wait a
for real,
second,
dude.
that's
This would make
interesting
this stream a
because
lot more bearable.
You agreed
Pass it
before
out. Bring some
that
for the class.
if a Christian votes on a policy, you wouldn't you wouldn't expect them to not vote on a policy without it being informed by their theology, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that Christianity, like I don't believe in like theocracies. Like I don't think Christianity
Right.
should run the country. I think
I
it's
understand,
really
but a
bad.
theocracy, let's say, isn't it already the case that people
I wonder if her radical orthodoxy church fathers believed in
Christian
theocracy.
view, if they get elected as a representative of the people because of their Christian view, they're also saying that their Christian view is going to inform the policies.
Yep.
So in fact, it's unavoidable to live in a system, even a pluralistic system like ours. It's unavoidable for people to pursue politics and not have their theology influence what the
I
policies
don't
are.
vote for my theology almost at all, unless there's somebody running who's like, I'm going to get rid of freedom of religion. Then I would vote for my like theology of like, I
Well,
wanna
no,
have my
that's
religion.
you, but I'm
I vote
saying-
on foreign policy. I don't think it's fundamental that Christians need to vote based on their faith, and I actually think that it leads to a lot
What
of
else would they vote on, though?
what nation states are for, which is like foreign policy and sovereignty.
Yeah,
I think
but
it's
what's
way
in-
more
yeah,
important
but-
to have a president
yo.
that like knows how to navigate global trade
Hold on
than
a
to be
second.
like a nice
Hold on a
Christian
second.
guy.
Hold on a second. What's informing ethically? Because when you vote, you're informed by some meta-ethical view.
I'm a real. Do you know what real politic is?
No.
It's like a philosophy of politics that's like deeply pragmatic and devoid of moral stuff. Like you
It's
don't.
impossible.
Nope.
It is impossible.
It's just pure pragmatism.
No, pragmatism, there's no way, because then you're making an ought claim to do the most pragmatic thing.
That's not a moral claim.
Ought we do the most pragmatic thing?
That's not a moral claim.
It's not?
Nope. Not at like a governance level.
Oh, so
Like
so at the
I vote for the
government
government that I think is going to enact the best policy for my sovereignty to do well.
Is your sovereignty a morally good thing or not?
It's neutral, but like I like it.
If I
obviously.
violate your sovereignty, is it immoral?
Depends on how you violate it, but
If I violate your sovereignty, your
like
free
you
will.
invade.
Yeah, like just invade.
I don't
limit
think-
your ability to move, do things in the world. If it's
yeah.
the case, Kyla.
Yeah, like at an individual level.
I understand,
is
but
it
do you
bad if-
understand the
is a
entailment?
nation immoral if it invades your
Yep.
sovereignty? Because we're talking about nations now again.
Well, I'm pointing to a
What do you wanna
nation
talk about?
consists of its people. So there's an individual level and a collective level of a
Yeah,
nation.
but sovereignty isn't about. Like I don't have an individual sovereignty.
Is it morally
Sovereignty is
good
the
for
nation.
a country to keep its identity sovereign against foreign invasion?
A moral good?
Yeah, because wouldn't it be immoral for another nation to invade the sovereignty and break the sovereignty?
It might be immoral to break somebody else's sovereignty. I need to think about that. I'm not sure.
Fair enough.
But I don't know if it's moral.
Uh-oh, back
Well,
up,
you can-
everybody.
I think
She's
it's just
thinking.
fundamental. Like, why are you a nation?
It's
if you're
gonna
not practicing
blow.
Sovereignty. That's the, like,
I understand, but
basic point
I
of it.
think that this example is perfect because if it's the case that it's immoral, if you want to think about it further, it's fine. But just think about it this way: if it's immoral for another nation to invade another and break up its sovereignty and violate all that, if that's immoral, then it's moral to fight against that.
Yep. That's why I said I'm not sure. Like my knee jerk is like, yeah, it feels icky to invade other sovereignty. Is it moral though? I'm not sure. It's hard to view nations at like a moral and immoral level.
Well, that's why I
But
point
they
to.
probably can. So it probably is. But again, there might be reasons by which you invade another country's sovereignty that are like legitimate, like taking out terror cells.
Will it be morally legitimate?
Yeah, like taking out terror cells in Lebanon is.
Yeah, that's what I'm
probably
saying
good.
is if you vote on foreign policy, you're ultimately asking a meta-ethical or moral question given the situation. So it's never, that's why I say pragmatism, even if you establish some sort of strict rules of like outcomes that you like or don't like, ultimately when we press you on it, you're going to actually have to, eventually you'll be forced, just like the example I gave, to give a moral statement about something because
Not
pragmatism,
really.
yeah, I just
Well,
demonstrated
no, when
it.
I'm talking about foreign policy, I'm not talking about like moral behavior. What I'm mostly talking about is like free trade and things that like better my living as a result of how we engage with like the global
Here, let's
community.
take even more of a domestic issue because the conversation, and I want to debate this more with other people, is this conversation of like keep your theology out of my business, keep your theology out of politics, keep it out of policy, right? This is
Yeah.
a constant thing.
Yeah.
Well, are you for like welfareism, safety nets?
Yep.
Okay. So from your perspective, do you take an amoral approach to help people in their safety net, like with their safety nets?
As like an individual, or
Is it just pragmatic that you should help people in need?
it's definitely super pragmatic. It's also moral.
Okay.
Some
so-
things can be moral and pragmatic. of
Okay,
course.
so is that an example of you being totally fine voting on a policy that's both pragmatic and moral if it's informed by your theology?
Yeah, sure. I'm not opposed to people like just vote like. I don't know what you think my idea is. I'm not opposed to people voting because of their theology. I'm opposed to people voting only for their theology, right?
Why, though?
Because the best president for our nation isn't just like the nice Christian guy. It's the guy who understands how to interact with our like global neighbors well.
I understand, but that just comes back to what paradigm is evaluating the interaction if it's not ultimately your theology.
It's pretty pragmatic, right? Because you can have a president who's a massive bag of dicks. He's just a shitty person.
Yeah.
But he's really good at trade. He gets us really good trade deals. The allies really like him, and he does a really good job of like breaking up the axis of resistance.
I
right?
understand.
But he's a dickhead. Right?
I understand, but that's
so it's not really
but Kyla,
moral.
you're now switching it to who you vote for that does stuff. What I'm asking is, even if you voted for a total atheist that just somehow
Well, I didn't switch it. You were talking about who I would vote for.
Well, I'm saying.
So I didn't switch it.
Well, I'm saying
Just to be clear.
vote for or policies. So if they're conjoined, that's fine. It's
Yeah,
just
but I
that-
wasn't switching. I don't know why you said I was
Well, I'm
switching.
saying,
anything.
isn't it possible that a total douchebag who doesn't even share your values for some reason is really good at executing all the policies you support?
Yeah,
right?
that's what I said.
Okay, if that's possible, aren't you still voting for them based on your theological evaluation of what you think is good?
No, I would.
No? What's evaluating what's good then?
Pragmatism.
Yep, pragmatism.
What
when you
works?
say
What works?
Yeah, but why isn't it something that works? Aren't you saying it's morally good that
No,
it works?
because there's things that can be like beneficial that are morally neutral.
So you want to benefit society, but your standard for what benefits society isn't a moral claim or an ethical claim.
Sometimes it's a moral claim, and sometimes it's not a moral claim, right? There are like this is the problem with using the word good, is that like good can mean moral, but it can also just mean something functional, like good outcome.
Right, or performance. Like a good basketball team
Right.
is performatively good, but they're not morally good because
Yeah,
they're awesome.
or if I buy a Porsche, right? It's like a good exchange. The
Right.
guy who sells it to me is happy. I'm happy because I have a Porsche. It's not morally good to buy a Porsche.
Right, but then it gets into fuzzy territory when you like for the examples of like invading terror cells.
Exactly, which is why I granted you where I'm like, invading sovereignty feels icky, but there's probably a number of situations where I would think it's legitimate, like invading terrorists. Like I think bombing the Houthis was great. Bomb them away. Fuck those guys.
Yeah, but you said that someone shouldn't vote
So Christian.
primarily on their theology. But
What a
even if they
lovely
voted for a
Christian
guy
woman.
who doesn't believe what they believe, but all of their policies aligned with their the
more
voters'
hours.
theology, the voter could still vote on the total bag of dicks, right? Fully based on their theology, and it would actually. This is the thing. Here, put it this way: isn't it possible that voting fully on your theology is the most pragmatic thing?
Nope.
It's not possible? What?
I don't think so. No, there's a lot of things that Christians do based on our religion that like is less functional. Like this is why the
Don't
path
say
to
our.
hell is wide and the path to heaven's narrow, because it's really hard to just do always the morally upright thing. It's really difficult. And I don't want to hold nations to that standard. I want nations to mostly operate in neutrality by and large and benefit us.
I understand what you're saying, but you just said it's logically impossible that an instance of voting fully on your theology can't be pragmatic.
Yeah, so like in the Christian theology, well, yeah, I substantiated why, because I think as a Christian, like Christians at a
Christian
spiritual level, I
theology.
think are often required to do things that are deeply unpragmatic because it's the right
I
thing
understand
to do.
that. I actually
Which is why
agree with you.
I think like a purely Christian leader who's operating out of Christian principles is probably going to make a pretty ineffective nation leader.
I agree that
Imagine
a lot
having
of
such
times
a
we're
contradiction.
challenged with pragmatism or what's good, and what's good isn't always what's pragmatic. I'm not arguing whether those things can not align at some points. Often they don't. But that's a different question of whether it's logically possible to vote on a policy that's wholly aligned and informed by your theology, and it's also pragmatic.
Well, like
You're
one
saying it's
policy?
not.
No. Well, you said a leader. Like a leader is more than one policy.
So let me get
One-
this straight. So she's a Christian, but she thinks that if the leader actually follows strictly and faithfully to the Christian tradition, that would be a net negative for society? It's called having faith. If you follow Christ's commandments, God will provide and protect his people. What kind of a Christian thinks that way? Like, yeah, I'm a Christian, but I don't want my leader to be Christian because he's probably not going to be the most pragmatic, politician in the world. Like, get the hell out of here, dude. Imagine having such a contradiction.
Policy, yeah, of course it can be pragmatic and theological. When you said is, can you vote for some person who represents all of your theology and have him be also the most pragmatic leader? And I was like, for Christianity, probably not, because Christianity is constantly dying to self, turning the other cheek. Like, the ultimate Christian leader probably shouldn't bomb anyone.
So you don't hold a view that most of the secular worldview holds, is that they always say, I'm fine with you believing what you believe. It's just when you inform policy from that and force X, Y, Z, right?
Yeah, like I don't want Sharia law. I don't like that.
Right, but that's a particular kind of thing. I agree with you.
But if I tell Muslims that their religious practice can't be like telling me what to do, I can't tell secularists that my religious practice now gets to tell them what to do at a criminal level.
I understand, but that means that if you held that position, like most secularists do, they are arguing from this position that says, I just don't want to force my beliefs on you. And I don't want you to force your beliefs on me, right?
Yeah.
That's what they're saying?
Yeah.
I just
However,
noticed
the
Jimbob's
problem
shirt.
is there are people who, let's say, don't believe in rights.
Yep.
Isn't it the case that the group of people who believe in rights, given that's a belief, are forcing their belief on other people?
I mean, I think you can technically there's like a thing where you can become like an uncitizen essentially.
Oh, those people? Yeah, they don't do very well.
You can. It's just retarded. Like, yeah, I suppose we're like forcing people to have human rights.
Yeah.
But that's just like the trade-off that we're willing to do. There are some things.
Some people are born into it.
We also force people not to murder, right? We force people to pay taxes.
I know.
There's lots of things that we force people to do.
I know it's justified,
One
right?
of the things that I think we shouldn't do is force religion, as a Christian specifically, because I want people to find Christ and like his gift of salvation is like what turns their hearts to him.
I'm not
I don't
advocating
want
for
Trump to
force.
tell us.
I'm not advocating for force. You can't force people to believe things, for one, but you can't. I'm not saying I'm not advocating. I'm actually running just a basic hypothetical, an inquiry to demonstrate that it's actually impossible to live in an ordered society without a predominant belief being forced onto people. And the question only becomes, what are the beliefs? So it's like,
I'm a liberal, right? So like my answer to that predicament is like the beliefs we should have should probably maximize things like freedom of choice, freedom of like association, freedom of movement, freedom of thought, and freedom of speech. These things seem to be damn near miraculous that we came to. When we look historically at societies that didn't have this thing, it's not a good time for the
Can I ask a
citizens.
clarification about that list?
Sure.
Do you you said freedom of movement. I usually debate a libertarian on this particular topic.
Sure.
Would you include in that list, I don't know if you said it, but freedom, like property, like owning property?
Like, do I believe in private property?
Yeah,
I believe in private property.
Cool. So if you include that, if it were the case that all of the land, every square inch of the U.S. was owned privately,
then you'd have no freedom of mobility.
Right?
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah. That's the Palestinians' play right now. Yeah. So like this is the classic Calvin and Hobbes question, which is that like freedom often comes in tension with security because there's certain freedoms that we always opt to give up to maintain security. This is why open borders is usually not a good idea because if you have open borders, you have no level of security for your nation, right? Which is why borders are valuable and it's a restriction on a freedom of movement.
And I bet she voted for frickin' Kamala.
Exchange for the security.
Do you agree that most women, feminists, vote in favor of security over liberty? Because that's the trend. That's the stats.
When you
and the
say
trends.
security, do you mean like personal security or
general? It could be personal. It could be just a general like, well, I want to be safe, which is totally aligned with their nature, like to want to be safe. But the problem is, if you and I both agree that there is this constant tension and dance between freedom and security, and it happens to be the case that women voting actually work against what both of you and I think is generally something you have to explore.
Well, I like both of these things. Like, have you ever read Jonathan Haidt? So you know his idea of like the moral presuppositions that back behind conservatism versus like liberalism and like the value systems. And these are pretty biological. In fact, it's like more
the
biological
disgust,
than IQ.
politics of disgust.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so you're familiar. So in my mind, essentially, yes, women, if they were more concerned about personal security, probably would be more pro right wing. But I think women just prioritize things like caring for others more than they do for that thing, right?
I understand, but
More easily
I just want to
manipulated.
point something out.
Very based of women.
If
by the
it
way.
were the case
Treaties.
that women were still in the home and held the position of the woman in the home from a Christian lens, and the man held the position as the provider and protector of the home, the thing that they're yearning for without that, like let's say they didn't have a husband or anybody, it makes sense that they're going to look for the security in the government if they don't have it directly in their environment, right?
I mean, I'm
Potentially?
married with a husband with a gun, and I definitely look for security from my government before I look for it from my husband.
Really?
Yeah, I'd prefer to call the police than be like, Nick, go get him. Yeah, obviously. Police have body armor. They have like tactical training.
But the police have no obligation to protect you.
Typically, when you have a house intruder, you can call them and they will protect you.
Well, no, they are going to get the guy who violated a crime, but they actually have no obligation to protect you, like stop.
I understand.
Shield, you know what I mean?
I know we did this song and dance before. I just think you're like being a little bit finagly with words, right? Like obviously when I'm like
It went to
calling
the
a
Supreme
police
Court,
member-
though.
I understand, right? But the issue is that Supreme Court is specifically finagly with words. I imagine if you ask most police officers, what do they say their duty is? To serve and protect.
Right. Well,
Right, so,
serve
like,
and
even
protect
though-
what? Not people. No, that's a slogan. It's not people.
You think police officers don't feel that they're trying to serve and protect citizens?
No, they're serving something, and they're protecting what?
The community.
No, they're protecting basically the law and the Constitution.
I think they're serving the law and they're protecting.
It's both. They're not protecting you. That's for sure. I mean,
I mean,
if it's
I understand.
legally,
Again,
it
you're
sounds
doing
like
like
you're
the
using a
legal
colloquialism. Like I understand the colloquial aspect of what you're saying. It's just that actually, like, they have no obligation to protect you.
And
it's just good to know that. If that's
sure.
the case, then Nick,
Yes, so
your
legally-
husband, should take that to heart and say, you know what? If someone's in the home, if it's a choice between calling the cops and waiting and having your gun out
Well, these are
immediately,
not. This is a false dichotomy.
I understand that's not either or. But if it's the case that you're waiting for the police, but you could actually
Yeah, you should
stop,
also have self-defense.
should you stop the intruder before the police come then?
Yeah, of course, but that's not like what I'm arguing for, right? Like I'm.
Well, you said
obviously-
you would hide and wait for the police to show up, and it's like, are you trained in using a weapon?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Why wouldn't you? Why would you be trained in using a weapon to not use the weapon? I don't understand.
Because of one gun, and Nick's definitely going to use the weapon before I do. Fuck that shit.
So you affirm gender roles.
Yeah, he's also better with the gun. In fairness, like if he hadn't ever used a gun before, and I was like my dad is like this, like highly
Nope, you'd
competitive.
still
He's
tell
like
him
a
to go.
super shooter or whatever. And if say I
It's
trained
just
under my dad,
in your
then I should
nature.
have the gun. In the case of the home intruder, but he's better with the gun. He's
Would never
got more
happen.
comfortability with violence. It's more his penchant to do. Yeah.
Interesting. So how about this
I'm also a
hypothetical?
retard when it comes to violence.
when
Let's
you
make it clear.
when
We
you're walking on
know.
the street, given that logic, do you think that the man has an obligation? Let's say you're walking on the street and there's an aggressor across the street, and you know that something could be done perhaps to stop. You don't know if you're going to win or not. Do you think you're obligated to go, or your husband to go fight the aggressor?
Neither people are obligated.
You have no obligation.
When you say obligated, do you mean they ought to?
Well, yeah, that you ought to, from your view, that you ought to help the person.
Yeah, but I would say like a police officer ought to a much higher degree. This is why after like the school shooting in Texas, when the officers just waited outside, even though technically they're not obligated to go in and intervene with the shooter while they're allowed, every single person in society said these cops are, what's not a slur, fucking
Keywords?
losers. Yeah, fucking losers,
Well,
right?
there-
So there's this premise of like, yeah, police aren't obligated to protect us, but obviously we have a social expectation that like we probably should try to intervene.
Well, that's what I'm saying is like
But you
from
don't have to.
from a societal view, if everyone held a view that they were obligated to aggress against people who were doing harm or doing illegal things, even before the cops arrived. I feel like we live in a society that's so like closed off. You're afraid to like intervene on anything. You're just closed off to your own individual bubble. You're like, I'm not dealing with that. I feel like that's a kind of a breakdown of the moral fabric. And to tie it back into feminism, the reason I asked that question is I wondered if debating you on gender roles is just a not, like, we already agree, like, that you affirm gender roles.
The main difference would be I would never compel women to be in any specific gender role, or men, right? I'm fine with the fact that men and women tend to naturally fall into these dynamics, and as long as it works for the couple, that's fine. My biggest thing, I'm truly a liberal in the most obnoxious way. I want people to choose. I want people to have choice, and I hate it when
but Christianity also, and by necessity patriarchy, I mean, there also is a choosing, right? Like, it's not about compelling anything. We all have free choice, and anybody's capable of choosing Christ and choosing to live a Christian life or not. So it's really not a distinction.
big government
patriarchy is a naturally occurring thing that stems out of just the biological natures of men and women, and it's not something even that needs to be enforced, but it's something that is trying to be eroded and very purposefully being attacked by feminism.
To force choices, especially when it comes to private lives. I think that's bad.
Do you plan on being a mother?
Probably. I don't know if I can.
Okay.
Like at a biological level, just because of like some health stuff. But yeah, I'd like to.
Well, the reason I ask that is like, if you have a son or a daughter, let's say you have a son, and you perceive that his natural inclination is more gentle, but you also know it's better for him in the long run to develop some sort of ability to be an aggressor if he needed to. Would you intervene with what you thought his natural inclination was and nudge him into something that occurred to you as unnatural?
To like make him more functional, probably to some degree, but I think if he resisted it to a high level, there's a certain level of like, yeah, you want your kids to be likable and like function in society. And I think good parents should try to like help that happen. But if you have a kid who's so atypical from society that to force him into that would do more damage than to not, then you should probably.
I understand. I'm just saying like there's more to this, is that it's beyond gender. It's like, especially if you say you hold a Christian view, you're constantly battling against human proclivities and what people are naturally drawn to do. Now, you're just assuming, well, people are naturally toward certain talents or things like this, but that includes people being drawn to proclivities that you actually have to correct. And that's why it does tie back to feminism, because I'm glad you push back, at least you're reserved about women arguing that they're super empowered doing pornography at age 24 or younger or older, and they're not considering long-term effects of it.
The Christian view.
What, like you said, you're judging the behavior based on the future self. Like, would you still do this?
Well,
like,
future,
would you have,
current, and past.
Yeah, which is obviously very difficult to do. But that's why I think you can't really hold a Christian view and not be in a constant potential state of intervention, not just with your family, but with society itself at large.
I think it's just this like tension. There's an element, it's the Calvin and Hobbes again. There's a certain level of like freedom that you want people to have to self-actualize. I think that like diversity of ideas and concepts and individuals is good. And when I say diversity, I don't mean like skin color. That's fine too. When I talk about diversity, though, I mean like different expressions of humanity. I think that's really good. And there's a certain level of like nudging towards social normativity that helps people function and flourish. And when you have kiddos, I think you have to constantly do the tension of letting your kiddos be them, and also teaching them like.
The whole diversity thing I think is kind of bullshit, because you would have to include people in public walking each other on like leather, and like they're in like leather panties and stuff. That's diversity, right?
No, like you're making like a slippery slope fallacy. Just because I like want people to be able to like do and like self-express, that doesn't mean that I want ultimate maximal self-expression. Otherwise, like Dexter would be like,
cool.
I love killing people.
No, forget about the aggressing on other people. This is where basically every libertarian argument goes, which you kind of are libertarian, it sounds like. Would you categorize yourself as like a libertarian feminist or something?
No, I'm pretty like standard
Yeah, it's a little bit of a
liberal.
cringe
Like I
word.
really am, because I just to be clear, I'm still pro welfare state and still pro like market regulation.
This is
put
why I
me on the
asked.
liberal camp.
It's ultimately going to be your theological view and your ethical view that's going to try to justify the forceful intervention of public degeneracy in instances where nothing's being actually broken, no property's being damaged, there's nothing being stolen, there's no one actually physically being aggressed or harmed, but it's degenerate, right?
Yep. Yeah, and it's way more. It's like you say you have a person and they love shitting in public, and they also clean up after themselves.
Right.
So they drop their pants, they take a massive shit in the middle of the street.
You hear that, libertarians?
And then they clean up after themselves, right?
Right.
There's this question like the libertarian be's like, well, they should be able to do that.
Right.
And I'm like, meh, there's a certain level of like social functional performativity that you should engage in where you like don't thrust your taboos on other people. So like the leather walking, I think, is essentially thrusting your taboos onto other people that are not
What about homosexuality? Public.
Yeah, I basically think that that's a taboo that I'm glad that we've reduced to not being a taboo. Yeah.
Oh, so you are so public display of homosexuality is not something, but the dog walking thing is something you want to crack down on. But the pride parades, active simulated sexuality on the back of trucks, that's good.
Nope, that's not what I said. When you said homosexuality, and I was picturing like gay men walking down the street holding hands and stuff like that. Like I think that's fine.
Under a Christian view?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah, if they're like secular people, yeah. Why would I tell them that they can't do that?
Well, I didn't say they can't do it. I'm saying.
Well, you're basically
Aren't
saying
you arguing that
I
it's
should
wrong?
find a structure by which I enforce that gay men. don't
Well, I'm
walk
trying to
down
find the
street holding hands.
threshold at which you use the bulldozer to clean the streets. You said the shitting in the streets is a no-no.
Yep.
Right? Mm-hmm. How about wearing like a dildo on your head?
Again, if you're in like certain public spaces where everyone's consenting to that, I don't care. Like, say you go to like a gay
Okay.
bar and that's like a fun.
No, out in the street where kids are.
But yeah, like I don't think most parents are consenting to their kids like seeing that, so you probably shouldn't do that.
Okay,
Probably
but
not.
the thing is,
Probably shouldn't.
have you ever seen
Maybe
a gay
not.
pride parade?
Yep. Do you think that I support everything that happens at gay pride parades?
I didn't say that.
Probably
I said,
do.
is there something that you'd seen at a gay pride parade
Yeah,
that you would
tons.
use force to remove?
Use force
Yep.
to remove? No, I would use like social pressure.
Oh, so now pressure does work. Before you were like, well, we
said
can't really
shame.
Yeah, shame. That's social pressure.
But no, social pressure can be like more than that.
Oh, for
right?
frick's
What is
sake,
it?
Shame isn't
dude.
the only method by which you can
I'm
apply
interested.
social
What
pressure.
else? I want all tools of social pressure to be known.
You can use guilt systems.
That's That's shame.
Shame
That's
and guilt
shilt.
are functionally very
shilt.
different, especially at a psychological level and like affecting change of behavior. You can also use like positive reinforcement structures to make certain behaviors like more likely to occur. So like tax write-offs for EV is a way that you socially coerce people to do EV, et cetera, et cetera.
How do you use social pressure to get two lisping dudes in their thongs in public to not do that?
I think you can use some level of conversation around like consent. Like essentially, it's probably not super appropriate in a public space where there are children to like thrust your sexual taboo onto children who don't understand it, can't consent it, and the parents are probably not consenting to it.
So would you walk up to that person and say that, or?
I'd probably talk to the organizer of the Pride Parade because they're the ones like allowing it, right?
Yeah, she literally
Right.
just will
How do you think
not
that would go?
concede or agree.
I don't know.
With
Probably
anything.
some-
Probably not so good, huh?
Yeah, some would be like,
They'd
sure.
be like, thanks for your opinion.
Yeah, but that's just like not what we're debating about. Like, so yeah.
Well, I
there's,
mean-
there's lots of
Go ahead.
queer people that are fucking retarded. True.
We are going to
Cancel.
do little chats here. We're going to probably wind down momentarily. So if you want, get them in. We've reduced.
All right,
the
we did
TPS
it,
if
y'all.
you want.
We
We'll
did
do
it. We're not going through their super chats. We did it. It's a 4-hour, 34-minute debate review stream. Started at what, like 7:30, 7:20. It is now almost midnight my time, 10 before midnight. I think it's a victory because I did not think I was going to make it through this whole thing, dude. I was literally like, for the last 40 minutes, I'm like, do we really need to wrap this up? I mean, my God, dude. Tax write-offs for not being degenerate at a pride parade. Yeah, there you go. There's a little social pressure we can use. This woman is just, as Adrian said insufferable. All right, next stream. All right, guys. Moldy, you're gonna hop on. I'm gonna put the call-in link in the chat, and Moldy's gonna take over for tonight. He's gonna soothe you guys with his moldy voice. Thank you guys so much for being here, dude. These are fun. It's been too long since we did a debate review stream, and honestly, like, as much as the Jim Bob debate, I think was, I said at first it was like more constructive because there was more back and forth and whatnot. It really wasn't, dude. And it was, I had a lot less to say during that Jim Bob stream because it just was it was like bashing my skull against a brick wall, It was a little hard to follow at times and a little, more than a little frustrating. So yeah, I think besides Rachel, we're going to institute a no woman debater rule for our debate reviews. And guys, I don't know what else to say other than thank you guys for hanging out with me. Thank you for joining me on this journey. We're on a debate review journey, and it was fun. It was fun. Tax write-off comment made me lol. So shouts out to all of the real ones in the chat, to Bill Hicks, Moldy Apple, Mella, Well Emmanuel, Vigo, Adrian, Crispy Johnson, Slowboy, Whiteboard, Ed Post, Screwed Up Nevsky, Ian Johnson, and everybody else. Thank you to all the people that were supporting by super chats. Please smash a like and leave a comment on your way out. And like I said, we got all those radio shows that we've been doing lately. I'm going back to work on Wednesday, so it remains to be seen whether or not we're going to wind up or wind down. Usually in the summertime, I tend to stream a lot more because it's nicer out and there's just more going on. So we're gonna see what happens, man. But thank you all so much. God bless you guys. Please become an Orthodox Christian. Don't be a feminist. It's not good. I mean, this was just a perfect example of the sort of insane mental gymnastics and just complete like contradiction within themselves and their own soul. They don't understand the world. They're in total opposition to reality, and it's just sad. Pray for these people that you see and online doing these things, and don't be like them. This is Erudite. Don't be like Erudite. Anyways, y'all, this is Lil Ewok signing off. God bless you guys, and until next time, peace.